Hey everyone. Welcome back for the second part of Kurama the Conqueror. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the rest of the story is already out over there for you guys, along with about 50 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. 6 months later, pursuit of a stolen heirloom, Kurama was working out his 13-year-old body and trying to strengthen it further. His shadow clones were all off with their assigned teachers, which meant that it was his turn to work out while two yahoos gabbed away with the mind link open. Kurama was in the training room that Kushina helped him design after Minato's original creation. The room had many features such as gravity manipulation, decreased oxygen levels, genjutsu training, various difficulty levels and other factors that made training more difficult. The damned Yondaime was a masochist. Kurama groused while catching his breath after fighting against the level 6 simulation. Kushina cackled with mirth through the mental link. What is this? The almighty prince of the bijou can't handle something that my hunky husband could? Shut it, you damnable woman. You aren't the one going through this simulation. Kushina's laughter escalated, and she spoke through fits of untamed laughter. Oh, Rama-chan, I completed the level 10 exercise before I was pregnant with Naruto-kun. Kurama cursed under his breath as Naruto spoke up. Papa Rama, you can do it. I am working out with you. The energetic fox kit was indeed working out alongside Kurama. Through mental commands and seals applied, Naruto had his own training and obstacle course. His training was all designed around gaining mastery over his fox body and attaining control over his chakra. Additionally, Kushina was attempting to teach the fox kit how to wield katanas with his tails. Kurama scoffed at this and said that the kit should just form chakra blades that could emerge from the end of each tail. That was an inspired idea, but it was supremely difficult for Naruto to control his immense chakra in such a way. Thus, Naruto learned to wield katanas imagined into existence by Kurama himself to train and work up a kenjutsu style. It was actually an inspired idea. All kenjutsu katas, at least the ones worth their salt, were inspired by various forms of dance. The Uzumaki mastered the art of kenjutsu, and they worked their dances into the combat art. This helped Naruto improve his footwork, balance and inherent control over his body. Despite being his mother, Kushina was an energetic taskmaster as she watched over Kurama's and Naruto's training. She insisted that if the two of them were going to partner up to conquer the world, then they needed strength that surpassed any other. She was more than willing to train the two boys up in everything she knew, and she learned right alongside Kurama as they explored the more advanced Uzumaki arts. Thanks, Kit. Keep practicing with those swords and we will spar tonight, Kurama said as he ceased his panting and directed the chakra provided by Naruto to repair and revitalize his body. Naruto yipped in excitement. Yay! I am sick of losing to Mama. Alright, Papa Rama, weightlifting time. Naruto set to work as Kushina strapped a vest that absorbed his excess chakra and converted it into weight. She applied weights onto each of his tails and she giggled as she watched her son struggle to walk. Kushina looked out at the field of blonde kitsune fox kits that were doing a variety of control exercises while 100 fox kits were studying one scroll or another. You better hurry, Rama. If you don't, then my boy will surpass you in no time. Kurama scoffed and pouted. I am dealing with a pubescent body that is not fully developed. Kushina's hair flared into tails and that image projected itself through the mental link. Are those excuses I am hearing? Do we need more training with the Kongo Fusa? Kurama paled at the threat. Kushina repeatedly whooped his ass when it came down to fighting with chakra chains. No ma'am. Kurama set to work as he upped the gravitational force in the room and began his calisthenic exercises. His weight seals felt so much heavier when gravity was at 4 times normal gravity. His movements felt so sluggish as his body attempted to repair itself from the repeated damage done to it. Despite that, Kurama gritted his teeth and went through the sets of jumping jacks, burpees, cherry pickers, lunges, squats, box jumps, inverted sit-ups and jumping rope. Sai just left Danzo's office and he was heading to the training room. He shivered at the memories of his level 3 test that he took last week. Sai was man enough to admit that he wasn't the frontline fighter or the open combat type. He was a true shinobi of the shadows. Despite that, Danzo still insisted on him going through the training room. The injuries sustained while fighting off realistic illusions that formed a variety of combat scenarios still sent phantom pain to his ribs. Uzumaki and Namikaze seals were insane. Sai opened the door to the training room and immediately stilled as his body attempted to resist the increased gravity. Kurama, Sai shouted. You got an urgent mission. Kurama paused and his hands rested on his knees as he stopped in the middle of a set of burpees. Sweat poured off his brow as he panted. Was taking over the world and freeing his siblings really worth all this effort? Kurama shook off his doubts and formed a hand seal that released the training seals. It took a few moments to regain control of his breathing and he held up a finger in a request for Sai to be patient. Sai felt the gravity fade back down to normal and he walked toward Kurama while scooping a water bottle filled with electrolytes and tossing it to Kurama. Danzo-sama has a mission for you. Kurama nodded before tilting his head back and squeezing the bottle to send a stream of lime-tasting liquid into his mouth. Got it. I will head there now. You're not coming with me? Sai smirked and cocked an eyebrow. You need help with a measly B rank missing nin? Kurama shrugged. Nah, not really. You know who it is? Kurama asked as he walked towards Danzo's office with Sai. Sai shook his head. No, not quite. The village alarms went off though, so there is a chance you will run into the regulars. Kurama scowled. I hate dealing with them when I am in the root uniform. It would be so much easier if I could just knock them out and get the mission done. Anyway, I am going to be pursuing behind a hunter nin, so it is likely that I won't even get any action in. Sai shrugged as he opened the door to Danzo's office. Guess you will find out. Kurama gave a nod to Danzo and stood at a loose position of attention in front of his desk. What you got for me, Danzo? Danzo looked up from the stack of papers on his desk. I just returned from the council meeting, and this concerns you, so listen up. 10 hours ago, Idate Moreno stole the sword of the Thunder God from the Senju vaults. We are still determining how he was able to bypass the seals, but that is irrelevant. The initial hunter squad found Idate's 2 teammates were stabbed from behind. The team sensei is missing, and we believe they defected together. You are to track them down, kill the sensei and retrieve the boy. Kurama cocked his head to the side. Why do you want the boy? Isn't he a traitor? Danzo's eyes narrowed. Despite his agreement with Kurama, he was still unused to his agents questioning his orders. He is the brother of our head interrogator. It would be wise to curry favor with him. This will be a mask-off mission and you will be reporting into the Hokage once mission is complete. For what reason? Kurama asked dubiously. Because this is your family heirloom, you have a vested interest. Plus, this will serve as proof of strength. We are mere months away from returning you to the standard forces. Danzo replied simply. Kurama scowled. That would mean that I take orders from that man. Danzo held up a hand. It will be necessary for a short time. Less than a year, Kurama. I will still make my facilities available to you and you can still come to me for training. Kurama nodded with a contemplative look on his face. So, we are trying to get me into the ranks now? Public debut now? I thought there was still 7 months until the clan heirs graduate. Danzo nodded stiffly. If you want the Jounin rank, then this will be necessary. Hiruzen will want to test your strength and he will most certainly test your loyalty. Kurama frowned. What will happen to my team? Mai will move in with you and act as our liaison. Shin and Sai will be training to take over the route. They were always more suited to the shadow games than you were. Danzo replied. Fine, Kurama said with a pout. I guess it is out of my hands. So, who is this traitor, and do we know where he is heading? Danzo nodded with appreciation. He didn't like dallying on subjects for too long or explaining himself. Aoi Rokusho in the initial hunter squad was tracking him north towards Rice Country or Rain Country. 1 Jounin and a Jounin? Any other resistance expected? Kurama asked while undoing his resistance seals. Unknown. Danzo replied. Well, I may be going into the light, but I expect you to honor our Sunday shogi matches. Yondaime's Park at noon? Kurama said with a smirk. Danzo let a smile twitch on the edges of his lips. I will see you there. It was an honor working with you. Kurama waved him off with a foxy smirk. Nah, none of that sentimental shit. It ain't our style, old man. With that, Kurama disappeared in a swirl of wind and left Danzo in his office. Kurama reappeared at the exit of a tunnel that left him on the north side of Konoha. He sealed away his root mask and switched his katanas from a hip carry to an X carry on his back. With that, Kurama channeled Chakra to his nose and blurred away to the north. He traveled for 6 hours. At insane speeds before he was able to lock in on the distinct sense of the tracker team. A woman, 2 men and 3 ninja dogs. That would be easy enough for him to follow. It took another 2 hours for Kurama to catch up to the hunter group and he didn't like what he found. There were 2 male bodies that were deceased with obvious signs of damage from excessive Raiten chakra. In addition, 1 ninja dog was wounded and whimpering on the ground. Kurama created a shadow clone to tend to the Ninken and he moved to follow the signs and smells of battle. Hana Inuzuka was having a rough day. She was more than happy to track down a missing nin that recently betrayed the village. She had led 2 experienced hunters to the target, except they weren't ready for the ambush. The senbon showers rained down on the team from all sides and the poisoned needles took out one of the Jounin and one of the Heimaru triplets. Then a full squad of Ame shinobi joined in the fight and kept her occupied while the traitor, Aoi, managed to kill her other hunter partner. Now, Hana found herself tied up and immobilized from poison with the Ame shinobi holding kunai to the throats of her ninkin partners. This was an absolutely tragic scenario, and her ninja training told her exactly what would happen next. She steeled her mind and prepared herself for what was coming. Tears fell down the red Inuzuka markings as she was tossed onto a sleeping mat. She closed her eyes and turned her head away from the newest traitor of Konoha. Aoi looked down on the admittedly sexy kunoichi in front of him. This was like one of the best bonuses he could ask for. One of the ice queens of Konoha gifted to him on a silver platter. Now, Hana-chan, I want you to open your eyes and enjoy this. When the kunoichi didn't move, he continued, or maybe we can finish off your precious ninkin partners. I have heard how close they are to their owners. Hana's eyes opened wide in a pleading manner, and she responded in a weak voice, please don't. Aoi looked around at his new comrades, you hear that, boys? She is ready and willing. After I get a go, you can have it her. This earned cheers from the 4 Ame shinobi while a date shrank away. Don't be like that, kid. Today you will become a man. This earned laughter from the Ame shinobi that were leering at Hana. Hana whimpered with her hands bound behind her back and her legs staked open to the ground. She felt the hand of the lecherous man on her chest, and she felt the kunai that cut her Jounin jacket off followed by her shirt. She cringed at the wolf whistle that Aoi let out as he leered down on her. She fought back the tears as he groped her chest through the remains of her thin sleeveless shirt, and she prayed to any deity that was listening for help. Aoi cackled in glee as he groped the woman, no bra, eh? I heard that you Inuzuka were feral. Don't you worry honey, I know you like it rough, and I will give it too. At that moment, 2 of the Ame shinobi had kunai buried in the back of their heads and there were 2 blonde shinobi dashing into the makeshift camp. Within seconds, the 3rd Ame shinobi was killed as a katana cut his head horizontally in half at nose level. The exposed brain matter erupted in a shower of blood. The last Ame shinobi must have been at least Jounin level as he was able to counter the blow and dispel the shadow clone. Aoi had jumped to his feet as his fun was disrupted. He wheeled around and glared at a blonde kid with 3 Tomoe Sharingan activated in each eye. The blonde was roughly 5 feet 9 inches, and he was holding a katana in one hand and Kodachi in the other. The light gray shinobi shirt was covered by a black armor that covered the chest, torso and stomach of the shinobi. Aoi looked to his partner and saw that he was shaken by the deaths of his 3 Chunin charges. Get your act together. Stand down brat or the Inuzuka bitch dies, Aoi shouted as he pulled the hilt of the stolen sword out of his belt. Kurama cocked his head to the side, what hostages? Aoi and the Jounin looked around in a panic. You see, Aoi, I hate humans in general. They are greedy, evil, lecherous and despicable in their nature. However, there is a special circle in the pits of Yami for rapists and I am going to send you there shortly. Big talk for a kid. Aoi retorted as he channeled Chakra to the hilt and a lightning blade erupted from the hilt. Your swords are useless against this blade. Kurama cocked his head to the side, big talk, is it because you have the numerical advantage? Aoi scoffed, you are no match for me alone, demon brat. Gestuo, let's go, he shouted as he prepared to charge. Aoi froze as the sound of flesh being pierced by multiple sharp objects echoed dully through the camp clearing. The rattle of the chakra chains that were skewering Getsuo drew Ai's attention to them, and he looked positively mortified. The chakra chains of the Uzumaki were legendary and they were feared for a very good reason. Aoi blanched as he saw yet another Naruto holding his hand out with 4 chakra chains piercing the torso of his comrade. Aoi swallowed the lump in his throat and took a shaky stance. You still cannot defeat the sword of the thunder god. Aoi charged recklessly towards the Kurama that first showed himself. The Kurama coated his katanas in a healthy amount of wind chakra, and he charged forward to meet the traitor of Konoha. The Kurama from behind charged behind the traitor and joined the fray. Kurama used one katana to block the overhead strike and he felt the damage done to his blade by the lightning blade. Despite the high-quality craftsmanship of his sword, he was still going up against a blade of pure chakra. He dumped chakra into the repair seal and the blade resisted the effects of the lightning. He lashed out in a stab with the other katana and Aoi jumped to the side to avoid the blow. The Kurama from behind sent a volley of wind-encased kunai towards the traitor's new trajectory and the missing nin was able to dodge all but one. The wind blade tore through Aoi's left shoulder with minimal resistance and caused him to scream out in pain. The opening created allowed Naruto's clone in the front to take advantage and he cut off the right hand of the Konoha traitor. The real Kurama, the one that initially attacked from behind, lashed out with blunted chakra chains and smashed Aoi in many different spots all over his body. The traitor and would-be rapist was then wrapped up in the chakra chains and immobilized with Kurama standing over him. Kurama heard a whimper from the side and heard the swiveling boy that must be Moreno Adate. Boy, go and join my clones with the Inuzuka girl. If you resist, you die. Adate nodded his head shakily and left the encampment. Kurama turned his eyes down to Aoi with a devilish grin on his face. Now, Aoi, why don't I show you what you have to look forward to in the pits of Yami? Kurama thoroughly sodomized the pathetic and sniveling man to return the favor for what he intended to do to the Inuzuka girl. He started with a shuriken, which was much too wide to fit comfortably in the destined canal. A shuriken was followed by kunai that Kurama added one by one until Aoi was at capacity with 6 kunai in his rectum. The man was close to passing out and Kurama dealt the final blow to Aoi's consciousness when he severed the twig and berries. Finally, Kurama decapitated the despicable man and sealed his head away. That was brutal, Rama-chan, Kushina said within the mindscape. I approve. You see that, kid? That is what should be done to rapists. I know it was hard to watch, but rape is the most disgusting act a human can commit against another human, Kurama said to the whimpering blonde fox kid. Yes, Papa Rama, Naruto said meekly. It will be all right, Sochi. Kurama did the right thing, and it is a lesson I want you to learn, Kushina said in a motherly fashion. Don't forget the other heads, Rama. She chirped before closing the mind link. Damn slave master. Kurama muttered as he severed and sealed the heads of the Ame shinobi. He collected the bodies together and incinerated him with a fire jutsu. Kurama returned to where he had gathered the Heimaru triplets and the unconscious Inuzuka. The girl had passed out from poison, shock and fear while the dogs were each injured and suffering from the poison used by the Ame shinobi. Kurama took a moment and pulled out some tags from his Fuinjutsu pouch. He created 3 clones and gave them each a brush and tag before they set to work creating medical stasis seals. Kurama walked up to the tousle-haired brunette and looked down on him. You are Moreno Adate, yes? The boy nodded weakly. Tell me what happened. Kurama's voice was firm and left no room for dissent. The boy proceeded to tell Kurama of how he was set up. The boy was given a fake mission from Aoi to steal the sword and he was promised a promotion to Chunin if he completed the mission. Then, when he delivered the sword to Aoi, Aoi killed his teammates and gave the boy a choice. He would be declared a traitor to Konoha either way, so he could join Aoi and Ame or get tried for treason. The boy made a bad choice under duress and Kurama didn't hold it against him. Alright kid, we are going back to Konoha. I need to get this girl medical treatment and I need to turn you into your older brother. Thing is, you are slow as dirt. Would you prefer to be carried like a sack of potatoes or get sealed into a stasis scroll? Adate's skin blanched and he looked up with wide eyes. CC carry me, PP please. The boy couldn't imagine what it was like to be sealed in a scroll. Kurama nodded before he placed chakra zip ties on the boy. A clone formed and picked the boy up over his shoulder. The clone team brought the stasis scrolls containing the Heimaru triplets and a second brought the scrolls containing the bodies of the fallen Konoha hunter ninja. Another clone brought a scroll containing the Raijin no Ken and other useful weapons or money off of his kills. Kurama picked Hana up in a princess carry and began the long trek back to Konoha. With the extra baggage, Kurama took 12 hours to get back to Konoha. Kurama slowed down as he approached the gates of Konoha while still carrying Hana, Inuzuka and Adate. He saw that Izumo and Kotetsu were manning the gates and he chuckled as he approached. If only they knew that they got permanent gate duty for a prank gone astray that accidentally hit Danzo. Danzo walking through the village with tie-dyed robes for a single day made it a truly just punishment to keep them permanently stuck on gate duty. As the sun was finishing its rise over Konoha, the interaction at the gate began. Halt! State your name and release the Konoha shinobi, Izumo shouted as Kotetsu pressed the Anbu alert button. Kurama stopped 10 meters away from the guard shack. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I am returning from a self-assigned clan duty to retrieve the Raijin no Ken. I have critically wounded that need medical attention. Izumo and Kotetsu looked at one another wearily before Kotetsu walked forward slowly. Kotetsu narrowed his eyes and spoke gravely, Uzumaki Naruto, you were not recorded as leaving the village. Kurama rolled his eyes, sue me. I need to get this one to the hospital. She was poisoned by Ame Nin. This Jounin is the boy that stole the Senju heirloom and I have retrieved him for interrogation. I have the Heimaru triplets in stasis scrolls, corpses of 2 Konoha hunter nin and the heads of the offenders. Kotetsu froze in place and his eyes widened. Luckily for Kurama, it was at that moment that Anbu Squad Row appeared and their captain, Weasel, stepped forward. That will be enough, Izumo and Kotetsu. Bear, take the boy to Tondi. Cat, Take the Inuzuka and the stasis scrolls to the hospital. Uzumaki Naruto, you are to come with me to report to the Hokage. Kurama nodded and held up a senbone for Cat. They used this poison. I recovered it so that they could identify the poison. I do not believe it is lethal, but I cannot be sure. Hana was poisoned roughly 14 hours ago. Cat nodded and took the limp form of her friend from the boy's arms. Kurama's clone handed off a date to Bear and he walked forward towards Weasel and Crane. Weasel put a hand on Kurama's shoulder and the three disappeared in a sunshine to report to the Hokage's office. The next thing Kurama saw was the Hokage sitting in his leather chair and smoking his pipe. He let Weasel and Crane bow and report while he stood impassively in front of the Sandaime Hokage. Hiruzen's eyes initially widened when Naruto appeared in front of him along with his Anbu. The boy looked so much more mature than the last time he had seen him. The faded, blonde hair that spike up at the top. The face with a strong jawline that was absent of the baby fat expected of children his age. The crimson eyes that looked back at him impassively and carried so much hidden in their depths. The toned body that was streaked in the dried blood of recent victims. Everything about the boy in front of him told Hiruzen that this was a trained shinobi, not a teenager. What are you doing here, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen asked carefully while his Anbu were still kneeling. Danzo Gizzen informed me of the theft of my family's heirloom. I took it upon myself to retrieve it. The gate guards didn't like the fashion in which I returned, so they called the Anbu. The boy replied in monotone. What do you mean your family heirloom? Hiruzen asked carefully while narrowing his eyes slightly. Are we still going to play this game, Hokage-sama? Kurama replied dryly. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? I mean that I am the heir of the Uzumaki and Senju clans while I also carry the blood of the Uchiha. So, I ask again, old man, are we still going to play this same old game? Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his temples. I told Danzo not to tell you. Kurama had to mute Kushina within his mind as she raged at the mere sight of Hiruzen. It wasn't him. I knew before I agreed for him to adopt me. Hiruzen's eyes widened at that. How? Kurama pointed to his eyes and shook his head in amusement at the dumbstruck face. That much should have been obvious, Hokage-sama. Now, Danzo Gi-san said that it is time for me to step into the light. Hiruzen held up his hand. Wait, Naruto-kun, before we get to that, please give me a mission report. Kurama nodded and explained the situation. He walked the Hokage through how Danzo told him of the theft of the Raijin no Ken and how he approved Naruto's clan mission since he was his guardian. He told them about trailing the hunter team and about how he found them. He gave a brief summary of how he killed the Ame shinobi, and he skipped the details of how Aoi died. He placed the scroll containing the heads of the traitor and foreign shinobi on the desk and waited for Hiruzen's response. Hiruzen was rubbing his temples throughout the story. There was no way a boy should be able to take a mission like this solo, much less complete it in such a way. He resented Danzo for pushing the boy so hard after the life that he had. More than that, he resented Danzo for gaining the boy's loyalty and trust. His instincts flared up every time he thought about that very idea. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe as silence settled over the office like his tobacco smoke when the window was closed. He watched to see if he could get the boy to flinch or get nervous. He couldn't. It was frustrating for the aged Hokage. He could get daimyo and influential leaders from around the nations to flinch in his presence. If only he knew that Kurama was talking with Naruto and Kushina the whole time while they took pot shots at the old monkey. Finally, Hiruzen spoke. Naruto-kun, you should not have done this mission. It was reckless for an unranked shinobi to go after a Jounin, Jounin and foreign shinobi. He began while monitoring the boy for any outward response. Kurama's eyes glazed over in boredom, and he yawned in front of the Hokage. I received training from the Yami no Shinobi for the past 5, coming on 6, years. I know my limits and I wasn't even close to being pressed by this mission. Then why did you kill Aoi Rokuso? Hiruzen challenged. Why didn't you bring him back for interrogation? Kurama growled, because he was about to rape a fellow kunoichi. I do not care what you have to say. Rapists get sent to Yami's pits. I retrieved my heirloom, prevented a rape, rescued a clan heiress and her ninkin partners. If that doesn't serve as enough proof for me to be one of your shinobi, then I don't know what you want from me. Hiruzen rubbed his temples wearily. Naruto-kun, it is not that simple. The international treaty states that ninja cannot be inducted until the 14th birthday. This was done to protect their childhoods and prevent the use of child soldiers. My childhood was shit and Danzo Gizzen was the best thing that ever happened to me. You were worried about me becoming an emotionless drone? Well, I am not. You were worried about me being under his control? Once again, I am not. I have elite training that makes use of the most prolific genetics that Konoha has ever seen. Kurama protested with fire lighting behind his eyes. Naruto-kun, you haven't attended the Shinobi Academy in nearly 6 years, I can't just make you a shinobi, Hiruzen said sternly. Kurama scoffed, oh, please. Don't feed me that shit. I am the ward and apprentice of Shimura Danzo. He has every right to decide whether I am ready or not to be a shinobi. Furthermore, if you make me a Jounin then you will rapidly come to regret that decision. Hiruzen stood up now, absolutely not. You cannot be promoted without experience. Then get my true files from Danzo because I am not playing this game. I give you this option, Hokage-sama. Make me a Jounin or I will return to being Danzo-sama's private security and I will abstain from ever joining the ranks of Konoha shinobi, Kurama said firmly with absolute resolution in his voice. You dare threaten your Hokage? Hiruzen challenged. He may have to put this boy in his place. I have done no such thing. I simply informed you that I will not be a Jounin shinobi. I would rather protect Danzo Gizzen than do anything so pointless. Hiruzen's aura flared. It looked like he would have to teach the youngster. That sounds like an ultimatum to me, boy, he roared. Kurama picked out his ear and flicked imaginary earwax on the floor. There is no law in Konoha that states an heir of 2 clans must be a shinobi. I am under no obligation to enter the shinobi corps. Do I desire it? Yes. Do I need it? Absolutely not. You think because I am a Jinchuriki that you can force my hand? Because I don't believe that to be the case. For all your bluster, there is nothing you can do to stop me from donning an Uzu headband and operating as an Uzu shinobi. This statement confused the hell out of Hiruzen, and took the piss and vinegar right out of him. What do you mean, Naruto? Kurama chuckled and unsealed Uzu no Hashi. Do you recognize this blade? Hiruzen's eyes widened when he saw the beautiful blade that he had last seen in possession of Krishna Uzumaki before the fall of Whirlpool. Where did you get that? Naruto smirked. I am recognized by the clan charter and index of the Uzumaki as the rightful heir. That was the only way I could pick up this blade. As such, per the alliance treaty between Uzushio and Konoha, I can operate as a shinobi representative of both nations. Now, Hokage Dono, how do you want to play this? Do you want me in your shinobi corps, or should I set off on my own? Damn you Danzo. Hiruzen thought as he stewed at the situation that had spiraled out of control. He forced himself to take a deep breath before he responded. I will talk with Danzo and review your record. Should you have enough experience, I will set up a test for you. Tell me, what shinobi arts are you proficient in and how would you rate yourself? Kurama waved the Hokage off, it will be in the file. I can stand toe-to-toe with Weasel-san or your golden boy, Dog-san. Should you not believe me, then that is your judgment. You tell him Papa Rama. Naruto cheered. Go get him. Kushina added. Hiruzen sighed, Weasel, please bring me Shimura Danzo and inform him to bring Naruto's true file. Weasel disappeared in a blur. What aren't you telling me, Naruto-kun? Kurama looked impassively at the Hokage. I don't know what you are talking about, Hokage Dono. Let's start with the Kyuubi then. You claim you spoke to it 6 years ago? Yes. And what about since then? Yes. What do you talk about? The dead rogue Uchiha and how he killed your wife, ripped it out of my mother and made him attack the village. How do you know about that? Hiruzen said in alarm. I have operated in the shadows of Konoha for as long as I have been missing. Danzo Gi-san knew how much that information meant to me, so he told me and the Kyuubi. Hiruzen rubbed his temples before freezing and looking sharply at Kurama. Were you the one? Kurama cocked his head to the side. The one what? Never mind. Hiruzen shut that line of discussion down because he couldn't risk it. He couldn't risk anyone finding out that he authorized that mission. He decided to pivot. So, you went to Uzushiaga Corps? Kurama nodded. What did you find there? A seal that let me speak with my grandmother, a couple journals and the clan sword. Kurama answered. Was that it? Hiruzen pressed. Kurama shrugged. The island was devastated. I was lucky to get that much. Technically not a lie. Danzo entered the room and broke the Hokage's interrogation. You called for me, Hiruzen? The Hokage's eyes narrowed. That is Hokage-sama when we are not alone, Danzo. Very well, Hokage-sama. How can I help you? Danzo replied placidly. Did you authorize Naruto to leave the village on a retrieval mission? Danzo nodded. Yes, I did. Why? Because I had faith in my apprentice and ward. I know his limitations and that pathetic Jounin never stood a chance. Danzo answered with pride tinging his tone. Did you know that he encountered 4 Ame shinobi? Hiruzen pressed. Danzo lazily slid his gaze to Naruto, winked and then looked back at his old rival. Looks like he is okay. From what I have heard, he did an outstanding job. Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his eyes. That is beyond the point. The boy is not an official shinobi of Konoha. No, he isn't. He is, however, a clan head of the Uzumaki and clan heir of the Senju. He had the right to retrieve his clan's heirloom. Danzo answered as if it were obvious. Hiruzen held out his hand. Let me review his file. You are dismissed until I can come up with a proper plan for integrating Naruto-kun into the shinobi forces. The two bowed and left while laughing to themselves. Hiruzen's test, Weasel and Dog were on bended knee in front of the Hokage's desk. The Hokage was looking down on them after explaining the situation with Naruto. They were true Anbu and hadn't reacted to any of the information discussed. Of course, Itachi knew about Kurama, and he was simply upholding his end of the deal. It was the least he could do for the man that helped him clean up his clan and killed the ultimate traitor. Kakashi, Dog, was more than surprised to hear how far his sensei's son had come. The fact that the boy knew his true heritage was an unexpected boon for the silver-haired Anbu. Isn't this a good thing, Hokage-sama? Dog asked while genuinely confused why the Hokage was so distressed. No, Dog, it is not. The boy was denied a childhood and he is one of Danzo's soldiers. For him to be touted by Danzo is a slap in the face, Hiruzen said petulantly. Dog protested, Hokage-sama, the boy didn't have a childhood to begin with. It sounds like Danzo's training was preferable to the treatment he received in his early years. That is not the point, Kakashi. At Kakashi's cocked head, Hiruzen continued. The point is that he is loyal to Danzo. He harbors no loyalty or allegiance to me. They have deceived me for the past 6 years, that much is obvious now. Then why wouldn't you induct the boy so that you have supervision over him? I do not see what the problem is, Hokage-sama, Weasel said in monotone. Hiruzen refrained the urge to pull his hair out. I cannot simply make the boy a shinobi and make him a Jounin. International law sets the minimum age. He shouldn't have been a shinobi until the year of his 14th birthday. I can't have a 13-year-old Jounin. Dog offered a solution, he turns 14 in 5 months. That makes this his 14th year. Field promotions are possible. If his dossier is to be believed, then you can promote him to Tokubutsu Jounin on the grounds of being a seal master alone. That would still leave a shinobi that is not loyal to me within my ranks, and he would be a Jounin no less. Hiruzen countered. Has he done anything against Konoha, Hokage-sama? Has he done anything to make you believe that he is not loyal to Konoha? Weasel asked. Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his eyes wearily. You both know how dangerous Danzo is. This is his protege we are dealing with. I cannot underestimate him. Dog shrugged and spoke lazily. Hokage-sama, I am not saying I agree with your line of thought. However, let's say you are correct. Isn't it better to have an enemy in the light than in the shadows? At the very least, promoting him would put him under your purview. Hiruzen froze in mid-protest and nodded his head. Very well. We will test him, and should he pass, I will promote him. 3 days later, Danzo was walking to a private Anbu training ground with Kurama by his side. The two knew the game that was at play and Kurama was told to go all out. The only prohibition Danzo laid out was the use of Makuten. He should be able to deal with Hatake Kakashi without revealing that jutsu. That being said, it was definitely going to be a good test of Kurama's power to face off against one of the strongest shinobi in the village. Remember, Rama, you are not to use Naruto-kun's chakra. Hiruzen would be able to feel the clear difference, Danzo said plainly while walking alongside his partner. Kurama sighed, I know. Sharingan and chains are okay. Kenjutsu okay. Fuinjutsu okay. Ninjutsu okay. Killing, not okay. Danzo chuckled throughout the rant before replying, good. Now, I invited the clan heads so that you may find some more allies. It will pigeonhole Hiruzen and force his hand a bit. The clan council was not happy that your identity was hidden from them. Make sure to leave an impression and do not underestimate Atake Kakashi. Kurama nodded, fine. The two approached a field that was lined with the clan heads, Homura, Koharu and multiple squads of Anbu. Kurama shook his head at how easy it was to distract the vaunted Anbu corps. Give them a little exhibition match and let them bet on it and they show up out of the woodwork. He looked at the clan heads that were waiting and he could feel their anticipation. He looked at the elders and knew that those two were on Danzo's side of things and their curiosity was piqued. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Thank you for coming. Today will be an exhibition match between yourself and Dog-san here for the right to become a Tokubutsu Jounin. That is the highest rank we could allow without official field experience. Hiruzen opened. Kurama nodded simply and replied plainly, very well. Dog stepped forward and held out a hand. It is good to see you again, Naruto-kun. Kurama returned the handshake, Dog-san. Are you no longer the strongest shinobi in the village, or are all Jounin capable of defeating you? Hiruzen chuckled. Dog is a shinobi I trust. He will have certain handicaps. No need. Kurama interjected. Let him use his Sharingan. That was going to be the handicap, right? Hiruzen nodded. Yes, however, I don't believe it would be fair for him to use that against a junior shinobi such as yourself. Kurama shrugged and sighed. That is your call. Dog-san, if you feel the need to use it in our spar, feel free. Dog ruffled Kurama's hair for a millisecond before Kurama swatted the hand away. Naruto-kun. Don't be like that. Kurama looked into Dog's lone eye that was hidden behind the mask. I am not a kid or a little brother figure. I am your opponent and I expect you to respect me as such. Dog straightened up and cast an appraising eye over the young teenager. Very well. The hand that was palming the Icha book in his kunai pouch suddenly stopped fingering the heavenly pages. Hiruzen guided them to the middle of the field and spoke up. Clan heads, you were invited here to witness the spar between Uzumaki Naruto and Anbu Captain Dog. The purpose of this spar is to evaluate Naruto for a field promotion to Tokubutsu Jounin. As Danzo's private security, he has had field experience that cannot be added to his official file, seeing as it was unsanctioned by Konoha. As the two prepared to square off, the clan heads were having a discussion of their own. So, that's the pup that saved my Hana-chan? Mommy likey. I wonder if she is willing to share, Sume said while eyeing Naruto up and down. Inoiki chuckled and shook his head. Sume, he is 20 years your junior. Hell, he is the son of your best friend. Kuza laughed heartily, as if that would stop her. She catches the scent of a true alpha, and she can't stop herself. Hyashi, what do you see?
Hyashi, with Byakugan activated, gasped. I can't see anything.
Only the tenketsu in his head are exposed. I can see the suppression seals when I look closely, but that doesn't explain why I can't see his chakra network. Also, that boy has gravity and resistance seals on his chest, wrists and ankles. I think we will get to see something interesting. Sume let out a low whistle and Kuromaru stepped up. Sume-chan, if you did that, Hana would never forgive you. She woke up today and the first thing she did was ask about him. Sume oddly patted Kuromaru's head without removing her eyes from Naruto. Maru, what are you feeling from him? Kuromaru narrowed his lone right eye. The tags are suppressing much, but I get chills when I look at the pup. My instincts tell me not to approach. Sume nodded. Yup, thought so. This should be interesting. From up in a tree, a man in a red hakama and Geta sandals took his attention away from his notepad to scrutinize the young blonde below. He had returned from the village multiple times and had raged at his sensei for letting his godson be adopted by a man like Danzo Shimura. This was Jiraiya of the Densetsu no Sannin and the most devoted student of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Did he really care about the boy? No he didn't. Did he want the boy to be loyal to the village and his sensei? Yes, he did. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed when he saw the crimson eyes for the first time. If he added slit pupils, then it would look almost exactly like the fox's eyes. On top of that, his sensei telling him that the boy went to Uzushiagakure was something that shouldn't have happened. Plus, Jiraiya didn't believe for a second that he only found a sword and some clan charter. He was on his sensei's side, and he was going to find out the boy's secrets. Ready? Hajime, Hiruzen said before stepping back off the field. Kurama smirked as he crossed his fingers and created 100 shadow clones that spread around the field. He stayed in a relaxed stance as everyone gawked at the shadow clones. Alright, so, from this position I can trap you in a barrier and kill you, I can overwhelm you with jutsu, I can have them pull out their swords and come at you, or I can simply overwhelm you. What do you feel like dealing with first, Dog-san? Dog sweat dropped behind his mask. Why don't we try the first shinobi art then? Taijutsu? Very well, Kurama said before he sank into the opening stance of the hummingbird fist. Kakashi's eye widened when he saw the hummingbird fist and his right hand slid instinctively into a block. Damn, the kid was fast and damn did he hit hard. Kakashi countered and the taijutsu bout began. Kakashi had yet to reveal his Sharingan, but he was mighty tempted to do so. Finally, Kakashi's experience was about to win out as he caught Naruto with a fist in mid-air. The fist crashed into Naruto and sent him tumbling back before he puffed into smoke. Kakashi's eye widened, see that he punched a shadow clone, and he barely ducked the flying kick that was aiming for the center of his back. Kakashi spun out of the kick, and he latched his arm around Naruto's leg. Naruto spun with the momentum and sent an inverse kick at Kakashi's chin. Kakashi let the leg do and ducked backwards as the foot sailed past his chin hard enough for the wind to nearly remove his mask. Naruto flipped backwards in a couple back handsprings and reset the fight. Naruto unsheathed his katana and waited for Kakashi to reciprocate with his tanto. This was where he was going to have some fun. Once again, Naruto disappeared in a blur and surprised Kakashi with his speed and his opening series of strikes. Kakashi was able to counter, but it was clear that Naruto was the better Kenjutsu practitioner and his blade gave him the increased reach. Suddenly, Naruto's Sharingan activated, and the battle began clearly shifting in his favor. Kakashi was so hard pressed by the single Naruto in front of him that he failed to notice that Naruto was guiding him into a trap. The field was still ringed by Naruto clones that were simply watching, but most people, not all, missed the fact that 2 of the clones had moved earlier in the fight. Kakashi couldn't believe what was happening. He was getting pressed, actually pressed, by his sensei's son. Sure, he was indulging him in Kenjutsu, which wasn't his best art, but still. Suddenly, Kakashi's eye widened comically when he saw a thin film appear over Uzu-no-Hashi and he leaned his head back despite his tanto blocking the blade. That was proven to be a good call when the tanto was sliced in half down the middle. Kakashi kept hold of the handle, but he jumped backwards to create distance in the fight. When Kakashi landed, he found that he could no longer move and there was a seal glowing underneath where he landed. Naruto stopped and sheathed his sword. "Alright, dog-san. I don't count this one. I am going to release that seal, then you use that eye of yours. I despise handicaps." Naruto formed a rat seal and released the paralysis landmine that Kakashi landed on. "Unfricking believable," Tsume said under her breath. Shikaku was sitting up now and he was watching the fight with keen interest. Indeed, this is going to become troublesome. Hiashi had been watching with Byakugan activated. Those seals on his uniform are truly astounding. Throughout the fight, I was watching closely to see if Chakra would show through. I couldn't. However, if the tenketsu in his neck and brain are anything to go by, then the boy's chakra network is far more developed than any of ours. Shibi Aburame was watching with his mouth hidden by his high collar and his eyes covered by the trademark Aburame glasses. My Kikaiku report his chakra density is far superior to Kakashi's. Not surprising since he is a Jinchuriki, but to think it could be so developed at his age. Inoiki nodded as he watched along. "How is a kid so good at Kenjutsu? When did he apply the seal?" "Beginning of the fight." Shikaku answered. When Kakashi was tied up with taijutsu, he kept him turned away from that area. When the fight turned to Kenjutsu, he guided the fight towards the trap. "That kid would destroy any of our kids," Kuza said simply. "There is no way he should be made a Jounin." Hiruzen nodded while listening to the clan heads. "He is also a seal master. I need to have him officially evaluated, but Danzo's file estimated him as a higher level than Jiraiya." "What the?" Tsume exclaimed. Around the field, the clones erected a barrier and began stamping and clapping their feet rhythmically. It was an inspiring beat that got your heart pumping and made you feel ready to fight. Suddenly, a long guitar riff opened, and everyone's head turned to Naruto to see another clone playing an electric guitar behind him that was using seals to project the sound. Music credited to Queen. "We will rock you, buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise staying in the streets, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place." The clones sang in unison while Danzo's back began shaking in laughter. Kakashi looked around with a wide eye and didn't hesitate to uncover his Sharingan eye. If Naruto had something this elaborate planned, then he knew the real fight was about to start. He got into a ready stance, but he wasn't ready for the real Naruto to pick up where the clones left off. He also wasn't ready for the amazing and inspiring voice of Naruto. Singing, we will rock you. We will rock you. Buddy, you're a young man, a hard man shouting in the street, you're gonna take on the world someday. You got blood on your face, a big disgrace, waving you banner all over the place." As Naruto's clones broke into the chorus of "We Will Rock You," Naruto blurred into motion and left the guitar-playing clone behind. He began by weaving through a shortened chain of hand seals that Kakashi saw, and he knew what was coming. He immediately began countering the seals. Moments later, Kakashi blew out a great fireball jutsu to counter the great breakthrough that Naruto used. Kakashi easily won the exchange, but the chakra-rich environment clouded his vision, and he lost track of Naruto. Naruto had substituted with one of his singing clones and immediately sank into the ground with the Earth-style, underground projection fish technique. Due to the clone stamping on the ground and signing, which he did to cover his movements, he was confident that he would be able to get the drop on Kakashi. Naruto's clone with the guitar took over for the clones. "Buddy, you're an old man, poor man pleading with your eyes, gonna get you some peace someday. You got mud on your face, big disgrace, somebody better put you back into your place." Naruto erupted from the ground as the chorus started back up and the guitar started hitting the extra long intro riff that led into an epic solo. Naruto caught Kakashi under the chin with a brain-rattling uppercut, and the copy ninja had to pull on years of experience to shake off the disorientation. He was surprised to see that he was nearly 15 feet in the air already, and his eye widened when he saw 4 chakra chains flying up towards him. He executed an emergency kawarimi with a log that was within the barrier. Naruto sensed the kawarimi and wasn't surprised that a shinobi of Kakashi's caliber was able to get out of that situation. He turned toward Kakashi's new location and blurred forward as his chains retracted back into a short striking range. He engaged Kakashi once more in taijutsu, but this time Naruto's hands were coated in a hardened earth chakra that made each blow hurt that much more. By the time the opening rift of the solo finished, Naruto had already landed 2 debilitating blows on Kakashi's guard. Kakashi winced at the impact and knew that he needed to change the status quo as he ducked his head to the left to dodge the blunted chakra chain that just lashed out. The 2 Sharingan users clashed at high speed, and it became immediately obvious that Naruto had the upper hand. Kakashi's eyes were completely occupied by following Naruto's hands and keeping track of each chain. Perhaps that was why he missed it when 10 of the clone cast earth-style, mud flow river all at once. The real Naruto, or Kurama, jumped into the air as the clones slammed their hands on the ground. While in air, Kurama used the chains to keep Kakashi on the ground, and that was when the copycat no Kakashi lost his footing and got carried away by an overwhelming amount of muddy earth. As the guitar solo faded, everyone saw Kakashi hit the barrier and scream out in pain as lightning lanced into his system. In an epic fashion, Kakashi Hatake lost to his sensei's son that was 13 years his junior. Danzo's eyes crinkled up in a smile. That was an absolutely epic demonstration of basic nin/ken/tai/fun/gen jutsu without giving away too much. The timely use of the clones that were already created to distract, disorient and intervene periodically. Danzo walked forward to be the first one to congratulate his ward. He knew he shouldn't feel proud because he didn't truly raise the boy. He was a millennium-old demon after all. However, Danzo couldn't stop the swell of pride that accompanied the performance for the best of Konoha. "Very well done, Q," Danzo said loud enough for everyone to hear him. "Seems like we will need to work on your taijutsu more though. Dog-san was able to keep up with you without the Sharingan after all, and don't think I missed you activating your eyes first." Kurama chuckled and shook his head. "Hey, can't blame me. He is a great shinobi after all." Kurama held out a fist and everyone's jaws dropped when Danzo, the darkness of shinobi, bumped fist with his ward/student/apprentice/whatever. They couldn't comprehend what they were seeing when Danzo did something that would basically acknowledge the teenage boy as his equal. "I am proud of the shinobi you have become, Q. Don't forget your roots," Danzo said with a smile as their fists connected. "Sure thing, thanks for everything, old man." Kurama shot back with a foxy smirk on his face. It was at this moment that Jiraiya dropped out of the tree and made a flashy entrance on the back of a dark red toad with purple markings. He did a hilariously bad kabuki dance on the back of the toad and some absurd intro that Kurama fully ignored while Naruto laughed and Kushina began to rage within the mindscape. Jiraiya sat with his chest puffed out waiting for Naruto to acknowledge him. He wasn't expecting for the brat to turn around and walk off towards the clan heads. He was so stunned that he remained frozen in position atop his trusty toad. Kakashi limped his way over to Jiraiya, his hero and favorite author, to comfort the toad Sanin. Meanwhile, Kurama made it over to the clan heads and Hokage. Kurama stopped short and nodded to the Hokage before turning to Tsume. He smelled an interesting blend of pheromones and arousal coming from the admittedly sexy and feral woman. "Good afternoon, Inuzuka-san. How is your daughter recovering?" Tsume smirked at the pup in front of her. It doesn't happen often, but when a pup like this is so strong, the clan head of the Inuzuka couldn't restrain herself. "Good, pup. She is going to be just fine and so will her pups. Allow me to extend an invite to dinner to repay you for saving my daughter." Kurama nodded and offered a slight, respectful bow. "It would be my honor to join you for dinner, Inuzuka-san." Tsume waved him off. "It's just Tsume, pup. So, why did the old cripple, not so crippled guy call you Q? Q is 9 in Japanese, therefore people would find it slightly weird as a nickname." Kushina cackled within the mindscape. "Oh, Q. I have seen that look on Tsume's face before. You better watch yourself." Kurama thought back, "It wouldn't bother you?" Kushina laughed loudly. "Nah, you aren't my Sochi, and you are the one that would be cradle robbing by comparison. Have at it." Kurama shook off the internal dialogue and offered a cheeky smile. "It is a secret. Feel free to call me that though. I prefer it over my given name." Hiruzen cleared his throat to gain entry to the conversation. "Naruto, that was quite the performance. Would you mind sharing some details of your training with the clan council so that we may get a better estimation of your strength?" Kurama shrugged. For the past 6 years I have received training from the best contacts that Danzo Gi-san has. Each day I summon no less than 100 shadow clones to train in all of the shinobi art. On top of what I displayed, I have mastered infiltration, poisons, trap making, small unit tactics and seduction training. Sume licked her lips. Seduction training, eh? Who taught you that one? Mistress Melissa. Kurama answered with a blush on his face. She was quite effective. As in Danzo's, Hiruzen said in disbelief and Kurama simply nodded. Mikoto stepped into the conversation. That was quite the performance. I didn't think that Danzo would train you in the arts. Where did you learn to play guitar? Kurama chuckled and shook his head. You should all drop whatever preconceptions you have about the old man. I changed him quite a bit. In fact, Danzo Gi-san won Fire Country's artistic calligraphy contest last year. Didn't you submit an entry as well, Hokage-sama? Danzo and Kurama reveled in the dropped jaw of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo chuckled from his position behind Kurama. No need to embarrass the Hokage, Q. Now, are there any other questions for my apprentice? Jiraiya butted in here and spoke in a challenging tone. Yeah, what gave you the right to adopt my godson? Kurama answered in a growl for Danzo. Jiraiya of the Sannin, when I was kicked out of the orphanage, the Hokage filed emancipation paperwork that enabled me to live in a shitty apartment on my own. That made me an adult and broke any so-called custody you had over me. I chose to go with Danzo Gi-san and it was the best decision of my life. If you call yourself my godfather once more, I will go out of my way to make you regret it. Jiraiya flinched at the animosity in Naruto's tone. Gaki. Kurama's growl deepened and a burst of ki flooded the area. You don't have any right to address me as such. As of today, I am the official clan head of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha Corps per the alliance charter of the Uzuchiaga Corps and Konoha Corps. Should Senju Tsunade not respond to her summons, then I will represent the Senju as well. This got a reaction from the clan heads and Hiashi stepped up. Naruto-san, what makes you think that you are the clan head of the Uzumaki clan? Kurama exposed the whirlpool tattoo on his wrist and held up Uzu no Hashi. If this isn't enough proof, then I will bring the Uzushio clan index to the next council meeting. I am recognized as the heir of Whirlpool by both family lineage and by the blood seals that guarded the island. As for the Senju, well, my father was the last male heir of the Senju clan. As a Tokubutsu Jounin of Konoha Corps, I have the right to claim that seat in the absence of representation by the current clan head. Hiruzen coughed. We can talk about that later. No, Hokage-sama, we should talk about it now, Danzo said politely, yet forcefully. That demonstration clearly puts him at the elite Jounin level. But we will settle for Tokubutsu Jounin. Hiruzen sighed and turned to the clan heads. What are your thoughts? No problems here, Kuza said cheerily. It seems like the logical solution. Shibi Aburame said simply. It would be too troublesome and illogical to not promote him, Shikaku said. Koharu gave a proud smile to Danzo. It seems like the right decision. Homura stepped forward. I approve as well. The current generation could learn much from this young man. The Uchiha clan approves. Naruto-kun, perhaps you could come over for a dinner one night? I was close with your mother and would like to get to know you better, Mikoto said. Kurama nodded. It would be my honor, Mikoto-sama. Hiruzen sighed while Jiraiya was just watching with his arms crossed. Kakashi chipped into the conversation. Naruto, what seals do you have on your uniform? It was insanely hard to detect you throughout the fight. Plus, those were some nice moves. He once more tried to ruffle Naruto's hair and his hand was slapped away. Kurama turned to address Kakashi and everyone. Let me get this off my chest. You are not my older brother. I appreciate you watching out for me, but the fact remains that you left me in an orphanage and tolerated me being beat by mobs. I offer neutrality, but that is all you will get from me. Kakashi recoiled at the harsh tone, but it was Jiraiya that cut in. Gaki. Kurama held up a hand and his crimson eyes dug into Jiraiya's soul. That is doubly so for you, Jiraiya-san. In fact, you may only address me as Uzumaki-san. You abandoned me, you didn't check in on me and you have legally lost any right of familiarity. Should you refer to me as a brat again, I will level an official complaint through the Konoha Council. Jiraiya's face fell and it didn't take long for it to turn into a grimace. Well then, Uzumaki-san, I was the one that taught your father. I was going to take you under my wing like I did for him. Kurama's glare intensified and his voice cracked with rage. What don't you get, Jiraiya? You abandoned me and I want nothing to do with you. You only show up when I am strong enough to defend myself and no longer need you. Tell me, Jiraiya, have you seen my medical records? Do you know how many times I was beaten and left on the verge of death? Do you know how hard it was for me to survive? No. You don't. So, fuck off. Danzo pulled a hand on Kurama's shoulder. that is enough, Q. Danzo's I turned to dark sheets of ice as her locked eyes with Jiraiya. I was the legal guardian of this boy for the past 6 years. When I took him in, I trained him, protected him, and I was the sole person to treat him as human. We care not for your excuses, Jiraiya. Now, please leave us because you are disrupting what was otherwise a pleasant day. Jiraiya humped and turned to Hiruzen for support, but he didn't get it. He disappeared in a sunshine and left an awkward atmosphere between Kurama, the Hokage, and the clan heads. Kurama scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. It was one of the innate habits he took from his host upon the transition. Sorry about that. My past still bothers me from time to time when people like that act like it never happened. For that matter, I am willing to work with each of you. I am not pleased that my parents' friends didn't look out for me, but I am willing to move past it. Sume spoke for the clan heads. Naruto, we didn't find out about who your parents were until the first time your chakra chains appeared. By that time, Sume and most of the other clan heads' eyes lowered in shame. As I said, I am willing to leave the past in the past. I forgive you for any imagined offenses, Kurama said. Hiruzen cleared his throat. We will get the paperwork processed for your promotion to Tokubutsu Jounin. After 2 years of experience, you will be eligible for promotion to full Jounin. What would you like to do? I will start by upgrading the seals around Konoha. If approved, I will review the current seals and recommend upgrades. I will submit a formal proposal and allow the council to issue official missions to me, Kurama said as part of his and Danzo's plan. Hiruzen looked skeptically at Kurama. You believe yourself qualified to do that? Feel free to test me. Kurama replied nonchalantly with a foxy smirk on his face. Hokage's office. Next day, Jiraiya had spent the day blowing off steam by peeking at the hot springs. Once he got his fill, he started the perverse giggling that inevitably drew the attention of the naked women. It was Jiraiya's greatest guilty pleasure. There was nothing better to him than getting beaten by nude women soaked in water and only clad by skimpy towels. It was such good inspiration and it let him clear his mind. He jumped in through the window and reclined in the windowsill of Hiruzen's office. He waited for the Anbu to be dismissed and he opened up the conversation. Sensei, what are we going to do about this? Hiruzen reclined back in his chair and puffed on his pipe. I don't know what we can do. He is clearly strong enough to be a Jounin and he passed the highest level Fuinjutsu test I had. If he proposes good changes to the seals, then he will be locked into the clan council's favor. It will be too risky to move on him, Jiraiya. Jiraiya scoffed, just call him in here and I will alter the Gaki's memories and place a loyalty seal on him. Hiruzen's eye narrowed. Do you know how stupid that idea was? He was just ratified as a clan head, for starters. That would mean we attempted to exert influence on a clan head. The abrupt change in behavior would draw attention and Danzo would never miss such a thing. That isn't even including the high likelihood of failure due to the QB's influence. The memory alteration seals and memory modification we did when he was a child failed. Jiraiya scowled. Then what am I supposed to do? Kushina will rip me apart in the pure world for letting Danzo raise her son. Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his temples wearily. I understand that, Jiraiya-kun. I am more concerned about what Danzo is planning. Why reveal the boy now? Jiraiya put aside his pouting and started thinking. What do we know of the missions Naruto took? Hiruzen slid the binder over to Jiraiya. This is the official unofficial record. I am sure Danzo left stuff out, but look at a couple of the key pointers. He and his team evacuated Princess Koyuki Kazahana from Snow Country during the rebellion. We don't know where she currently is, but that is a strong political figure that could support him. He helped install Gato as a trade partner between Kiri and Wave, which has given him a foothold in Fire Country. That is a strong financial partner that I am sure Danzo is benefiting from. He stopped a rebellion in the Land of Honey after the daimyo there reached out to Danzo. On top of that, he saved the Fire Daimyo's granddaughter from a bandit camp and there have been 4 missions to the Fire Capital. The fact that I haven't heard about that from Kenji worries me. Jiraiya frowned. Holy Kami. Damn that Danzo. A kill count of 182 confirmed? At 13 years old? Damn it, sensei, that should be allowed. Hiruzen took a couple extra puffs of his pipe, before speaking. There is more. Danzo offered a tour of his training facilities to me and the council. He basically just slapped it in our face that he kept Root running. Of course, he claims it all as an advanced orphanage training camp. He says he is equipping the children to survive and thrive in the world. Jiraiya's jaw dropped. You can't be serious. Why now, sensei? Hiruzen's face wrinkled further. That is the question, isn't it, Jiraiya-kun? Inuzuka compound. 2 weeks after Jounin test, Sume had ordered her clan to clean things up over the past week. It was a tall order for the Inuzuka clan who never prioritized cleanliness or fancy things. The clan was based on a connection to their canine companions and the customs that led them to bond best with their canine partners. This made them inherently more feral, brash, straightforward and animalistic. It was only at times like this that they ever became self-conscious about their ways. As for Tsume, she was really taken with the young man. His aura called out to her, and the crimson eyes were so intense that they practically demanded her submission. She was a strong woman, but she was willing to admit that she would have struggled to beat Hitake Kakashi. Granted, she believed that Kakashi was holding back because Naruto was his sensei's son. That being said, memories of the battle stirred through her thoughts and rattled around in her dreams. She couldn't remember the last time she had a dream of submitting to a man. "Mom, how does this dress look?" Hana asked as she ran into the master bedroom to see her naked mother checking herself out in the mirror. Tsume looked at the forest green, sleeveless dress that clung to her daughter's admittedly fine figure. The dress wrapped around the neck and had a diamond cutout that showed off a flawless chest and a decent bit of her cleavage. For a 17-year-old girl, Hana had some good curves, and she would be a fine mate. Tsume looked at the identical dress she had laid out on her bed and cocked an eyebrow at Hana. "It seems like we have similar tastes in clothes and men," Tsume teased her daughter. Hana blushed, pouted and stamped her foot. "Mom. You can't be serious." Tsume barked out a laugh. "Relax, pup. When you see him, you will understand. Plus, I will tell you right now. There is no way that young man will be allowed to settle down with just one mate." Hana cocked her head to the side. "Why is that?" Tsume sent a sexy and knowing smirk towards her daughter. "We are not supposed to reveal that information yet." "Mom. Ha ha, fine, fine. Just keep it to yourself until it is announced to the public." Hana nodded eagerly. "He is the Uzumaki clan head and has their Kekai Genkai. On top of that, he is the Senju heir, and if Tsunade doesn't return to the village within the year, then he is the Senju clan head as well. Oh, let's not forget that he somehow has the Sharingan." Hana's jaw dropped. "How? How does he have all of that?" Tsume shrugged. "Genetics and chakra theory was never my thing. There is some explanation about 3 different types of bloodlines. Because each of his bloodlines are different types, they don't conflict with one another." "Oh, wow," Hana said before changing gears. "So, when is he going to be here?" Tsume laughed at the excitement in her daughter's voice. Hana had either never been lucky in love, or she had never been interested before. It was refreshing to see her pup so smitten. "Well, dinner is at 6 p.m. Knowing that young man, he will show up right on time. Kurama just finished with the seal matrices that he added to the front gates. The seal included a barrier that could be erected by a simple pulse of chakra to a seal on the guard desk. It also had a truth seal array that would allow for better screening of people entering the village. There were more seals that could be added, but it would require a much broader scale change than what has currently been approved. That was just one of the sealing jobs that he had to do over the past couple of weeks. You know, Rama-kun, you should really get them some flowers before you head over. Tsume was always a fan of tiger lilies. Kushina chirped within the mindscape. Kurama started his walk back into the village and shook his head. "You are really pushing your best friend on me, ain't ya?" "Can't say I don't appreciate her figure," Kushina chuckled. "Yeah, I just know that Tsume and even Hana would be good for you. Now that you are dealing with human hormones, I think you will start seeing things differently too." Kurama blushed as he walked down the streets. "Damn, Shina, you don't hold back. It is so inconvenient. I have never been so humiliated in my 1,000 years of life." Naruto decided to get in on the teasing. "Hee, you know when you have sexy dreams that we can watch them in the mindscape, right Rama?" Kurama growled playfully into the link. "Easy, kid. I can still come into the seal and show you what's what." Naruto's foxy nature refused to back down. "That won't help you get rid of the morning wood, Rama-chan." Kushina cackled in a nearly insane manner. "Oh, he got you there, Rama. Ha ha ha, I nearly lost it when you painted the sheets." Kushina and Naruto each started rolling on the ground in laughter, and a blushing Kurama cut the link to the damnable Uzumaki duo. He went to the Yamanaka flower shop and saw a girl roughly his human age reading a magazine behind the desk. She didn't react to the bell on the door ringing, and she kept her feet up on the counter while reading her magazine. Kurama sighed at the teenage display of what not to do in a customer service industry. He cleared his throat lightly, and this got the girl to glance at him from over the top of her magazine. Ino was enjoying her fashion magazine when the customer cleared his throat. She only had an hour left in the day, and this guy. "Oh, wow, this guy is so handsome." Ino immediately removed her feet from the countertop and set down her magazine. She tossed her hair back over her shoulder and fluttered her eyelashes at the super handsome blonde boy she had never seen before. "Aha, sorry about that. How can I help you, mister?" Ino asked in what she imagined to be a flirty tone. Kurama smiled at her, and his crimson eyes flashed. I just need 24 fire lilies in to separate bouquets. Ino smiled playfully at the blonde. I think I can do that. Who are the lucky ladies? Is that relevant? Kurama shot back playfully. Ino shrugged. I just like getting to know my customers better. So, what's your name, handsome? Naruto Uzumaki. Kurama replied casually, and you? Ino stopped mid-stride and turned to face him. She beamed a smile at him and replied, Ino Yamanaka, at your service. Kurama chuckled, it's a pleasure, Ino. Now, can you get those flowers? Ino nodded and turned back around. As she walked through her store, she wondered what was going on. Everything seemed more vibrant and colorful. She figured it must be because her soulmate just walked through the door, and he made everything better. Such were the childish fantasies of a good-looking blonde girl. Then, she was conflicted because she was still pining over her schoolyard crush. Ah, Sasuke-kun. Kurama left the Yamanaka flower shop with a shake of his head. The girl looked like she was trapped in a daydream for that whole experience. He didn't want to know what girls that age thought of. Was she pretty? Yes. Was he going to pursue? Hell no. He realized that he needed a more mature woman. He thought of Hannah and realized that she would do just fine. He decided to set the bare minimum at 17. That at least gave girls the time to go through puberty and mature a bit. Kami, these human hormones were so damn troublesome. What's this, Rama-kun? The great prince of the bijou can't handle some measly human hormones? Kushina taunted. Damned woman. You know that the kit pumping yokai into my system to help mature this body had an effect. And yes, this is all new to me. When my chakra was tainted, I never even thought about love or sex. Kurama replied. Kushina frowned and spoke sincerely, I am sorry, Rama. I often forget that a lot of this is new for you. I will stop giving you such a hard time. So, let me ask this, what do you want out of this life? Do you want kits of your own? Other than Ruto, of course. Kurama smiled as he made it to his small house. Yeah, I think I do. Not only will it help secure the future, but it has been nice raising Naruto. I know it will be different, but knowing that I will die makes me want to leave a legacy. Kushina and Naruto nodded along to that. Kushina spoke in her motherly tone, then go out there and just be yourself. If girls don't like you for you, then they aren't worth your time. Kurama started the shower and nodded at that. Well, how do I tell them about who I am? It's not like I can just come out and say that I was the QB, and I took Naruto's body over. Just tell them your story, Rama. Stay true to you. When you feel like you can trust them, then bring them into the seal and we can tell them about what happened. Naruto offered. Kushina ruffled Naruto's ears. My Sochi is right. Maybe start by telling them your true name if things go well tonight. Kurama was rubbing out his blonde locks with shampoo as he thought it over. Well, should I really tell them that so quickly? Kushina shrugged. Like I said, let's just see how tonight goes. I think Tsume would be okay with it, and you can just say it was you turning over a new leaf when you started your life with Danzo. Kurama nodded and continued to get dressed while chatting with Naruto and Kushina. He would never admit it, but he really appreciated the companionship. After centuries alone, it was really nice having someone to talk to and think things over with. When he was a bijou, he isolated himself and stewed in his hatred of humanity. Then, he was captured and only had one-way views of memories. The presence of people he could trust after all that isolation was a welcome feeling for Kurama. He approached the Inuzuka gates at 5:55 p.m. and noticed that the gates to the compound were wide open. He let himself in and it didn't take long for an Inuzuka male to direct him to the clan head's house. He smoothed out his white, button-down shirt and checked that the sleeves looked good rolled up. He patted off any dirt that clung to his blue jeans and took one bouquet of flowers in each hand after he knocked on the door. He heard dogs barking and a young male voice. Moments later, a young teenage boy opened the door. The boy had the red clan markings in triangles that descended down each cheek and his hair was unkempt. The boy was wearing his usual outfit. Look up Kiba Inuzuka if you have questions. He had a small, white puppy that was riding atop his head. Finally, Kurama could tell that the pup didn't like taking baths by his smell alone. What you want? The boy asked. Kurama looked down on the boy. While Kurama was nearly 6 feet tall, the boy was 5 feet 6 inches tall at most. Kurama stood a full head over him, but he tried to let the disrespectful greeting slide. I am Naruto Uzumaki, I was invited over for dinner. The boy smirked. So, you're the guy that saved my sister? Thanks for that. Name's Kiba and this here is Akamaru. Yip, yip. The puppy barked. Kurama ruffled Akamaru's hair lightly and gave Kiba a nod. Yeah, that was some unpleasant business. So, can I come in? Sure, Kiba said dismissively. So, what's it like being a real shinobi? I am graduating from the academy in a couple months. Kurama shrugged, well, I recently became a shinobi. Before that, I just trained under my master. Kiba sputtered at that, no way. You killed all those guys, and you are a new shinobi? Kurama chuckled, yeah, I wasn't even a shinobi when I did that. I was just going to retrieve the sword the guy stole because it is a family heirloom. The two arrived in the kitchen to see Tsume and Hana finishing the preparations for dinner. Kurama froze in place when he saw the mother and daughter in matching, form-fitting dresses that revealed their long and toned legs. He gulped down the lump of saliva that formed in his throat and started moving his legs once more. He smiled at the two, ignored Kushina's cat calling through the link, and set the bouquets of fire lilies down on the countertop. You two look beautiful. These are for each of you as a thanks for inviting me into your home, Kurama said suavely. Tsume stopped while holding the tray of steaks that she had prepared. Oh wow. How did you know that fire lilies were my favorite? Kurama shrugged and offered a sexy smile, call it an educated guess. You like? He looked between Hana and Tsume. I love them, Hana said as she scooped up one of the bouquets and took a deep whiff. Same here, Tsume said with a knowing look to Hana. Before we get seated, why don't we get official introductions out of the way? Tsume let out a high-pitched whistle and 4 dogs trotted into the kitchen. I am Tsume, and this is my partner Kuromaru. You have already met my oldest daughter Hana, and these are the Heimaru triplets, Taka, Tomei, and Troop. Finally, this is my youngest pup, Kiba and his Ninken partner Akamaru. Everyone, this is Naruto Uzumaki. Kurama gave them a polite bow and a slight wave. Actually, I wanted to introduce myself to you. I am Kurama Naruto Uzumaki. I legally changed one name when I was adopted by Danzo to turn over a new leaf. Feel free to call me Q, it is what my friends call me. Tsume cast an analytical gaze at Kurama before she nodded. I suppose we can get to that story in time, she said before everyone got seated. Why does the Hokage still call you Naruto? Kurama chuckled, Danzo Gi-san didn't want the Hokage freaking out. You know those two don't exactly get along. Tsume nodded and asked, so, Kurama, as our guest would you like to lead us in grace? Kurama smiled in appreciation for the opportunity and bowed his head. He offered his hands to Hana and Tsume, who each took his hand before the link with Kiba. Kami-sama, thank you for smiling down upon us and granting us such a bountiful feast. Thank you for the gift of companionship and friends that make this life worth living. I pray that the food we consume will grant us strength and that we use this strength to glorify your name. Amen. The Inuzuka family looked at Kurama completely stunned. Finally, Hana asked, so, are you a monk or something? Kurama belted out a laugh, no, but I most definitely believe in the gods. Let's say that I am living proof that they exist. This earned confused looks from Kiba and Hana. Tsume nodded and offered a sincere smile, well, thank you for such a beautiful prayer. Now, let's dig in and get to know one another. The dinner was steak, baked potatoes and broccoli. It was simple and delicious, just the way Kurama liked it. He had no time for high society that cared more about the pomp and circumstance rather than the genuine connections. That thought alone was enough for Kurama to munch on along with his dinner. Once food was done, sake and conversation took over and the family migrated to the living room to involve their canine companions. The Heimaru triplets each laid their heads on Kurama's lap as he sank into a comfy chair. Hana looked on fondly, you know, Q, you are the first guy that the triplets have ever accepted like this. Kurama scratched the ears of the Ninken, yeah, well, turns out people and creatures like it when you save their lives. How are you guys holding up? Bark, bark, growl, yip. Troop answered for the trio. Hana translated for Kurama and chuckled, the poison took a week to fade, and they weren't happy about being cooped up in the house. They are happy to be free again. Kurama nodded, yeah, I am not a fan of hospitals either. How about you, Hana-chan? Hana blushed at the casual use of the chan suffix. Well, I'm okay. I am just grateful you arrived when you did. Tsume growled, filthy pigs. Would you mind sharing how you killed that traitorous scum? Kurama chuckled, are you sure you want to know? It wasn't pretty. Kiba nodded enthusiastically, yeah. Let's hear it. Kurama shrugged, once Hana and the pups were safe, I engaged the 2 remaining. Aoi and the Jounin from Ame. I killed the guy from Ame with my chakra chains and ripped him apart. Literally. Then, I neutralized Aoi and gave him a fitting punishment for the crime he was about to commit. Tsume leaned forward with a feral smirk on her face, let's hear it. I immobilized him with my chains and applied a paralysis seal. I then removed his pants and turned him over. I started by shoving a shuriken in his ass sideways. Then, I found out how many kunai could fit. I think I got up to 5 or 6. I finished off with castration, beheading and then burning the body, Kurama said plainly as if it were no big deal. Kiba ran out of the room with a green face and moments later everyone heard him losing his dinner to the toilet. Hana looked uncomfortable and slightly flattered that Kurama went so far on her behalf. Sume was smirking fairly and she was supremely pleased with the punishment the traitor got. Kiba returned on shaky legs a minute later while the ladies were still digesting the information. Kiba looked at Kurama cautiously, but he asked the question on his mind. Did you really do all that? Kurama nodded. Why? Because rape is the worst crime any human can commit. I would rather show mercy to a psychopath than a rapist. Kurama answered seriously. Look, pup, when you are out there in the real world you will see. Hana nodded hesitantly. He is right, Kiba. Just the fear. Hana took a deep breath as Tsume took her hand. Tsume locked eyes with her son and spoke in the most serious tone he had ever heard. Pup, Kurama is right. Sadly, you will see women that are victimized during your time as a shinobi. You will see the broken look in their eyes and come to understand the scars they bear. What Q did truly spared your sister the worst of it and he protected her chastity. Hana nodded again and took a deep breath. Mom is right, little brother. I had never been so scared in my whole life. Tsume changed the subject. So, how is Jounin life treating you? Kurama shrugged. Well, the seals on the main gate are done. I was going to visit the clans and see if I could help out. For instance, I have a couple thoughts for the Inuzuka. Everyone looked expectantly but it was Tsume that spoke. Alright, out with it then, Kurama chuckled. Well, silencing seals for the kennels to start. Then privacy seals for rooms, a screening barrier for your gate, protective and training harnesses for the ninkin are just a few that come to the top of my mind. He got wide-eyed looks from the Inuzuka trio. Kuromaru raised his head off Tsume's lap. What do you mean training and protective harnesses? Kurama dipped his head in respect to the alpha dog of the house. Well, I use resistance and weight seals in my training. Akamaru may be too young, but the Heimaru triplets could benefit from that type of training. Then, fully matured ninkin like you could use the harnesses to push your training further. Tsume cut in. How would you do it? Those seals are meant for humans, aren't they? Kurama shrugged. Should be a fairly simple adaptation. The weight seals would be the easiest. I would have to alter the resistance seals to the ninkin's anatomy. It may be easier to substitute resistance seals for gravity seals. When you see my training room during Danzo Gi-san's tour, check out the seals there. I work out in enhanced gravity at least twice a day. Where did you get that idea from? Tsume asked with a raised eyebrow. She knew of only one man that used such training. You know who my father was. Let's just say Danzo helped me secretly claim my inheritance that was denied to me. I got the idea from him and now all of my comrades train with them. Kurama answered honestly. Tsume whistled. No wonder you are such a monster at your age. I take it the Hokage doesn't know this yet either? Nope. Kurama answered. Wait, how old are you? Kiba asked after catching what his mom said. 13. Kurama answered simply and the two Inuzuka spit out their sake. You are 13? Hana asked incredulously. Kurama shrugged. You got a problem with that? Hana shook her head and blushed. No, sorry. It's just, you look like, well, mature. Kurama chuckled. Let's just say I have a condition that made me grow quicker than the rest. He looked at Tsume. Do you want them to know? Tsume shrugged. You know I can't be the one to tell them. Kurama nodded. Very well, can both of you keep a secret? It is a ranked secret concerning me and if you share it the punishment is death. Hana nodded and Kiba looked to his mother for guidance. Do I want to know, Ka-chan? Tsume shrugged. It is up to you. However, if you can't keep your big mouth shut then you should probably go. Kiba looked to Kurama with determination. You can trust me. I give you my word. Kurama shrugged and just came straight out with it. The Yondaime didn't kill the Kyuubi. It is more accurate to say that he couldn't kill the Kyuubi. Nobody can kill a Bijou. So, he sealed it into a newborn, me. I have the Kyuubi no Kitsune sealed in me, and its potent chakra causes me to grow up faster than others. Oh, wow, Hana gasped with her hands over her mouth. Kiba was frozen and looking wide-eyed at Kurama. So, you are the Kyuubi? Kurama chuckled as Tsume swatted Kiba over the head. No, let's take that cup you are holding and say that I am the cup. When you fill that cup with water, does the cup become water? No, Kiba answered in deadpan. Then why would I be a demon? Kurama asked and Kiba looked down to the ground. Tsume growled to get her kid's attention. alright, that doesn't leave this room. Thank you for trusting them, Q. Q nodded, but Hannah got the next question in, is that why I haven't seen you around before? The atmosphere immediately turned cold, and Kurama's face fell into a fixed frown. He took a deep breath and offered a sincere apology to Naruto before sharing. No, when I was young, I was in the orphanage. I was kept there by the council despite my heritage. I was kicked out of the orphanage on my 4th birthday and lived on the streets for nearly a year. I was moved into my own apartment after that, and I lived alone. I actually went to the first day of school and a couple days after that with Kiba. For most of my life, I was beaten and hated by the villagers. When I went to school, well, I got the worst beating of my life and my bloodline activated. Things got worse after that, and I hid out in the forest for a while before Danzo adopted me. He protected me, fed me, trained me up and helped me heal. Sume was growling while Hana and Kiba were crying. The Ninken were each whimpering, but Kuromaru was growling much like Sume. Sume went over and wrapped Naruto in a hug. You don't have to worry, Q. You have the loyalty of the Inuzuka, and we take our loyalty seriously. Did they do all that because of the Kyuubi? Kiba asked hesitantly. Kurama nodded slowly, yeah, they couldn't tell the difference between the kunai and the scroll it was sealed into. Let's just say that I wouldn't wish my childhood on my worst enemy. Hana wiped away her tears and joined her mother in smothering Kurama. Well, thank you. Thank you for holding it in bay and protecting us all.
I am so sorry.
Kurama returned the awkward hug to both females. It's not a problem. It is over now, and I can protect myself. Kurama then sent a sincere apology to Naruto, who was just watching the scene silently with his mother cuddled up into him. The night ended well, and Kurama found his first allies amongst the clans of Konoha. He knew that Inuzuka loyalty was nearly unbreakable, and he took solace in knowing that he could count on them. Despite that surety, Kurama didn't know what to do or how to feel about the mother-daughter duo. He caught on to the pheromones between each of them, and it put the former Prince of Bijou in quite the pickle. Uchiha Uzumaki or Uzumaki Uchiha, things had been rough for Mikoto in the past year. After the massacre, there was an overwhelming amount of bad laced with a modicum of good. The bad was pretty obvious. The death of most of the strongest people in the clan greatly weakened their influence in Konoha. The whole event was also clouded in mystery, and nobody understood how one rogue Uchiha was able to kill so many people in one night. On top of that, Sasuke was the one to find his father dead in the study, and that left him scarred. More than that, the Hokage released the identity of the rogue Uchiha and informed the village that he was the one responsible for the Kyuubi attack. The story was played up that the Uchiha clan rejected his offer to join them, and he took his revenge on them in that night. There were many repercussions to this, and it wasn't as clear-cut as people thought. Obviously, it had some severe ramifications, and they involved Naruto Uzumaki. First, the Uchiha clan was hailed for its resistance against the one responsible for the Kyuubi attack. This wasn't bad for Mikoto, but it was annoying for many reasons. Primarily because Mikoto was a real woman and she hated people kissing her ass. The artisans and civilian population never stopped trying to pucker up for her glorious starfish. Second, her son Sasuke grew to be a snobby and entitled brat that thought he was better than those around him. Finding his father's body and being treated like a hero made him nearly insufferable. Another ramification was that there were those in the shinobi population that actually resented the Uchiha clan for the Kyuubi attack. It was believed that the Sharingan was the only thing that could control the Kyuubi, and that in itself inspired fear. This caused tensions between the shinobi forces and the remaining Uchiha, especially Itachi. Itachi hid himself away in the Anbu and he was rarely home anymore. Thus, Mikoto was left dealing with her snobbish son and didn't get to see her favored son nearly often enough. She sighed and she stirred the pot of stew that she was preparing for dinner. She was a 33-year-old widow and had a clan and 2 sons that she was responsible for. She had given her life for her clan, she had married for her clan, and she was now bound to her clan by duty. Of course, this wasn't all bad, but it was supremely lonely for the widow. She took a sip of her soup and nodded her head with a small smile on her face. That should be good enough for her guest. Itachi was hanging out in the Hokage's office. His new duty as the Anbu commander was a big responsibility, but it wasn't nearly as fun as he thought it would be. He got to set the training regimens, nobody knew his identity, and he was responsible for all Anbu missions. Those were some decent perks, but it was also quite boring. He was presently watching a meeting between the Hokage and Elder S, and he wasn't sure what the big deal was. Hiruzen, you are being unreasonable. The route have changed for the better, and Danzo has proven that his training methods were supremely effective, Homura said in protest to Hiruzen's actions. The Hokage rose from his seat and slammed his hands on his desk. That is beyond the point. I don't care if he took in orphans and reformed his program. The fact is that he has raised an independent shinobi force that is not answerable to the Hokage. Danzo remained placid. Is that all? Isn't that why I scheduled this tour? I was coming to you to let you know that my experimental training has proven better than the current training regimen in Anbu. My adopted son, Kurama, or Naruto as you know him, is the highest form of proof that this program has succeeded. No. You cannot change his name. You cannot do all of this behind my back, Hiruzen roared. And why not? Danzo asked calmly. I allowed him to change his name because he wanted to turn over a new leaf in his life after you allowed his abuse for the entirety of his childhood. As for behind your back, you were more than willing to look the other way for the entire tenure of your Kazeship. Now that I have cleaned up the act, you want to disavow the organization? Hiruzen sat back down and caught his breath before rubbing his temples. Danzo, what are you scheming? This is all too much. Danzo leaned back in his chair. That child is the Prince of Konoha. I do not wish to remain in the dark while he is in the light. I am offering my program and the personnel in it to serve Konoha. You can stack each one of them up against a Jounin of your choice and 95% of them would win. I seriously do not understand what the problem is here, Hiruzen. Itachi watched on and shook his head. It was such a ridiculous argument, and this was spiraling because of Hiruzen's paranoia. Itachi agreed that Danzo was likely up to something. It was, after all, Danzo. However, there was no other option than to absorb the root into the shinobi forces. That being said, Itachi knew this would spiral around for another 30 minutes in this toilet bowl he was forced to respect as the Hokage's office. Sasuke was leaving the accursed academy. It was so easy, and he learned almost nothing. If he had to listen to Iruka preach about the Shodaime Hokage one more time, one more fucking time. His classmates were pathetic, his teachers were pathetic, and he was wasting his time. In fact, he didn't even know what he was supposed to do with his time. The man that killed his clan and father was dead, but it did nothing to quell the rage that sat in his heart. As he ran away from the pathetic girls that dared to call themselves kunoichi, he cursed once more. They were the bane of his existence. He just needed to get stronger, and he wouldn't do that so long as he remained in the academy. 3 months, 3 more months and he would be able to get a Jounin sensei and get stronger. If only his brother weren't so wrapped up in the Anbu. With frustration saturating every cell of his body, Sasuke walked back into the Uchiha compound. So, Kurama, are you going to go through with this? Kushina asked as Kurama reviewed the scroll that Kurama held in his hand. Kurama sighed and rubbed his temples. You really just had to do this to me? Kushina giggled. Well, as I said, if you were my Sochi, I wouldn't have even told you about it. However, you are not a teenage kid, so, why not? Because this isn't even the original intent of how it was supposed to go. It was supposed to be your son and a daughter of theirs. She won't even go for it. Why don't I just have dinner with her and offer her some help? Kurama pleaded. Naruto snickered as his mother stood up and put her hands on her hips. Kurama Uzumaki, you will honor the contracts of your clan. Damned crackpot mothers drunk on sake and women's romance novels. Kurama muttered. Sochi, channel some of your chakra into that access point over there for your Kachan, Kushina said in an overly sweet voice. Kurama paled. Kit. Don't do it, Kit. Moments later, Kurama was on the bathroom floor with a searing migraine as his head glowed a vibrant yellow. The effects faded after 10 seconds and it left Kurama panting on the bathroom floor. The former Kitsune Bijou groaned as he pulled himself off the floor and looked in the mirror. He wiped the steam off the mirror and saw that his pupils were slit, and he groaned as Naruto reversed the effects by pushing a light layer of healing chakra to Kurama's aching brain. Kit, I hate that I am proud of you. You have gotten much better at that. Naruto yipped in pleasure. Yeah, well, the interface we made makes it easy. I can channel it to your arms, legs and torso super easy, so I can help you in future fights without the full shroud. Kushina nodded proudly and patted Naruto on the head. Very good, Sochi. Now, Q, I assume you will at least give my Miko-chan a chance. Kurama groaned. You know how ridiculous that sounds without her knowing the truth? Then tell her the truth. Kushina replied, in fact, after dinner, bring her in here like you did with Itachi-chan. It would be nice to see my best friend again. Kachan, wasn't Sume your best friend? Naruto asked innocently. Kushina bonked him on the head and got a yip of pain. A woman is allowed to have more than one best friend. Kurama sighed. Woman, you don't have the right to determine my sex life or pick my mates. Kushina got a devious idea and pushed images of Mikoto in the hot springs in her younger years through the mental link. She saw Kurama's thoughts go into a tailspin and she smirked victoriously. Rama, she is a young widower. She had Itachi when she was 16. I just want her to be happy because I know that Fugaku never made her truly happy. Kurama groaned, you do realize that if I tell her the truth, then she will know I am the one that killed her husband and kin? Kushina tapped her chin and thought, she will be okay with it. Even before I died, she didn't like or love Fugaku. That dude was a douchebag. Fuck it, fine woman. I will talk to the woman and be nice to her. I will bring her into the seal and the rest is up to you. I will leave you with this. This is the last mate I will ever allow you to suggest to me. The fact that you turned the kid against me is rotten, Kurama said with finality before cutting the mental link. Kachan, I am not going to do that again. That was not very nice, Naruto said with his tails curled and his ears laid back over his head. Kushina sighed, I just want to take care of my friends, Sochi. What about what he wants, Kachan? Naruto countered meekly. Kurama grabbed a good bottle of rice wine, and he grew a bouquet of white roses with his bloodline. It was far more convenient doing it this way than walking around town to go to the shop. After going to the Yamanaka shop enough, Kurama learned how to grow different plants by analyzing the seeds. It was a sneaky business since he couldn't reveal that he had the Makuten, but it was the best place for him to get a variety of flowers. Between the domesticated flowers and the plants in the forests, he had expanded his ability with the Makuten and adaptability. Kurama entered the gate of the Uchiha compound after a brief inspection by some Uchiha Chunin that were in the military police. He was granted access and made his way to the Uchiha compound while whistling a jaunty tune. He did it to distract himself because he really didn't like being in this district. He didn't mind the memories of that night, but he didn't like being around so many Sharingan users. Sasuke shifted his backpack on his shoulder and saw a blond man in the Uchiha district. That was odd in and of itself. Deciding that he should figure out what was going on in his clan's district, he approached the whistling idiot. He jogged up to and in front of the man before holding out a hand to stop the stranger. He put the trademark Uchiha scowl on his face and glared at the blonde. He was surprised to see that the face looked fairly young for his large size. Halt and state your business in the Uchiha compound. Sasuke growled. Kurama chuckled, ain't you cute, little Sasuke? It has been a while since I saw you last. Sasuke's growl deepened even further, don't treat me like a kid. I am the heir to the clan. State your business here. Kurama just laughed harder before he calmed down enough to respond, let's go talk to your mom. She invited me over for dinner. Sasuke grunted but he just walked in front of Kurama for the rest of the way to the clan home. Kurama just listened to Kushina's jokes the whole way and did his best not to let his amusement show on his face. Mikoto was humming a melody in the kitchen cooking when she heard the front door open. Is that you, Sasuke? We have a guest that said he was here for dinner. Sasuke grunted back. Mikoto showed up in her homely attire with a green cooking apron on it with the Uchiha fan on the front. Her heart-shaped face was truly beautiful, and her silky black hair framed her face with bangs on each side while the rest of her hair was tied up into a ponytail. She unhooked the apron and greeted Kurama with a friendly smile on her face. Welcome to my home and thank you for coming to visit. I am Mikoto Uchiha, and this is my son Sasuke. Mikoto replied in a friendly voice. Sasuke grunted with his arms crossed. Kurama chuckled and held up the flowers and rice wine. It is a pleasure to meet you. Where can I place these? Mikoto gasped, oh my, how did you know that white roses were my favorite? Kurama shrugged, intuition. Well, I won't continue being rude. Please come in and get comfortable, Mikoto said with a pleased smile on her face as she took the white roses. Kachan, who is this guy? Sasuke asked as he was removing his sandals. This is Nar. I am Kurama Uzumaki Senju, but I guess you could say that we are cousins. Kurama answered. Mikoto cocked her head to the side, Kurama? Kurama shrugged, I changed my name when I was adopted by Danzo. I will explain more later. What do you mean my cousin? Sasuke asked and Kurama activated the Sharingan in response. How is that possible when you said you were a Senju? Sasuke persisted in disbelief. Kurama smiled, all in due time. Is Itachi going to be able to join us? Mikoto cast an unsure smile, he told me he would, but he has been busy with extra duties since that night. Kurama nodded in understanding, no problem, can I help you set the table? After helping Mikoto get everything set up, Itachi showed up a couple minutes late and greeted everyone apologetically. He took the seat at the head of the table and smiled at Kurama, who sat across the table from Mikoto and Sasuke. Grace was led by Mikoto, who prayed to the Uchiha's deity, Susanoo. The dinner began quiet, and Kurama easily noticed the difference between the Inuzuka and Uchiha clans. So, Sasuke, how is the academy going? Itachi asked in a cool tone. It is pathetically easy. Sasuke grunted before stuffing another tomato into his mouth while staring down Kurama. Yeah, I am grateful I got to skip that nonsense. You graduate in a couple months, right? Kurama said, trying to keep the conversation flowing. Evidently, he said something wrong though. Sasuke's glare intensified as he asked, "What do you mean you got to skip it?" Kurama shrugged off the glare. "Well, I entered on the same day you did, but the villagers took exception to it. After that, I was adopted by Shimura Danzo, and he trained me personally. I recently took a test that allowed me to be promoted to Tokubutsu Jounin." Once again, Sasuke was incensed. He stood up and slammed his hands on the table. "Why did you get to do that? And are you telling me you are my age?" "Calm down, Sasuke," Mikoto said in a stern, motherly tone that dared defiance. Sasuke cowed to the tone and Itachi decided to speak on behalf of the guest. "Ototo, Kurama's case is extremely unique. I assure you, you wouldn't want to trade positions with him," Itachi said in a slightly elevated tone. Kurama nodded his gratitude to Mikoto and Itachi. "I was trained in a private force, and I went on missions of my own for the past couple years. I fought against an elite Jounin to prove my worth and I was still only granted Tokubutsu Jounin status." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "You beat an elite Jounin? And you are my age?" Kurama nodded. "Then it sounds like you had the better deal." The mood chilled. Kurama's crimson eyes hardened and narrowed in on Sasuke. "I will forgive your ignorance this once, boy. For you do not know what you say. I was treated as less than dirt for most of my life. I trained and paid the price in blood, sweat and tears for everything that I have despite my lineage. Think before you speak." "My apologies, Kurama-san," Mikoto said after standing and bowing to Kurama. "You need not bow to me on behalf of your son. He knows not what he says." Kurama answered. "No, Kurama-san, my mother is right to bow. Allow me to apologize on behalf of my brother." Itachi also dipped his head. Sasuke had enough and he stormed out of the dining room and into his room. Mikoto looked distressed and Kurama took her hand and squeezed it lightly. "Do not worry yourself. I am grateful for dinner. Now, I needed to talk to the two of you anyways." Mikoto sat back down at the table and uncorked the wine. "Oh really? What about?" Kurama offered a sly smile. "Shall we take this wine into the garden?" Itachi nodded with a small smile on his face. "I can use a drink." "The Hokage talked to your master about the no longer hidden organization," Kurama chuckled. "I bet that went smoothly. No wonder you are ready for a drink." Kurama stood up and held his hand out to Mikoto. "Shall we?" Mikoto placed her dainty hand in the palm of Naruto's hand. "We shall," she said with a small blush on her face. The three went out into the garden and took a seat in the gazebo. Kurama erected a privacy barrier and poured glasses of wine for the other two. To better times and a brighter future. Mikoto sipped her wine and leaned back into the gazebo. "So, what did we need to talk about?" Kurama sighed. "Well, Itachi knows the truth after that night." "Do you?" Mikoto's pleased face frowned suddenly and her Sharingan activated. "No, explain. And I recommend you do it quickly." Kurama's own Sharingan activated in response. "You will not aim those eyes at me. Place your hand on my seal. Itachi, please join us." Mikoto hesitated until she saw Itachi do it with no questions asked. She hesitantly placed her hand on the seal, and she felt her consciousness get drawn into the seal. When she opened her eyes, she was more than a little surprised to see herself in a living room set up with multiple occupants in the room. There was her son, Kurama, and that was when everything froze as her mind went blank. It shouldn't be possible. How was it possible? Blackness. Reboot. Skirt. Reboot failed, trying again. Mikoto's consciousness reawakened to see beautiful sheets of red hair that were falling over her face. She couldn't mistake that cheeky grin that the redhead was wearing. Her eyes widened comically, and she sat up suddenly. That was when she saw a blonde, nine-tailed fox with the most amazing azure blue eyes that reminded her of their fallen Hokage. "WW what? WW what is, what the fuck, Kushina?" Mikoto stuttered out. Kushina chuckled sheepishly and scratched her cheek. "Well, you see what happened was. Holy shit." Mikoto Uchiha cursed for the second time in years in one night after listening to the full story. "Ha, yeah," Kushina said after explaining all of the events while the others listened. "So, Kurama is, or was, the Kyuubi?" Mikoto asked and everyone nodded. "And your son is now the Kyuubi?" Another set of nods. "And Kurama was the one that stopped the coup and killed the rogue Uchiha?" Kurama nodded. "I worked with Itachi to stop it. I couldn't ask him to kill those that he grew up with, so I volunteered for it." "So, at 12 years old, you killed that many Uchiha elites? All without resistance except the rogue," she said in disbelief. "Shadow clones and stealth. Kurama answered before he prostrated himself to Mikoto in sincerity. I humbly apologize for the pain and suffering I inflicted upon you. It was not my intention, Mikoto Haim. Mikoto clutched a hand over her heart in surprise. The great Kyubi no Kitsune was actually prostrating himself in apology to an Uchiha. Wait, Mikoto Haim? Mikoto dropped to her knees and mirrored the prostrated pose, which left the others to watch on in amusement. No, allow me to apologize on behalf of my clan. You did us a great service by sparing those not involved, Mikoto said while bowing. Will you two idiots sit up and talk like normal people? Kushina chirped. We have much to talk about still. Mikoto raised from her bow with a questioning look, like what, Kushi-chan? Kurama interrupted, before she gets to that, I would rather get to know you and your son. I also need to introduce you to our kid. Our? Kushina asked. Kurama refused to back down. He is as much mine as yours now, Kushina. He is my heir and successor to the title of Kyubi. This is so strange. Itachi mused next to Naruto while munching on Pocky that Naruto imagined up for him. You're telling me? I am not even 14 and I have more chakra than every person in Konoha combined. Do you know how hard that makes chakra control? Naruto said while the adults were doing their thing. Itachi chuckled and pet Naruto under his chin. No, I can't imagine. So, how are you holding up? Naruto shrugged with his foxy shoulders. It could be worse. Rama has been cool, and things have been better since my mom came. At least, whenever my mom isn't training me. She has been strict. Itachi actually laughed at that. I heard stories from my mother. So, what can you do with the chakra of the Kyubi? Naruto got a foxy grin on his face. I can create 2,000 shadow clones and train all day. I have enough power to create windstorms or level the forests. My fire is, well, it's hot. I can burn the forests that Rama makes easy. As if realizing he overshared, Naruto's tails covered his mouth. The pleasant conversation between Mikoto, Kurama and Kushina screeched to a halt when they heard what Naruto said. Kushina started laughing nervously and Kurama groaned. Meanwhile, Itachi and Mikoto were looking between the three Uzumaki with disbelieving looks demanding an explanation. Kurama sighed, okay, well, you already know a lot. The gods are cruel in their twists of fate, and you already know my lineage. I have access to all forms of control that were used in the past to control me. I have Makuten, Sharingan and adamantine chains. I ask you not to reveal this until I grant you permission to. Mikoto nodded, that's unbelievable. The council is going to have a heyday whenever they hear about this. Itachi nodded, I can wait to inform the Hokage. So, what is your plan then? This will be too much for Konoha to chew on all at once. Kurama nodded with a half smile on his face, that is why I have returned to the light. I will reveal myself during the Chunin exams in order to make the most of the debut. Itachi raised an eyebrow, you are a Jounin. Kushina cackled as she spilled the beans. Danzo will issue a letter of challenge to Kumo. He won't provide Kurama's name, but he will reveal to them that a 14-year-old Jounin of Konoha would fight their strongest fighter in an exhibition match to kick off the finals. Mikoto shook her head, why stir things up? Itachi sighed, for the good of Konoha. If he reveals it in front of daimyo and many lords, then it will have the most impact and earn the most business for Konoha. Plus, we need to repay them for what they did to the Hyuga clan. Will you ever tell the village? Mikoto asked. What will happen to Naruto-kun? Kushina answered, as far as Kumo goes, they are enemy number one. When they took Hanabi-chan, Konoha was too weak to do anything about it. We are stronger now and we will be able to put them in their place. As for Naruto, we are working on a way to let him out of the seal, at least in part. Before we can do that, he needs far better control of his chakra or every sensor in Konoha will shit their fucking pants. Databane, Mikoto chuckled at the antics of her friend, yeah, I can understand that. Kurama interjected, realistically, I should be able to unlock the Rinnegan. When that happens, I will be able to create a new body for Naruto and allow him to exit this body. Mikoto shook her head, hard to believe you were the same Kyubi that was feared in legend. Kurama chuckled nervously and scratched the back of his neck sheepishly, well, the soul transfer kind of mellowed out my hatred. Plus, everything changed when I realized I was mortal and had a kid of my own. Mikoto nodded in understanding, I can understand that. I would do anything for my two sons. Kushina whistled in a cat call, maybe you two should leave the seal and get some one-on-one time. The room froze and everyone looked to Kushina. Kushi-chan, stop joking. It is not funny. I can't. Mikoto protested before Kushina held up her hand. Look, Miko-chan, as much as it pains me to admit it, that isn't my son. He is, however, an Uzumaki. You and I signed a marriage contract and I think he would be good for you. I am not going to push it too hard, but I will ask you to give it a chance. I have gotten to know Q over the years, and he is a good guy. Plus, if you pull the age card, well, it just doesn't make sense when you think about it. Well, that's my cue to get out of here, Itachi said monotonously before Naruto tapped him on the shoulder and Itachi left the mindscape.
Mikoto was blushing furiously while looking between Kurama and Kushina. Kurama sighed, look, there is no rush on this.
Why don't you let me help get the clan back on its feet? I offered the same to the Inuzuka, and if you find yourself enjoying my company, then you can let me know. Mikoto blushed further and looked down to the ground. Why would you want a used and broken lady like me? Kurama lifted her head slowly and softly by the chin. You are beautiful and pure. The light that shines within you is immaculate and it makes you unique among your clan. Mikoto's charcoal orbs were reflected in the sparkling crimson eyes. Kurama, thank you. That is the nicest thing anybody has ever said to me. How about we leave these two yahoos and go share that wine I brought? Kurama said while standing up and offering her a hand. Before they phased out of the mindscape, they both heard Kushina call, have fun you two. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. They each returned to the outside world with Kushina's cackling laughter ringing in their minds. Kushi-baka. Mikoto pouted cutely, which made Kurama chuckle. Imagine having her in your head with direct access to your thoughts, Kurama said as he handed Mikoto a glass of wine. Mikoto moaned after sipping on the wine. So, did she put you up to this then? Kurama shrugged, sometimes a mother knows best. I am not saying let's get married tomorrow, but why not give it a try? We could both use companionship at the very least. Do you really think I am beautiful? You would have to be blind to believe otherwise. Kurama answered softly after taking a sip of wine. Did you say the same thing to Tsume? Mikoto asked cheekily. Kurama chuckled, no, I did not. Tsume was more direct. How do you feel about that? Mikoto sighed, like it will be interesting. Kurama laughed at that. Okay then, well, here is to interesting. So, how can I help out around here? You have any ideas? Seals to make it impossible to steal the Sharingan and protect it upon death was my first idea. Then the obvious increases to security. Finally, I can instruct your smiths on uzumaki crafting and sealing techniques. Mikoto's eyes widened. How did you find those? Another secret. Let's just say the Hokage doesn't know what I found in Uzushio. Your clan still has some of the best artisans, so let's make use of that. Why do all this for me when my clan betrayed Madara and treated you so poorly in the past? Because I have a blinding light in me that is full of innocent naivety and some of it must have rubbed off on me. If that isn't it, then it is insufferable redhead that wants me to take care of her best friend. Kurama answered. Thanks, Kurama, Mikoto said before taking another sip of rice wine and leaning into Kurama's shoulder. Sunday shogi game, Yondaime Park, 1 week before graduation. So, old man, the Hokage is giving you a hard time? Kurama asked after discreetly setting up a privacy barrier under the board. Danzo scoffed, he is practically schizophrenically paranoid. He insists that I am up to something, which of course, is true. Yeah, well, did it affect our plans at all? Kurama said while fiddling with a rook. No, Danzo replied countering the move. We are still on track and your mission record has been immaculate. Additionally, you have made a great impression with the clan heads. However, there is a curveball. Kurama froze with his piece hovering over the chessboard. What kind of curveball? Danzo sighed, he is going to make you an assistant sensei. Kurama scoffed, good one, old man. You are getting better at sarcasm every day, Danzo chuckled wryly while moving his golden general. Not a joke, Rama. He claimed that you would be the best to train the new generation since you went through my so-called improved training regimen. Kurama groaned, I am better in the field, old man, and you know it. I do, Danzo admitted. However, we must play the game. Much like this game we are playing, there is a strategic advantage to this move. You will have access to clan heirs of 7 of the great clans. Kurama clicked his teeth as Danzo was manipulating the shogi board around him like a symphony. Fine, fine. It's not like I have a choice. Danzo smirked, checkmate. In this, you do not have a choice. In the future, you will have many. How are your relationships with Mikoto, Tsume and Hana? Kurama groaned, which made Danzo chuckle in the uniquely annoying way only old men can do. It is a lot to take in. The urges are there, I will not deny that. However, I don't know how to rectify the fact that I spent 1,000 years as a bijou with no such urges. My mind and body conflict often. Then, there is the fact that I am courting a mother-daughter duo and a widow. It is unique. Danzo shook his head knowingly. Melissa told me you talked to her about it. What have you come to figure out? Kurama rubbed his temples. I enjoy their company. And I don't fucking know, old man, Kurama said exasperatedly. Even if I were a human, this wouldn't be a normal situation. I know you prepared me for the CRA, but I never thought it would involve mothers. Danzo cackled loudly. The Yami no Shinobi lost his proverbial shit at the absurd situation and nearly rolled out of his chair in laughter. It persisted for a full minute before he was able to reel it in. If I were to be frank, I think it is more natural for you to connect with the more mature ladies. Trust me when I say that experience pays off, as I am sure Melissa has imparted this lesson on you. Kurama nodded. Indeed she did. However, it is not the sexual act that I am struggling with. It is the social aspect, because even though I have shared the truth with Tsume and Mikado, everyone else sees me as a teenage boy. I do not wish to put that stigma on them. Danzo calmed his laughter. You have come far in your empathy. Let me ask you this, Kurama. When you sense Mikoto's emotions before you show yourself, what have you felt? Kurama sighed. She is lonely. That single emotion clouds out the others. Danzo nodded seriously. This is a tough lesson to learn, Rama. For every benefit there is a sacrifice. For every pleasure there is a bitter edge. Let me ask you this, Rama. When you are with Mikoto, what do you feel when the two of you are alone? Kurama thought about it seriously, and he was grateful that Kushina was giving him privacy. He remained with his chin on his intertwined hands while Danzo reset the board. Content. Danzo's smile cracked upon his face at the answer. That is the important thing in this life, Kurama. Did I ever tell you about my deceased wife? Kurama's crimson eyes flickered up. No, Danzo-gi-san. Other than the general stories of her character and her untimely death. Danzo repelled the frown that wanted to surface. Miyuki was a good woman that I met before the start of the Second War. My clan was never hailed as one of the greats, and perhaps that was a good thing. I studied under Lord Second and I grew to admire him and his ways, perhaps a little too much. However, Miyuki kept me grounded. After every mission that cloaked me in the darkness, she was my purging light. I'm sorry, Kurama whispered, his heart no longer in the game. Danzo sighed and tears leaked out of both eyes. So am I. That feeling of contentedness is important. She was my contentment, my reason to dive into the darkness to protect her from it. When my family was killed. Danzo took a shuddering breath here before continuing. I lost that contentment. I lost that anchor that kept me tethered to the light. I drowned myself in the darkness for years. That was even true during Naruto's abuse. One of my greatest regrets. Tears intensified from Danzo's eyes. Kurama remained silent for all of it. The kid and I have forgiven you for those actions, he said simply. And that makes it hurt that much more, Danzo said remorsefully. I have seen your light, and more importantly the boy's light. The feeling of his chakra. The nature of his purity. I am sorry. You both brought me out of the darkness that smothered me. It had consumed me so completely, and you still managed to save me from its clutches. Kurama reached across the board and slugged Danzo in the shoulder. You have repented and made amends, Danzo. We will both continue to make amends for my kit. We will set the stage for a complete shift in this world. Danzo nodded and wiped away his tears before making the first move in the game. I am grateful for the opportunity. So, do you understand why this old man shared that story with you, Kurama? Kurama nodded. The feeling of contentedness is a strong indicator for compatibility. That's fair, and I see no reason to contest it. Now, how do I handle courting more than one woman? What do you have to offer about a mother and daughter agreeing on the same mate? Danzo's frame started shaking while his chuckling escalated to laughter. Nothing, my friend. I got nothing on that one. Kurama chuckled as well as he made his move. Fair enough, old man. Fair enough. Day before graduation, Hokage's office, Jounin sensei meeting. Hiruzen called the Jounin sensei to his office to discuss the division of the rookie teams. This year he was expecting 3 solid shinobi teams from his crop of academy students. Thus, in front of him were 9 of the Jounin that he had elected for Jounin sensei plus 1 Tokubutsu Jounin. That Tokubutsu Jounin was here because he needed to keep closer eyes on the boy that had completed 18 missions flawlessly during the past months on top of his ceiling jobs. He looked over the rest of the group and decided to get on with his speech. We are here today to divide up the shinobi teams. From this year's crop, we need at least 3 teams, and the rest can either be sent back to the academy or they can join the Jounin reserves. Now, I would hear what team you request. I will also inform the Jounin sensei who passed teams that Uzumaki Naruto will be acting as a supplementary sensei. Teams 1 through 6 provided a decent laugh for Kurama as he listened to the teams that were clearly destined to fail. What a waste. What a farce. Why allow the kids to go to the academy if they were destined to be recycled with all that time and effort wasted? The answer: the village could only afford so many elite Jounin to train up a new generation of promising Jounin. Still, it was an egregious waste of manpower that Kurama didn't find palatable. Kakashi Hatake spoke up, "I want Uchiha Sasuke. Don't really care about the other two." Kakashi still wanted to repay his Sharingan debt to Obito, despite knowing that he was the traitor. He couldn't imagine his teammate doing the things he was accused of. It really messed Kakashi up mentally and he hadn't quite worked out how to feel about it. So, he would just continue on his planned path to the Obito he once knew. Hiruzen nodded, "Very well, why do you want Sasuke?" "Other people have requested him." Kakashi cleared his throat and gave the Hokage a deadpan stare. "I am being told to create a frontline assault team. I need Uchiha Sasuke as a frontline fighter and he is the ninjutsu powerhouse of the class." "Very well, Kurenai?" Hiruzen moved the conversation along. "I would like Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino and Inuzuka Kiba to form a tracking team," Kurenai said as if it were self-explanatory. "Hokage-sama, that team seems slightly unbalanced. Why can't I get one of the clan heirs?" Genma complained after being dumped another fully civilian team. Hiruzen dismissed that and turned to his son, Asuma. Hiruzen winced at the narrowing of eyes that told Hiruzen his son hadn't forgiven him yet. "Ino Shikacho," Asuma said blandly while munching on the butt of a cigarette. "Very well, anything else to add?" "Why am I here, Hokage-sama?" Kurama asked neutrally to make sure that Hiruzen would announce his role in front of the Jounin. "You will be a supplementary teacher. You will rotate through each team and learn how a proper Jounin sensei leads a team to prepare you for future duties," Hiruzen replied. Kurama nodded, "I request permission to evaluate every Jounin team. I will use shadow clones to do this. I also request permission to shadow the last day of class and to intervene as I see fit, so long as it doesn't contradict with the Jounin sensei." Hiruzen took a drag of his pipe and looked at Kurama. Maybe he could put the boy on the spot and humble him a bit. "What do you think of the requested teams, Kurama-kun?" Hiruzen had to hide the disgust that wanted to appear on his face at using that name. Of course, Kurama could feel those particular negative emotions coming from the Hokage. Not like he cared. Kurama thought about it for a little bit. "Could I abstain from answering now and provide you an answer tomorrow after the true Jounin test results are in?" "Well played." Hiruzen smiled, "Of course. So, you will be partaking in all Jounin teams?" "I will spectate. If the Jounin sensei desire my participation, then I would be more than happy to." Kurama answered. "What does somebody like you think you could offer to our instruction?" Ebisu asked condescendingly. Kurama looked at him impassively. "Might as well get this out of the way in front of everyone. I am Kurama Uzumaki Senju. I was trained under Danzo and the new training regime that we will attempt to implement with future generations of shinobi. I trained for the past 6 years with a bare minimum of 100 shadow clones working 12-hour days. For those not gifted with math, that is more than 600 years of training in various aspects of the shinobi arts. During those 6 years, I completed 128 missions that were over C rank and many of those were solo. I understand that my age suggests that I may not have much to contribute. I would encourage you to think otherwise. Should you not believe me, feel free to ask Hatake Kakashi about my abilities." The room stirred at this information, but prejudice runs deep. Riku, a veteran of the Third War, scoffed and stated, "That means nothing. You have no experience leading teams or developing shinobi. Plus, there is no way you can create 20 shadow clones, much less 100 shadow clones." Kurama crossed his fingers with a bored look on his face and 200 shadow clones of Kurama filled every available space in the room, including hanging from the ceiling and atop the Hokage's desk. With a single fuck you look to Riku, Kurama dispelled the clones in a puff of smoke that lingered in the room. This earned quite a bit of muttering from the Jounin in the room. "Thank you for the demonstration, Kurama-kun. I assure you that we have verified his training. I will not mandate it, but I highly encourage you to let Kurama-kun participate," the Hokage said in false pride over Kurama. If the old monkey wanted to try and take credit for Kurama, he wouldn't fight it at this point. Alba, a shinobi Kurama recognized as part of Minato's Hokage guard, spoke up, "Very well, just a couple questions. What aspect of the shinobi arts do you specialize in? Do you have any experience training or leading Jounin-level shinobi?" Kurama nodded, "Good questions, Alba-san. I have mastered 4 taijutsu styles, 6 kenjutsu styles. I have more chakra than everyone in this room combined, which I put towards my ninjutsu. I have mastered the stage 2 elemental training for all elements, and I have attained mastery over stage 3 of my earth, water and wind affinities. I am capable of genjutsu with my Sharingan, and I am decent enough without it. I was recently evaluated as the highest level sealing master in Konoha, but I specialize in barriers and defensive seals. Should you need proof of my work, the Uchihas are selling my enhanced sealing scrolls, my portable privacy barriers and my high-yield explosive tags, which include my flashbang tags. That was you? Asuma asked impressed and Kurama nodded. Why did you change your name to Kurama? Kurenai asked. Wasn't your name Naruto? Kurama frowned a bit but answered nonetheless, I changed my name to signify a cleaning of the slate. I don't know if you remember, but my childhood wasn't exactly pleasant. When Danzo-sama adopted me, I requested to change my name to turn over a new leaf. The Jounin seemed to accept this answer. Very good, Kurama-kun, you may go to spectate the classes, but do not disrupt them. It would be best if you were not seen. I assume that won't be a problem? Everyone else, dismissed. I will see you tomorrow with reports for your Jounin assessment tests. Evaluating brats, Rama, is this what I would have been like without you and Danzo-gi-san? Naruto said as Kurama watched the shenanigans on the training field from a tree. Holy shit. Kushina added, I didn't think it would be this bad. It wasn't this bad back in my day. I believe you, Shina, Kurama said as he watched fangirls squealing over Sasuke who just threw a 1920 combined score in Shuriken and Kunai. He plugged his ears when the pink banshee began screeching with a dumbfounded look on his face. Poor Kiba, Naruto lamented. That pitch made my ears hurt. Kurama didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw most of the kids in the class pass with the bare minimum of 820 hits. How can the shinobi standard be that low? It is an immobile target, and they are throwing the kunai and shuriken one at a time. How was that the best these students could do after 6 years of shinobi training? How was it acceptable? How was less than half a passing standard? This is pathetic, Kushina lamented. I think academic reforms are needed. Shut it, Ino pig. I am ranked higher than you in the class. The girl with the pink hair screeched. Oh, zip it, billboard brow. You only have better grades than me. As if Sasuke-kun cares about grades. The blonde from the flower shop shrieked back. This is pathetic, Kurama said under his breath as he kept watching. Next day, Hokage's office, student evaluation, Hiruzen was listening to the reports of passes and failures with his chin resting on his folded hands. He was heavily disappointed in this year's crop, and he really needed to get control of the Shinobi Academy once more. After Kakashi reported that he was going to give the test tomorrow, he was about to dismiss the room when Kurama caught his attention. Yes, Kurama-kun? Hiruzen asked openly with skepticism in his heart. Kurama stepped forward with a folder in hand. I request permission to share my findings with the Jounin sensei and I wish to propose a solution to the pitiful results yielded by the academy. This caused a stir among the Jounin. Hiruzen took time to analyze Kurama and he couldn't miss the thick folder of notes that he held in his hands. It would be rude and dismissive not to let him speak when he put in that much work. Plus, he was in front of his Jounin, and he needed to do something about the admittedly abysmal results. Okay, Kurama-kun, please share your findings with us, Hiruzen said cautiously. Kurama stepped forward to stand beside the Hokage's desk. He placed the folder down and opened it up to the section marked Clan Heirs. Alright, to make this more impactful, I will focus on the Clan Heirs and top-rated students of the class. After spectating them yesterday and participating in each of your Jounin selection tests, I have a couple observations and a proposed solution for your consideration. To keep it simple, I will go alphabetically. Aburame Shino, he is rated 2 ND overall in the class but he is the best shinobi of this year's graduates bar none. His clan upbringing keeps him calm and helps him approach each situation logically. During my observation, he appeared to be socially isolated, but he keeps tabs on all of his fellow students via his Kikaiku bugs. He is aware of all the inner workings of the class, and he is calm and calculative when he decides to make himself known. Shino's physical capabilities are average, but I believe that is because of the draining demand of his growing hive. He is good with kunai and shuriken and his taijutsu is passable, according to the current academy standards at least. Shino needs improvement in the following areas: physical conditioning, social blending and diversifying his tactics. His overly logical nature prevents him from adapting on the fly and reacting to surprises. His quiet nature prevents his inherent leadership qualities from developing and it inhibits his growth. With the proper push and guidance, Aburame Shino would be the most likely shinobi to reach the upper echelons first from among his peers. Akimichi Kuji, he is rated 18th in his class, and he is the clan heir of the Akimichi clan. We all know the prolific potential that each Akimichi possesses, but his calorie sources inhibit him from reaching his potential. Additionally, he is timid in nature, lacks the confidence to think for himself and this results in him relying heavily on his best friend, Nara Shikamaru. His academic results are subpar, but I believe this is due to a lack of ambition rather than lack of mental ability. His physical results are below expectations as well, but he ranks somewhere in the middle of the clan heirs. Overall, Akimichi Kuji has a confidence and aggression issue that will prevent him from succeeding as a shinobi should the problems continue unaddressed. Assume a cut in here, that is fair, but we can't expect much more from students graduating from the academy. And why not? Kurama shot back, in case you have forgotten, I am of the same physical age as each of these clan heirs. Now, may I continue with my assessment? Hiruzen was getting interested now. This was more than he was expecting from 2 days of observation. If this was the results of Danzo's training, then he may approve of changes. Yes, Kurama-kun, please do. Kurama cleared his throat and continued, Haruno Sakura, hailed as the kunoichi of the year. This is quite frankly an insult to every kunoichi in Konoha. Sakura is a fangirl that prioritizes civilian affairs over kunoichi training in every aspect of life. Her fangirl nature inhibits her growth as a person in kunoichi. It makes her nearly perfect chakra control useless. She is more likely to pack up her mission pack with makeup, outfits, hair products and perfume rather than pack kunai, shuriken or medical supplies. Sakura's faults are many, so bear with me. Her physical capabilities are the lowest in the class due to a reluctance to train and a diet that limits her caloric intake to 1/3 that required by civilian girls her age. This results in extremely poor muscle conditioning, which impacts the rest of her combat abilities. Additionally, Sakura is loud, abrasive and violent to those that attempt to correct her or those who attempt to curb her outbursts. Her outbursts can only be described as banshee class. Her shrieks are as loud as her pink hair, and she will inevitably risk the lives of her teammates and comrades on missions. Her lack of self-control makes her a liability to her teammates and Konoha's reputation. Sakura is not without redeeming qualities. She is possibly the 3rd or 4th smartest person in the class behind the Aburame and Nara heirs. Her intellect and chakra control would suit her for genjutsu and medical support. If she is to adapt to her role in a frontline team, then she has the potential to be an ideal combat medic with ranged support. With a strong female role model, Haruno Sakura possesses genuine potential to further her shinobi career. However, she must absolutely be removed from the Uchihas team if there is any hope of breaking her fangirl nature. Throughout the report on Sakura, there was much muttering and joking between the shinobi. Kurenai looked offended by the report, but she admitted that it was true. Kakashi was listening attentively, and he was surprised by how much Kurama was able to pick up after their brief team meeting. Everyone else was beginning to buy into the analysis of Kurama. Kurama, how did you gather all of this from just our team meeting yesterday? Kakashi asked with an eye smile. I have had shadow clones tailing each academy student since our meeting yesterday morning. Through listening to conversations and observing their habits, I was able to put together an accurate psychological profile on top of interviews with academy instructors and review of academy records. Kurama answered. Please continue, Hiruzen said while puffing on his pipe and enjoying the analysis. Kurama may not be under his control, but he was definitely becoming an asset to Konoha. In time, he could sway the Jinchuriki back to his side. Kurama bowed to the Hokage and noticed that Kurenai began shifting nervously. Hyuga Hinata, clan heiress of the Hyuga clan. She is the kunoichi that possesses the most untapped potential among the kunoichi of the year. Her bloodline makes her an inherent asset, but she also possesses high Chunin level chakra control, high Jounin reserves and her taijutsu is the most developed of this year's graduates. All this potential is hidden behind a shy nature rooted in a lack of confidence that has resulted from years of child abuse from the Hyuga clan and its customs. Hyuga Hinata is best described as a wallflower. Her shy nature makes her incapable of interacting with her peers in a normal manner. Her gentle nature makes her unwilling to fight against opponents due to a fear of injuring them. I stress that it is her gentle nature because observation of her training let me know that she is more than capable. Her lack of confidence stops her from correcting the negative and destructive natures of her peers despite the fact that I see her initial attempt to intervene. Hyuga Hinata needs a strong kunoichi that will push through her shyness. Unfortunately, I believe her current arrangement will impede her growth because of Yuhi-san's relationship with the girl. Hinata needs somebody who will lay out a strict and fair set of standards and then push her consistently to hold her to them while praising her accomplishments. Once her shy nature and lack of confidence is addressed, Hyuga Hinata possesses the most room for growth amongst the graduates. Kurenai couldn't let it go any longer, especially after that last part. Who are you to tell me what is best for Hinata? I have been her guardian for 3 years. I know the girl best of anyone in the village. Kurama looked placidly at Kurenai's outburst, and that is precisely why I believe you are an improper fit for her. You have had years to address her core issues and you have proven to be insufficient. I grant that this is likely because of the hostile environment that Hinata is forced to return to every night. Now, Yuhi-san, please let me continue and you can hear my plan to address the shortcomings once I have concluded my report. The calm nature of Kurama's retort got mutterings of approval from the Jounin in the room. Kurenai backed down at a glance from the Hokage. Kurama-kun, I would caution you against slandering a prestigious clan of Konoha, Hiruzen said sternly. Slander implies that what I have reported is not true. I assure you, Hokage-sama, that what I have reported is true. You need only look at the bruises, welts and damaged tenketsu of the girl that results from her nightly training by the Hyuga elders. I can assure you that they are intentionally inhibiting her progress and destroying her confidence and mental growth. They are doing this in an attempt to remove her from the clan heiress title because of her known goal to remove the practice of using the caged bird seal. Kurama kept his tone even and he maintained eye contact with the Hokage despite the disturbance of the shinobi around them. Hiruzen frowned but nodded, we can discuss that later. Please continue your report. Kurama nodded, Kurama Yakumo of the Kurama clan. I should start by saying that this girl possesses the clan's Kekai Genkai and has the ability to make illusions reality. However, there is a problem with how the girl's condition has been treated. The amateur that sealed away the developing Edo residing within the Kurama girl has slowly been killing the girl. The improper seal has pulled on too much of her yang chakra to power the seal and it is making it impossible for her body to sustain itself. It is also unintentionally strengthening the Edo and it is possible that the Edo will be able to take over once the seal erodes. I can fix the above stated issues easily with your approval, Hokage-sama. I only shared that information because it is relevant to understand why Yakumo's physical capabilities are so low. She possesses a keen intellect and a prodigious inclination to genjutsu. Her physical results are not worth discussing until the core issue has been resolved. My recommendation is to bring her in for immediate resealing and we can begin to rehabilitate her from there. She will prosper as a support kunoichi on a team that is understanding of her current situation. My immediate recommendation would be swapping her with Hyuga Hinata so that she may receive genjutsu training from Yuhi-san once the core issue has been resolved. Kurenai's blood was boiling, and she was leaking ki. How dare this teenage boy take shots at two of her students? How dare he lay the blame for their conditions at her feet? Enough. I was the one that sealed Yakumo because she lost control of her Edo. The seal has been working just fine. What right do you have to show up and act like you are all-knowing? Kurama responded to the flare of ki in kind. However, Kurama no longer felt like holding back against this pathetic woman. He leveled the full weight of his chakra and ki on the room, which caused multiple shudders, gasps of breath and it forced the much weaker Kurenai to her knees. Kurama walked forward calmly with his hands clasped behind his back right up to Kurenai's face. He spoke in a steady and calm voice despite the tremendous cage-level ki that was keeping the whole room transfixed. If you truly believe that, then you have no right to be a Jounin sensei. I am a seal master, so I am more than qualified to criticize your shoddy seal. I have a demon sealed inside me, so I am more than qualified to address this situation. I tolerated you because of your kind nature, Yuhi-san, but that kind nature has inhibited the growth and development of two promising kunoichi. You will not interrupt my report again. If you are unable to fulfill that condition, then please leave. Hiruzen regained his composure and cleared his throat. This simple action caused Kurama's ki to fade, and the young boy turned and bowed apologetically to the Hokage. We can discuss Yakumo-chan's case after this meeting. I am most interested to hear the rest of the reports and it seems like the other Jounin are as well. Kurenai, please refrain from interrupting further. Kurenai went to the back wall and stood with her arms crossed and a scowl on her face as Kurama started the next report. Inuzuka Kiba is a secondary heir to the Inuzuka clan and his Ninken partner is a 6-month-old pup named Akamaru. Kiba has advanced physical capabilities when compared to his peers, which is expected of an Inuzuka. Kiba's mind and his pride are his weakness. Overall, Kiba possesses much potential and would serve as a prolific tracker and frontline fighter. Kiba's core faults result from a combination of his Inuzuka's instincts kicking in and an inability to focus over long periods. His instincts make him prioritize finding a mate, they make him see his male peers as competition and he has an unfortunate predisposition to degrading women. He also sees Hyuga Hinata as his bitch and that will create problems in the team dynamic until this mindset can be beaten out of him. These problems can be fixed by finding a peer or sensei that Kiba acknowledges as an alpha. Should I participate in his training, I will be able to fulfill that role. Kiba's second weakness is that he is a kinesthetic learner with a short attention span, which wasn't addressed in the academy. He is also highly reluctant to indulge in logical arguments and put in the required time to learn advanced concepts. Kiba possesses potential, but he is a diamond in the rough that will require constant attention and correction until he gets through puberty. With the proper male sensei, Kiba can be developed into a supremely effective frontline fighter. With my training tactics, I can increase Kiba's speed and strength easily. In the proper environment, he will readily adapt and succeed. Kurenai had stormed out of the way midway through that report. Evidently, she couldn't take the criticism on 3 of her students. Kurama shrugged it off and kept going uninterrupted this time. Nara Shikamaru, the clan heir of the Nara clan that is plagued by the same pubescent problems as every Nara ever. His IQ is somewhere over 200 and this made the academy unbearably boring for the boy. His keen mind feeds into his laziness by immediately calculating the least amount of work to do to achieve the objective. In the case of the academy, that was simply passing. He only answered enough questions to get him just over the failing grade and then he would take a nap. That is the recurring theme in his academy years. Shikamaru possesses insane amounts of potential, but he is heavily unbalanced. His body cannot cash the checks that his mind will write in the future. It is my personal belief that this will continue unless his sensei is more troublesome than the effort demanded from him. He will require constant attention and prodding to move forward, but he will undoubtedly accomplish the minimum standard that is set for him. This is another example of a student with high potential that will require an attentive sensei. Uchiha Sasuke, second in line to the Uchiha clan. Sasuke is hailed as a prodigy, but that is pretty far from the truth. Sasuke's main thing is that he is rooted in a superiority/inferiority complex that superimposes itself on every aspect of his life. He is torn between inherited pride and superiority from his clan and a crippling inferiority complex with his brother, Itachi. This complex inhibits healthy interaction with his peers and will cause significant issues if left unattended. After the Uchiha incident, Sasuke's complex has grown worse because he doesn't have a healthy outlet for his frustration. He wanted to avenge his father's killer and he was crushed by the fact that his brother was the one to do it. Sasuke's only measurement tool is strength, but he is incapable of seeing his classmates as worthy. This will interrupt any team dynamic and make it difficult to instruct him. Furthermore, if Sasuke is not the strongest shinobi on the team, then there will immediately be an unhealthy rivalry that will likely be one-sided. Sasuke has tremendous potential, but he is yet to awaken his Sharingan, which feeds into his inferiority complex. He is very smart, and he is frustrated from his time at the academy because he felt like it stifled his growth, which is true. Sasuke is the second strongest in raw stats behind Inuzuka Kiba, but his strong mind and commitment to training make him the rookie of the year. With the proper guidance, Sasuke will develop into a leader of his peers. My immediate recommendation for him is mandatory weekly counseling with a female Yamanaka. Why a female? Kakashi asked. Because any male is immediately flagged as a threat, competition or unworthy of his time by his complex. Kurama answered immediately. Let's hear about the last one and then we would love to hear your proposal, Kurama-kun, Hiruzen said while suckling on his pipe. This was the best breakdown of academy students that he had ever heard. Plus, it highlighted some key issues with the academy curriculum that could get the academy back under his control. Kurama nodded and continued, finally is Yamanaka Ino, heiress of the Yamanaka clan. She is a natural leader of her peers, but her priorities are skewed. She is an avid fangirl of Sasuke, but I believe that is more rooted in her rivalry/friendship with Haruno Sakura than a genuine attraction to the boy. Once again, her potential is being actively hindered by dietary restrictions and incorrect priorities that are focused on gossip, boys and cosmetics as opposed to training. Ino has a high mental capacity and the second best physical capacity of the female students. Her outgoing nature will be good for development and her understanding of psychology will help her understand her role as a leader. She requires a strong female lead to break her of her fangirl state and to provide a proper role model as a kunoichi. This will fix the issues caused by her being raised without a mother that have likely fed into her fangirl attitude. That concludes my reports on this year's graduates. Hiruzen nodded. Anything to add or say before we hear his plan? Asuma stepped up to the plate. You are awfully presumptuous on a lot of this information. While I find it accurate, what makes you think you are qualified to propose a solution? Kurama shrugged. Well, I guess that's because I put in the work to put one together. You weren't going to do it, Kakashi wasn't going to do it, Kurenai was clearly too personally invested to do it and the rest of the Jounin sensei here were fed teams that were intended to fail. So, I became the change I wanted to see in the world. I put in the effort and developed a plan based on solid theory and a proven training regimen. Asuma backed down at a raised hand from his father and Hiruzen's eyes hardened when he looked at Kurama. While I too find what you have said to be accurate, you have also been disrespectful in your phrasing, Kurama-kun. Kurama dipped his head in apology. My apologies, Hokage-sama. My training taught me to be blunt, analytical and straightforward. My compatriots didn't let their pride get in the way of learning lessons from one another. I simply extended that same treatment to my Jounin senpai so that they may understand. Hiruzen sighed and thought, damn it Danzo. Externally, his features remained schooled, and he nodded, very well, what was your plan to remedy the situation? Boot camp. Welcome to boot camp, 1 week after team assignments. The suggestion for boot camp was elaborated upon to the Hokage and it garnered the interest of several Jounin. From there, Hiruzen let Naruto pitch the idea to the council. There were a couple reasons for this. 1, he agreed with the boy, and he was embarrassed by the weak state of the graduates. 2, he wanted to curry some favor with Naruto. 3, he wanted to see examples of Naruto's training regimen. With that in mind, Hiruzen called the council meeting. Naruto pitched his idea and then he was forced to justify why he should be the one allowed to lead the program. He didn't try to fight this too hard, but he did ask if there was anyone more familiar with the program and could anyone else make enough shadow clones to provide one-on-one mentoring for each of the 27 graduates and the 3 shinobi of Team 9. After offering to pay for the month-long training, he was unanimously appointed as the lead instructor. Thus, Naruto and his clones altered the underground root facility to set up for the 30 saplings that would be subjected to his training. He also paid each instructor a solo C rank pay for each week that they participated. On top of that, some of the clan heads said that they wanted to spectate or participate in the training. It was garnering interest, and it took 1 week for Naruto to make it happen. Rama, do not reveal too much and do not push them too hard. There are a lot of eyes on this, Danzo said as he waited alongside Naruto in the underground facility that looked like an outdoor training field. Kurama chuckled, don't worry, old man. I got you and the old monkey already saw the seals in the training room. Thanks for letting us use the facility. Danzo nodded with his eyes closed, I have no reason to doubt you, my boy. Melissa told me to tell you that she is more than ready for the kunoichi. She has been staying up late creating plans to break them. Kurama laughed at that, you two actually moved in together? Danzo nodded with a goofy and slightly creepy grin on his face, she said she was lonely when you moved out. I finally just sacked up and asked her. Kurama slugged Danzo on the shoulder, look at you, old man. Good on ya. They are here, Danzo said schooling his features into the hardened marble Kurama grew up knowing. 30 teenagers were following their Jounin sensei in files through the narrow corridors of the root facility. They all grew wide-eyed when they saw the elaborate setup. The facility was like 4 training grounds linked together with a complex of buildings in the center that would serve as correctional education and barracks. The natural lighting of the area and the ventilation made it hard to distinguish that they were underground. After a couple minutes, they were formed up in front of Naruto and Danzo with the clan heads and Jounin sensei flanking them. Naruto stepped forward, good morning, everyone, my name is Kurama Uzumaki Senju, and I am 13 years old. Welcome to my home where I grew up for the past 6 years and received training. Most of you already know me, but for those that don't I will introduce myself. I am the adopted son of Shimura Danzo, and I am the clan head of the Uzumaki. I was raised in this facility and trained as part of a private security force. I joined the shinobi forces a couple months ago as a Tokubutsu Jounin. I specialize in nothing, and I am well versed in most aspects of the shinobi arts. I, along with the Jounin sensei and my shadow clones, will be providing you high-quality training that will be worth a year of standard training over the next month. There are a couple basic rules that you are expected to agree to before we begin this training. Rule 1, you are allowed to leave at any time. However, should you do so, you will not be allowed back into the program, and you will turn over your hishiate. Rule 2, you will follow all instructions given to you by myself, my clones or your Jounin sensei. Failing to follow the rules will not eject you, however, you will be subjected to corrective actions. Rule 3, this is a high-stress environment and there will be no combat allowed outside of sanctioned combat. Trust me when I say you do not want to break this rule. Rule 4, all gear issued to you is expected to be returned. You will pay for any lost equipment. Equipment damaged during training will be traded in at a supply station. Rule 5, give me your all and I will give you mine. Respect yourself and others while you are on the premises. Kurama ended his monologue and started taking questions. The first to raise her hand was the pink-haired Haruno girl. You said that you were Uzumaki and Senju? Why have we never heard of you? Kurama looked impassively at Sakura, my heritage and the reasons for my sequestering are both ranked village secrets. Suffice to say I have proof of my heritage and it will be revealed in time. Toku, a civilian male, stood up, why didn't you have to attend the academy? I took up an apprenticeship under Shimura Danzo. As an elder of this village, he had the right to recommend my entry into the shinobi forces. Why should we take training from somebody our age? And are you really 13? You look like you are 18 or something. I bested an elite Jounin level Anbu before joining the shinobi force. I am the most acquainted with the training regime. Yes, I am 13 and I guess you could say it is the result of a bloodline that matured me quickly. What will we be training in? Sasuke asked with interest. Especially since he could see his mother and brother on the sidelines. I will be getting each of you acquainted with a portion of my daily training. Mornings will start at 5 a.m. with workouts and conditioning. Breakfast will be served after that, followed by chakra familiarization and control training. After chakra control will be weapons training and familiarization. Each of you will choose a weapon to be trained in and a clone of mine will instruct you on how to fight against a variety of weapons. After weapons training is classroom education that will cover a variety of subjects. After class will be another physical workout. Each day will end with dinner followed by individual study time where we will be available to assist you. That will be your daily routine. That is quite the regimen. Think the kids can handle it? Shikaku asked while reveling in the pained look on his son's face. Kuza chortled merrily, I think they don't have a choice. It will be interesting to see. Sume growled her pleasure, trust me, that pup will get our pups in shape. Kuromaru has never been worked so hard as when we trained with Kurama. Kuromaru groaned, these weight and resistance seals are torturous. When I get used to them, they just increase. Think the kids will get those seals? Hyashi asked. You saw the detailed plan. They have 1 week of acclimation before the seals get applied. The question is, how many do you think will be serious enough about their shinobi career to get through it all? Inoiki asked. 12 to 14. Shikaku answered simply after reviewing the regimen and thinking about it over the past week. Interesting, Sume said with her arms crossed while she watched the kids grabbing their standard issue equipment. First morning, don't fuck with Kurama-sensei, the underground barracks was a peaceful place with a male and female section. Truth be told, Danzo had to add the separate sections because the rookies were a bunch of snowflakes. He never separated his trainees because it was important for both genders to get used to one another. Thus, Naruto smirked devilishly as he created a clone. The two nodded to each other and each one kicked open their door into the rooms containing the sleeping Jounin. Wake up, little saplings. Get the fuck out of bed and get into your training uniforms. You have 2 minutes. The Naruto clone yelled while ducking some thrown objects from shrieking girls. Eek. Get the hell out of here. You're a boy. Sakura shrieked as she looked at Naruto while in her nightwear. Kurama barked out a laugh, 1 minute and 40 seconds. I could give a fuck less if you were a Barbie doll. You are my trainee. Get dressed. BB, but you're a boy. I can't get dressed with you in here, Ino yelled while blushing. Get over yourselves. You are kunoichi. Your bodies are your weapons. Get used to using them. 1 minute 20 seconds, Kurama shouted dismissively. I need time to get my makeup on. A girl shouted. Time is up. Kurama smirked before creating a shadow clone for each girl. Only 10-10, Hinata and Amy were spared his wrath. Water whips cracked over the girls' backs and butts while they were squealing and getting dressed. He spared the girls nothing and it took them an extra 15 minutes to get dressed. Kurama decided to address the girls before leaving the room since they were now formed up in front of their bunk beds. You have all been pampered and fed a lie. I am going to be brutally honest with you. If I passed you right now, at least half of you would be dead or raped within your first year of being a kunoichi. I do not want that on my conscience, and I do not wish that upon you. For the duration of this training, your makeup will be confiscated. If I smell perfume on you, you will be whipped mercilessly. If you do not finish your designated meals, you will be whipped. If you give up on your training without resigning from the shinobi program, you will be whipped. This isn't a glamorous life. This isn't a romance novel. This isn't a nice world we live in. For those of you with the resolve to do what it takes to succeed, I will become your most hated and bestest friend. For those of you that lack resolve and wish to remain trapped in your dream world, I am the Kami-damned boogeyman. I do not care about your bodies, and I promise you I do not give a single flying fuck about seeing you naked. If you can't handle that, then leave now. If you can't handle my program, then save yourselves the pain and leave now. For the delay you have caused, you will each be doing an extra 20 minutes of physical training, Kurama said stoically while looking around the room. Pervert, Sakura said, Sasuke-kun is the only one that can see my body. Then leave. Trust me, I am showing you mercy by suggesting this. All fangirls will be whipped. In fact, for each of you, each time I hear Sasuke-kun you will receive 5 water lashings, Kurama said with a foxy smirk. You are just jealous of Sasuke-kun. Gracia, a civilian girl, shouted. Crack. 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 Ow. Sasuke-kun. Help me. Crack. 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 I quit. This is stupid, Gracia shouted. My father is on the civilian council, and he will hear about this. Good riddance. He can thank me for saving your life later. Pack your bags and my clone will escort you out. Any other saplings else want to quit? Kurama said as if pleased with himself. Hiyashi Hyuga was watching on the monitors along with Tsume Inuzuka. They were the only clan heads that were willing to wake up this early to watch the first day of training. Tsume was laughing her ass off while Hiyashi wasn't happy about a boy his daughter's age seeing her in a compromised state. Finally, Tsume stopped laughing and started the conversation. If these girls survive, then they will be the best generation of kunoichi we have produced since the war. Hiyashi nodded with his hands folded into his sleeves. It will be quite the culture shock for them. I wasn't expecting him to go in this, directly. Think they will survive with no makeup? Tsume face with a face-consuming grin. Hiyashi chuckled, Hinata will be fine. It looks like that Tenten girl will be okay too. The rest, I am not holding my breath. That Nara kid is going to be whipped the most of anybody though. I counted 10 lashings before he even got out of bed. Tsume cackled while watching the mail screen. Like father like son, Hiyashi said with a shrug. Wanna go watch the training? Tsume asked and Hiyashi simply stood and nodded. Naruto led the rookies through what amounted to a light workout for him, even with his resistance seals activated. He started with stretching and calisthenics followed by a series of bodyweight exercises with sprints and runs mixed in. A couple people were able to perform the workout without getting whipped. Most were not spare the crack of the whip. Girly shrieks of pain, groans from guys and the crack of water whips filled the early morning underground air. Kurama tossed sets of arm and ankle bands to Sasuke, Neji, Lee, and Hinata. You four are to wear those at all times. You are ahead of your peers, and these will even that out. You are not to attempt to adjust them on your own. Only I can adjust the weight on those. Now, since you guys were a total of 18 minutes late waking up, we will double that time and add it to physical training. Up and at 'em, saplings. By the end of the first day, a sore and weary group of rookies crashed onto their beds. The girls had never been so tired, and the guys had never been forced to train in that way. The barracks were silent at 10 p.m. when lights went out. There was no gossiping between the girls, no mischievous attempts to peek by the guys. There were only weary bodies that demanded rest. 5 of the beds that had occupants earlier that morning were empty. Kurama, don't you think that was a little overboard? Shikaku asked after joining for the latter half of the day. Kurama shrugged, I could do all of that with 200 shadow clones. They are 14 years old, and I went through this type of training when I was 8. I chose this regimen to weed out those that lack the conviction to survive this lifestyle. Assume aside, we won't have any Jounin left to instruct after this. Kurenai stood there with her arms crossed, he is just trying to make himself look better. They didn't learn anything new today. Kurama looked at Kurenai with a deadpan stare, get over yourself, Kurenai-san. Join them for the workouts, you may get something out of them. It will be good for the Jounin to see their senseis working alongside them. Kurenai turned and snarled, I am your superior, Tokubutsu Jounin. You will watch your tone when you address me. Kurama didn't back down, maybe by rank but not by order. I was placed in charge of this training, and I will not let you undermine the training. You clearly have a problem with me because I am not mother henning your precious Hyuga. Guess what? That girl will pass this course and she will be better for it. Assume aside once more, Kurama, please address your superiors with respect. You will make it hard to work together in the future. Kurama looked Asuma directly in the eye, I am a professional and a shinobi. She is the one with a problem. I don't need her to like me to work with her. I will simply make sure that those who make it to Jounin are ready for what awaits them. Shikaku watched the exchange with an attentive eye and decided to intervene, Kurama, let's go play a game of shogi. You two, go get your rest and be ready to go bright and early. Kurama moved his first pawn and waited for Shikaku to open the conversation. Shikaku made his move and the game started in silence for the first 10 moves. Kurama kept playing the game and it looked like Shikaku was going to play to draw it out. He persisted in silence until the Nara clan head spoke. Do you believe they will make it through? He asked. Kurama made his move without hesitating and replied, yes. Another 10 moves passed before Shikaku persisted. What are you trying to achieve by doing this? Change, Kurama said, moving his pawn to set off a series of trades. Only 2 moves for Shikaku to speak again. Why do we need to change? Do you believe those kids are ready for the shinobi life? No. There is your answer. Why do you care? Kurama sighed and thought over his move. Because this is my home, and they will be my charges. Shikaku's hand paused over his piece. Why are you still loyal to the village? Kurama raised an eyebrow and looked up from the board. I presume you refer to my childhood? Shikaku nodded. I am Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. This village is my inheritance, birthright and duty. I will not stand by and watch it send its youth like lambs to the slaughter. Especially not a bunch of clan heirs. One might say that it was the duty of their clans to prepare them. Then I would ask that one why they aren't prepared. Troublesome. Yes, it is troublesome. You came from the Third War. You have seen what hells lie in the shadow of this world. You think there will be a war? Yes. Shikaku's attention was now completely on Kurama and his gaze was analyzing him at full power. Why? Because the other shinobi villages will not simply accept my existence. I represent a penultimate threat to them. If this world were different, then I would not have to worry so. Kurama replied seriously while letting the Nara stare. Shikaku stared at him for 5 minutes while his mind raced through the possibilities before he nodded to himself. He looked back down at the board and made his move. You have my support. Do what you believe is necessary. Boot camp, classroom, 10 days into training. Kurama looked over the class that was in front of him. He had started with 30 saplings and 20 remained. The students were exhausted, but all it took to keep their undivided attention was the single crack of a water whip. It was admittedly abuse of mental conditioning, but Kurama used it to its fullest. He cracked a water whip to shock the class awake before he began his lesson. He stood in front of an advanced diagram of the chakra circulatory system and began speaking. Today we will be covering a more advanced view of chakra and the chakra circulatory system. Now that you have made it this far, I know you can make use of this information. The chakra circulatory system mirrors your cardiac circulatory system in a lot of ways. The two systems actually integrate with each other at multiple junctures, but the strongest junctures are referred to as the chakra cores. Chakra is the mixture of physical and spiritual energy that flows through our bodies in the chakra circulatory pathway. All humans have chakra in small amounts, but only ninjas and samurai are trained to access and direct it. It is important to know that what we commonly refer to as physical chakra is actually yang-natured chakra. Yang chakra is generated by strengthening the body, muscles and organs. Doing exercises that strengthen your body will grow your yang chakra reserves. Yin chakra, or spiritual chakra, is centered out of the brain and it is composed and strengthened by knowledge, meditation and experience. There are 3 chakra control centers in the chakra system: the brain, the heart and the gut, all of which take in and mix our unique ratios of chakra to form what is known as our chakra signature. Trained shinobi can recognize one another by their chakra signature, and it is traceable in any external jutsu you perform. The brain is the primary control center for genjutsu, and it has a far higher concentration of yin chakra than any other part of the body. The core, positioned under your navel, is responsible for most reinforcement or body enhancement jutsu, and it has the highest concentration of yang chakra. The heart has the steadiest mixture of the two and is what most shinobi use to perform jutsu. Kurama stopped there to see everyone was listening attentively, but Sasuke had his hand raised. Kurama nodded to him. Sasuke spoke, "Why is knowing that useful?" Kurama chuckled, "Okay, Uchiha, let me ask you this. When you use your fireball jutsu, where do you pull the chakra from?" "My lungs." Sasuke answered without the typical grunt. Kurama nodded, "Fair enough answer, and it is a common mistake. When you take the breath for your fireball, your body naturally directs the chakra from the heart to the lungs. With experience you can grow and develop this pathway. What if I told you that by envisioning the proper chakra pathway that you can enhance the strength of your jutsu? What if I told you that your thoughts can help you control your chakra flow?" Sasuke seemed to think over the answer and nodded. Kurama fielded a couple other basic questions before continuing. "Now, there are many factors that affect your chakra and the control you have over it. First, your chakra reserves, which is the total sum of chakra you have in your body. The higher your reserves or capacity, the lower your control, typically. Empty your reserves and you go into chakra exhaustion or chakra shock. Both can be deadly if not treated properly. Do not mistake chakra reserves for capacity though. Chakra capacity is different than reserves because it is the amount of chakra immediately available for use. Chakra capacity is the amount of chakra you can funnel into one jutsu or during a shortened period of time. Second, is chakra flow. This is the rate at which chakra circulates through your cores and coils. It is affected by the size of your reserves, your chakra capacity, the size of your chakra coils, the nature of your chakra and your emotional state. The faster your chakra flow, the harder it is to shape and control. It also makes it harder to change its nature. Take me, for instance. I have 3 times as much chakra as the Hokage. My coils are large for my age, but severely undersized for such reserves. Therefore, my chakra flow is significantly faster, even with chakra control training, than anyone in this class. Third, you have your chakra coils, called tenketsu. These coils grow over time as we mature, and they can also be developed through consistent use of your chakra. The size of your tenketsu determines how much power you can shape and utilize at any given time. The bigger your tenketsu, the more powerful your jutsu. The bigger your tenketsu, the slower and calmer your chakra flow becomes. This allows for shaping of jutsu and it also lets you strengthen them, which is why a C-rank ninjutsu from a Jounin is so inferior to that of a Sannin. Next comes chakra density, which affects chakra flow and reserves. Chakra density is the amount of power condensed into a single unit of chakra. 1 unit of your chakra is weaker than a Jounin, which is weaker than a Kage. You may be jealous of that, but high chakra density makes it significantly harder to control and shape your chakra. If you are ever curious, you could ask Hinata or Neji there to describe your chakra for you. Lastly comes a topic that your academy teachers told you is advanced, to which I call bullshit. Chakra nature describes the untampered, base nature of your chakra in its unaltered state. Most of you will have 1 chakra nature at this point, unless you have a bloodline that fuses 2 chakra natures. There are 5 base chakra natures: earth, water, fire, wind and lightning. Yes, Sakura? The pinky stood and asked a question. Kurama-sensei, what about things like medical jutsu, genjutsu and elemental bloodlines? I think there is ice, lava and a couple others. Naruto nodded. Well, medical jutsu is not a chakra nature. It is a practice conversion of chakra to a heavily concentrated yang form that promotes healing from the injured party's own body. Genjutsu actually has elemental components, but it is concentrated yin chakra that makes it work. As for the bloodlines, they are natural fusions of 2 of the base elements. Take for instance, the lava bloodline. It is a fusion of earth and fire chakra that only those with that particular Kekkei Genkai can use. Ino raised her hand and Naruto let her ask her question. You said that the tree walking and leaf balancing exercise were to gain better chakra control. How do they do that? Kurama smiled at the good question. The theory behind leaf balancing is that you channel chakra to particular tenketsu to create an adhesive effect. By doing this, you train those tenketsu how to shape chakra. By training your body to do this instinctually, you naturally channel chakra better. The tree walking exercise is harder because you are channeling chakra to the soles of your feet. There are fewer tenketsu on your feet and they are the furthest from your 3 chakra cores. This makes you work harder to do it. Theoretically, if you can shape chakra around your feet, then you should be able to do it anywhere on your body. Kuji asked the next question, Kurama-sensei, does doing certain drills help with different jutsus? Like, I use my whole body in my family jutsu. It certainly does. For instance, if I decided to change the tree walking exercise by doing it on my hands. Kurama walked up the wall on his hands and stuck himself to the roof of the classroom. What benefit would this have? Sakura was the first to answer, but it was in question form. You are training the tenketsu on your hands, Kurama-sensei? Kurama dropped from the ceiling and landed nimbly. Yes, well deduced Sakura. I talked about Sasuke's fireball earlier. Knowing what we just covered, how could he train his chakra control in his lungs? Breathing exercises, Kurama-sensei? Kiba asked. Yup. Now, what about you, Neji? Your clan uses precise chakra bursts from your hands and fingertips. Neji grunted. We have extra chakra control exercises. However, your use of chakra channeling to the hands would be a good exercise to develop the tenketsu in the hands, sensei. Kurama nodded and formed a Rasengan in his hands without hand signs. This is possibly the best chakra control exercise that I know of. It was the jutsu developed by the Yondaime after he witnessed Jinchuriki using the Baijudama. Unfortunately, this is a family jutsu, but I show you this to prove a point. Don't limit yourselves to the chakra control exercises of your predecessors. Think up different ways to play with, test and control your chakra. Tailor these chakra control exercises around the type of shinobi you want to be. Shikamaru interjected here. For my clan's jutsu, I use my chakra to extend and manipulate natural properties. How would you train that? Kurama dissolved the Rasengan and formed a chakra chain out of his hand. It calmly extended and tapped Shikamaru's desk. I am doing something that is roughly the same in manipulation practice to your shadow manipulation. However, while mine is more yang chakra, I believe yours is more yin chakra if I am not mistaken. Your greatest weakness right now is your chakra reserves and capacity. Any time you wish to spend cloud watching could be used to play with your shadows instead. Don't make it a drag to practice, make it fun instead. How about altering your shadows into the clouds you are watching? How about laying on the surface of water while cloud watching to train your control? How about pranking people with your shadow as you walk down the street? The point I am trying to make is that you are each choosing to walk the path of the shinobi. This isn't a job, it is a lifestyle. Own it. Day 20, Sparring Field. How far do you want me to push him? It is time to force the activation. The Sharingan unlocks itself under duress when the user believes their life is in danger. He is going to hate me for this. Better you than me. The masked man answered with a chuckle. I fucking hate you sometimes, cousin. That could be son in time. Cammy knows you are old enough. The masked man joked again with his shoulders shaking. I can't deal with you right now. Very well, I will force it through today. Be ready to take him to the clinic. Sasuke was panting as his opponent circled him in the ring. Sasuke had learned to fear this man, and it didn't help that he was going harder on him than normal today. Sasuke waited for the charge, and he opened with the interceptor fist to counter the first punch, and his front leg lifted to block the low kick. Sasuke winced as his leg protested the force of the block, and he attempted to move into a counter position. Sasuke's counter was stopped before it could start as he took a fist to the face that sent him to the ground. Mr. Rookie of the Year, PSH. Look at you now. Giving up and laying on the ground. Get up, sapling. Get up and fight, or I will fucking beat you within an inch of your life. Sasuke slowly pushed himself off the ground and rubbed the trickle of blood from his chin with his forearm. HN? HN? That's how you want to play this? A water whip formed and lashed across the boy's back and forced him back down to the ground. The boy cried out in protest before he began struggling up once more. If taijutsu isn't to your fancy, then pick up this blade. You're vaunted. Clan was supposed to be good with swords. The trainer tossed a wakizashi near Sasuke's hands. Sasuke's eyes widened. This is a real blade. This isn't a practice blade, sensei. No shit. If you want to treat this like practice, then I will show you what it means to fight against a real opponent. Now, pick it up. No, Sasuke said in fear of what it would mean for him to pick the blade up. Pick it up and get on your feet. The trainer roared as he lashed out with his katana, and the sharp blade cut the edge off of Sasuke's pinky finger's nail. Sasuke shakily took the wakizashi and struggled to his feet. He looked up to see the hardened crimson eyes of his trainer. He got into the intro stance of his kenjutsu style that he had been learning for the last 2 weeks. His eyes processed the sharpened edges of the two blades, and the first real clang felt different as Sasuke recoiled from the weight of the blow. He went through his defensive forms and was able to block the opening series of attacks. However, the pace kept picking up and Sasuke was struggling to keep up. He had never been pushed this far before in his life, not even by his father. Sasuke cried out and his form became sloppy after the first shallow cut to his arm, which earned him a twin cut on the other arm. Sasuke corrected his form and did his best to keep up. It was a losing battle, and Sasuke looked like he got in a fight with a paper monster that took pleasure in giving him shallow cuts. Sasuke was on his last leg and his eyes saw a stabbing blow coming directly for his head. He was too tired to dodge, and he was too slow to do anything about it. Suddenly, the color of the world changed, and the blade slowed down as the tip of the blade was a foot away from his forehead. Sasuke tried to lift his arms to block the blow, but his heightened senses let him know that he wasn't going to make it in time. He closed his eyes and turned his head away, but nothing happened. He opened his eyes to see the tip of the blade hovering mere millimeters in front of his forehead. He looked past the tip of the blade and saw his instructor smiling down on him with pride. Sasuke collapsed to his knees and his wakizashi clattered to the ground. What the fuck, Kurama-sensei? Kurama smirked and held the flat edge of his blade up for Sasuke to look into. He saw crimson orbs with one Tomoe Sharingan rotating slowly in his eyes. Just had to give you the final push. Your mom and brother believed you were ready, so I pushed a little harder than normal. Sasuke looked down at all of the shallow cuts and trickles of blood and shook his head. A little? I am shredded, Kurama chuckled. No pain, no gain. Good job, sapling. HN, Sasuke grunted, and his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked up in fear. He took a lashing of a water whip to the thigh, but he stifled the groan of pain that wanted to escape. Thank you, sensei, Sasuke said humbly. Kurama put the water whip away and held out his hand to help Sasuke up. No problem, sapling. Sasuke took the proffered hand. Why do you call us saplings, sensei? Kurama chuckled, because you are all going to grow up to be part of the great tree. You are not yet ready to stand on your own and you haven't earned my respect. Trust me, it is nicer than what I was called for my whole first year of training. Then why did you do it? Sasuke asked as he followed Kurama into the cafeteria. Because it was far better than the rest of my childhood. Plus, I needed to get stronger, and I was willing to do what it took to achieve my dreams. Kurama answered honestly. Sasuke frowned at that. Why did the villagers treat you like that? Make it to graduation and I will tell you. Kurama replied the same way he had to similar questions from the rest of the bunch. Have you opened up to any of your classmates yet? Sasuke froze mid-grunt and readjusted after seeing that Kurama wasn't going to punish him for the near HN. Yes, I am on decent terms with them. It helps that there are no more fangirls. Kurama chuckled. Yes, fangirls are annoying. That being said, I expect you to be a leader of your peers. You need to correct your behavior and open up. If you continued on your previous path, you would have wound up hating everyone and everything. What did I tell you about the darkness? That we don't live in the darkness. We only visit it. Why is that important? Kurama continued. Because those that don't know how to live in the light get lost in the darkness. Good, Kurama ruffled Sasuke's hair. Now, do you believe that? Sasuke frowned a bit and thought, I guess I don't know. I admit that I don't know what the ninja world is like. Modesty is good. The world is dark, Sasuke, very dark. If you don't have things like friends and family to keep you anchored, then it is all too easy to get lost. Sasuke nodded at that and went to join his fellow rookies for dinner. Kurama enjoyed watching Sasuke flashing his Sharingan with pride. He hated those damnable eyes, but if he could guide the Uchiha away from the curse of hatred, then he would try. It was the least he could do for Mikoto. He left the cafeteria and went to the control room to prepare for the night study session. He found Mikoto and Itachi in there waiting for him. Thank you for doing that, Mikoto said with a sincere smile on her face. I couldn't have done that to him. Kurama shrugged and smiled. Well, I may not be a clan heir, but I have Uchiha blood in this body of mine. Why are you unmasked, Itachi? Itachi shrugged. It is just us in here right now. Plus, what were you just talking to Ototo about? Sometimes living behind that mask is the same as living in the darkness. Kurama nodded. I gotcha. So, you think this boot camp is a good start for Anbu prospects? Itachi nodded. That has already been discussed. Your intermediate level program will be the level our new recruits go through. I believe Sai and Mai are going to lead the first class. Kurama chuckled. Watch out for Mai. She is a little sadist. So, Mikoto, any thoughts on the program? Before Mikoto could answer, Itachi chuckled and chimed in, well, I got to go. Duty calls. See you later, Kachan. Mikoto smiled and gave Itachi a kiss on the cheek before she turned to address Kurama. Well, I will be a lot less worried when they go out of the village on their first C-rank missions. So, how many times are you going to allow your clones to duct tape the Haruno girl's mouth? Kurama chuckled, as many times as it takes for her to stop screeching like a banshee. Still, I didn't expect 15 kids to still be around. Mikoto reached out and placed a slender and tender hand on Kurama's forearm. Well, you are a good trainer. Kurama looked down at the hand and placed his own atop it. Thanks, Miko-chan. How are Naruto and Kushina doing? Mikoto asked. Kurama shrugged. They are isolated in a training camp of their own. I haven't talked to either of them since this training started. How are you holding up? Mikoto shrugged nonchalantly. Well, your seals have helped us, and we have stabilized. Your shadow clone suggestion helped a lot with the paperwork, and I have been doing the workouts you suggested. I can create 5 clones that last all day now. Kurama smiled. Good, just don't think you have to do everything alone. Did you talk to Tsume about dinner after this is all over? Mikoto blushed. I did. And? Mikoto sighed. I guess, it is just a lot to take in. You can have any girl in the world, especially when your heritage is released. Why do you want someone like me? Kurama gave her an understanding smile. Let me ask you this. When it is just the two of us together, how do you feel? Content. Mikoto answered after thinking it over. Kurama's smile lit up. That was the same word I used when I was asked that question. Mikoto let a smile grace her face, but she still looked self-conscious. That's nice. Kurama lifted her chin up a bit and his crimson eyes bore into her obsidian orbs. Yes, it is. Mikoto bit her bottom lip at his soft words and her eyes danced in an attempt to avoid direct eye contact. Suddenly, she felt a light pressure on her lips and her eyes widened momentarily before they closed in contentment. She allowed herself to reciprocate the kiss and she moaned in protest when Kurama pulled back. She opened her eyes slowly as Kurama's hand released the bottom of her chin. She no longer avoided eye contact as she looked into his eyes. I like you, Mikoto. The light in you is strong and I believe you will help keep me anchored. I value this contentment and I want to explore it further with you, if you will have me, Kurama whispered.
Mikoto nodded weakly. I think we can try.
I know Itachi-kun will be okay with it. So, you are worried about Sasuke's response? Kurama asked. Mikoto nodded. I have never had a good relationship with him. He was always seeking his father's approval and emulating him. I have seen the change and I can tell that he respects you.
I don't want to ruin that.
Kurama smiled, I can understand that. You are a good mother, Miko-chan. When the time comes, we will sit him down and tell him the truth. The full truth.
Mikito's eyes shimmered in worry. I don't think he
will be able to take it. I will shape him into a shinobi that can take this kind of information, Kurama insisted, and Mikito nodded and leaned into a warm embrace with him. Day 29, wake up, testing. Kurama walked into the barracks at 4:55 am, and he did so without the dramatics he used for the first couple of weeks. He created a clone and each one opened a door into the respective barracks. Kurama walked into the male barracks to see them all standing at attention in front of their beds. Their beds were made, and their postures were straighter. Kurama let go of the water whip that he had preformed in his hand. He looked over the males. Very good, it only took you 4 weeks to form up on time. Well done, go to the training yard, form up, Kurama said with a pleased grin on his face. In the female barracks, Sakura ran out of the bathroom at 4:59 am and formed up in front of her bunk. Kurama looked appraisingly at the 6 kunoichi lined up in front of him. Sakura, Ino, Ten, Hinata, Amy, and Yakumo. They were shrieking or protesting anymore. They had come to accept their lots in life and each of them had pushed through the training. Very good, I am proud of each of you. Go form up and we will conduct our morning training before chow and assessments. After a morning workout and chow, the saplings formed up in a quiet and professional formation in front of the training area. There was an intermediate obstacle course, a moving target range, a taijutsu sparring area, a kenjutsu sparring area, a lake, and an area that was designated for ninjutsu. All Jounin instructors were present, as were all of the clan heads and civilian council. Kurama stepped forward and addressed the saplings in front of him. Today is your final assessment that will be compared to your graduation results from 1 month ago. Tell me and your elders here, saplings, are you up to my test? Yes, Kurama-sensei. They chorused in unison. Then show me, Kurama said passionately. The obstacle course was first, and it comprised a course that was 2 kilometers long with 3 climbing walls that required Chakra to get over. There were a series of obstacles for them to jump through that would only be possible with Chakra channeling. There were monkey bars that would test upper body strength, along with a high ropes course, muddy terrain, sandy terrain, and a swampy terrain for them to mitigate. In addition, the obstacle course had a myriad of Jounin-level traps that were designed to penalize students. It was much more intense than the pitiful course that they ran at the academy. The clan heads watched Kurama and then the rookies run through the course, and they were amazed by the improvement they saw in this area alone. The results of the training were clear in this aspect alone, but they also noticed something else. The rookies were quiet and professional as they waited for their turn at the course. The only time they broke that quiet was to provide positive reinforcement to their comrades that completed the course. So, even the girls were able to complete this course. Color me impressed, Sume said with a smirk on her face. Inoiki nodded as he watched Ino catching her breath after giving her all on the course. She was a mere 30 seconds behind most of the males, which was an achievement given the fact that they were a minute or more behind the boys with the short academy course. To think that girl is my Ino. I haven't even heard her yell once yet. Mikito snickered behind a hand covering her mouth. I know you were busy, but have you watched any of the tapes? Inoiki frowned. No, why do you ask? Hyashi cleared his throat. Let's just say that he used psychological conditioning to break each of the saplings of their bad habits. What do you mean? What do he do to my princess? Inoiki growled. Danzo smirked. He water whipped the bad habits out of her. For every offense, every time she tried to apply makeup, every squeeze of perfume, every time she gave in to her own limits, every time she didn't clear her plate, every offense earned your princess a water whip. Inoiki's face turned tempestuous as his blue eyes flared. I'm going to kill that little bastard. I am going to destroy his mind and make him believe he is a little girl. Ma, it all worked out for the best, Kakashi said. I was skeptical at first, but you are seeing the results. Kuza whistled as he nodded approvingly. Kuji had just scored 13 out of 20 on a moving target range with kunai and shuriken. That is a higher score by 5. And on a moving course no less. Inoiki watched as Ino nailed 15 of the targets and he halted mid-protest. Princess? He asked weakly. Sume barked out a laugh. See what I mean? They will look back on this month and thank Kurama. Especially when they get in their first scrap. Mikito watched in pride as Sasuke hit all 20 out of 20 targets in their vital points. She even appreciated the lack of the fangirl screams that usually accompanied such an action. She nearly laughed out loud when she saw that Kurama was standing within reach of the girls with a water whip in hand to keep them in line. She shook her head fondly as she smiled at the young man, which wasn't missed by Tsume at all. It looks like this is paid off quite handsomely. Imagine what they could have done with 6 years of instruction, Mikado said while watching the assessment test. Sakura stood across from a Kurama clone in the taijutsu arena. She knew that Kurama-sensei didn't pull any punches and she knew that she had to give it her all. She didn't go through all of this training to drop out on the last day. She fell into her defensive stance that her instructors had beaten into her over the month. Her face was resolved as Kurama began his assault. Jiraiya watched the ongoing tests next to his sensei with his arms crossed under his chest. Well, he can train some brats. Good for him. How are you going to use this, sensei? Hiruzen tapped out the used tobacco from his pipe and looked placidly at the assessments. There is not much we can do, Jiraiya-kun. I will use this to gain the boy's trust and keep him closer. The clan heads are more than pleased with what they have seen thus far. Jiraiya frowned. Sensei, we need him under our control. He is the child of prophecy, and I can't control him the way he is now. Jiraiya-kun, there are many ways to control a person. We will simply have to be more subtle with his control than we originally planned. He has adamantine chains and Sharingan, both of which he displays prolific control over. Those alone mandates that he has entered into the CRA. We can control his spouses and manipulate him that way. Jiraiya started chuckling perversely and rubbing his hands together. That would provide so much inspiration. Do you have any candidates in mind? Any females that are loyal to you? Hiruzen looked around to make sure nobody could overhear him before speaking. Anko Mitarashi has been wanting a promotion to full Jounin for years. She will be loyal to me should I request a seduction mission. Jiraiya's perverted chuckling reached creepy levels. Yes, oh yes, please do it, sensei. I can put up with the insufferable brat if he can provide me with such inspiration. Hiruzen chuckled and lit his fresh tobacco. We must be careful, Jiraiya-kun. The boy is so much more advanced than we ever expected. Minato's prolific talent looks mundane in comparison. Jiraiya scowled at the insult to his famous student. Don't insult Minato like that. Minato was much more human than that boy will ever be. That may be true, Hiruzen conceded. We must adapt, Jiraiya-kun. I need you to get close to the boy. I still don't know why Danzo revealed all of this. Hell, my old rival is even remarrying at his age. Jiraiya looked at his sensei in disbelief. Who would marry that evil bag of bones? Melissa, Hiruzen said while enjoying the dropped jaw on his student. That bombshell. Why would she choose Danzo? Jiraiya asked while idly noting that the taijutsu spars were done. Hiruzen calmed himself by sucking on his pipe and blowing out his smoke. He has changed, Jiraiya. He told me it is because of Kurama, but the fact is that he has changed. I saw him laughing, Jiraiya. Danzo was laughing. Elsewhere, the Jounin sensei were watching as the students went through the weapons sparring ring. The rookies weren't prolific with their chosen weapons, well, except Tenten. That girl had an insane fascination with weapons. That being said, they were each showing beginning level aptitude with their chosen weapons, and they were standing their own against Kurama. He let each of the students use live weapons while he simply countered them with a training katana. My Sakura-chan is using a tanto? She could cut herself. Mibuki Haruno's shrill voice echoed across the underground training field. Kuza chortled, what do you think she would do if she knew that Kurama saw her naked? Or that he whipped her while she was naked? Tsume added while restraining her laughter. He saw my princess naked? Inoiki asked in a hiss. Mikoto answered, he conducted the wake-up calls every morning. I assure you that he is not interested in any of the females. Furthermore, they are not interested in him. They are each terrified to the point of respecting him. That cretin still saw my princess naked. I am going to castrate him before I destroy his mind. Inoiki started hissing under his breath. Shikaku sighed, Inoiki, this is troublesome to say, but did you ever consider this as what was needed? Did you ever think that in breaking them of their childhood fantasies could save them later on? Death and rape statistics among kunoichi had been going up year over year. This training could spare your daughter that fate. He is right, Inoiki, Tsume said forcefully. He is 100% right. Your coddling of your princess could have cost her life or innocence. My lack of discipline on my son could have cost him some missions or Kami forbid his teammate's life. Kurama fixed our mistakes and made himself the bad guy. I say you take this as a blessing and learn from it. Since when could Shikamaru use a Kyokitsu Shoge? That is quite the unique weapon. Kuza asked Shikaku while watching the usually lazy Shikamaru going all out with his weapon. The Kyokitsu Shoge was a kunai-length blade with an inverse curved blade coming out just above the pommel. The pommel ended in a ring with a lead of rope that attached to a weight on the other end. Troublesome brat. He told me that he chose it to reinforce our clan jutsu. I have never seen my son this focused, Shikaku said. How did he break him of his lazy habits? Hiashi asked. Was it similar to how he broke my daughter's stutter? Shikaku nodded with a stern look on his face. He started by psychological conditioning and then made a logical argument while besting him in shogi. Kurama knew exactly how to get my son to listen to him. Hiashi frowned. Yes, well, he was fairly forceful with Hinata. He ripped into me pretty good as well, and I admit that I was humbled as a father. I was ashamed that I didn't see the abuse my clan elders were subjecting her to. I could never have imagined it was holding back her potential to this degree. Mikoto smiled with pride. Hiashi, I paid close attention to her. Your daughter is an amazing girl, she just needed to see that herself and Naruto helped her do it. Once she was broken out of that shell, she blossomed. Did you know that she had a water affinity? No, Hiashi admitted stoically. That explains a lot though. Why do you ask? Did you notice the difference in her taijutsu spar? Mikoto pressed knowingly. No, I did not. Has she done something to the Jukin? It was enough that I allowed the two to be trained in ninjutsu and bows. If the clan elders are forced to accept a change to the Jukin, they will revolt, Hiashi said wearily. Then let them revolt. They are old windbags that are stuck in the past. If Hitomi or Hisashi were still alive, then you would be strong enough to stand up to them, Sume said in a challenging fashion. Hiashi did not deign to respond to that as he kept watching the display. Indeed, he watched as Hinata danced around the sparring area while letting arrows loose. It was clear that there was much room for improvement, but he was impressed by the display. He was further impressed by Kurama's ability to dodge or counter arrows loosed at such a short range. He then gawked as Hinata went through a close-range defensive kata with her bow as Kurama pressed her with his katana. Maybe I will, Sume, Hiashi said after watching the complete test of his daughter's weapon capacity. The saplings then went through their chakra control and primary affinity testing. This was the hardest for the rookies to get done. Each of them was able to tree walk and water walk, but primary affinity control exercises took much longer to get used to. Especially with a class of Jounin that were recently introduced to the concept. Despite that, Leaves suffered a variety of fates after a couple minutes. The standard for mastery over the level 1 exercises was getting the desired outcome in less than 3 seconds, but it was still amazing to see new Jounin were each able to alter their chakra. How did he teach Gakas how to alter their chakra in under a month? Jiraiya asked with his arms crossed. Hiruzen shrugged, proper visualization and good control exercises. Once again, if they slacked, they earned water whips. And not to correct you, but they weren't introduced to their affinities until 2 weeks ago. Jiraiya nodded, tough to believe the Gaki we left alone was able to achieve this much. Should we just kill Danzo, so you don't have to worry about his schemes? Hiruzen sighed, no, Jiraiya. If I were to do that now, I have no doubt it would backfire on me. Especially with the support of the clan council on his side now. This won't be enough to clear his ledger, but it is definitely a start in the clan head's eyes. Then how am I supposed to get close to the Gaki? He is a Jounin now. Jiraiya pouted. The toads are insistent that I get close to the child of prophecy, and I understand why. We cannot leave such a child out of our control. Kami, Jiraiya, we have been over this. You must be patient and play it slow. Offer him the toad contract after you get a chance to bond with the boy. Other than that, just let us try the seduction plan first. Hiruzen groaned. His student could be so childish and impatient sometimes. Finally came the ninjutsu test, during which every sapling passed by displaying a C or D rank jutsu of their primary element. Mikoto was intrigued to see Sasuke using lightning rather than fire jutsu, but she beamed in pride as she saw him execute a lightning ball jutsu. The rest of the clan heads watched their students use jutsu that were not linked to their family jutsus as well, which was something that interested them. Finally, the final address from Kurama came along with the other Jounin sensei standing in front of them. Kurama smirked down on the graduates that were riding a high from passing their assessment test. A single crack from a water whip got them to quiet down and face front. Well, 29 days ago I called you all saplings. Today I call you Jounin. Allow me to congratulate you for passing boot camp, but my congratulations shouldn't be necessary. You proved to everyone that you have what it takes to succeed in this life, but more importantly you proved it to yourselves. As you leave here, you will be divided into your Jounin teams. I do not know if they will be the same, but I do know that I will be available to you on your Jounin journey. When you get back topside, do not forget the lessons learned here. When you return to your village lives, do not revert to old habits. Practice your trade and develop your skills daily. You are Konoha shinobi now, so bear that title with pride. Hiruzen stepped forward and took the stage after Kurama bowed to him. Well, how was it? he said with a grandfatherly grin on his face as the Jounin moaned and groaned a bit. When Kurama-kun approached me with this idea a little over a month ago, I was skeptical. However, I found myself pleasantly surprised today, and I was more than pleased to see that 15 of you made it through this little test run. I will reiterate what your sensei said: do not forget the lessons you learned here. Take these lessons with you and let them build the foundation for the rest of your shinobi career. As for your teams, I will announce them now. Team 6 will be Fujihiro Amy, Bunta Toshiro and Fuji Masamune under Genma Shiranui. Team 7 will be Haruno Sakura, Inuzuka Kiba and Uchiha Sasuke under Hitake Kakashi. Team 8 will be Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata and Yakumo Kurama under Yuhi Kurenai. Team 9 will stay the same under Might Guy. Team 10 will be Shikamaru Nara, Akimichi Kuji and Yamanaka Ino under Asuma Sarutobi. These teams are subject to change should you revert to old habits. I am proud of the changes you made, so do your best to keep improving and show me what you can achieve as Jounin of Konoha. Konoha Council Meeting. Day after boot camp graduation, Hiruzen had called the council meeting in order to institute reforms into the shinobi curriculum and get the academy back under shinobi control. He had conceded to many civilian demands in return for funding after the Kyubi attack, and losing the academy was one of his many mistakes that he would admit to during his second reign. Luckily, this little experiment by Kurama, he still didn't like calling Naruto-kun that, gave him the impetus needed to galvanize the clan heads and regain control. Hiruzen pounded his gavel to start the meeting. I have called this meeting to discuss the results of the advanced training regimen that was provided by and proctored by a member of this council, Uzumaki na Kurama. Kurama-san, would you please share the results with the council? Kurama stood up and handed out a bunch of folders to each member of the civilian and shinobi council. He bowed to the elders and gave one to each of them and got a wink from Danzo. He ventured to the center of the chamber and turned in a flourish. He let his crimson eyes hover over each member of the council and a smirk tugged on the edges of his lips. Finally, he began. Rather than go over individual improvements, I will let you review those packets should you be interested in them. Overall, the class experienced an improvement of 210% for physical capability and capacity. Each trainee was able to grow their chakra reserves while gaining a mastery over 3 of the basic control exercises, and they began manipulation of their primary chakra natures. In addition, each one was familiarized with one weapon style, and they were each allowed to choose a taijutsu style. These improvements in and of themselves made the month's training a success. However, I believe they pale in comparison to the change in their mindsets and behaviors. Counselor Mabuki Haruno stood up and interrupted. Here, you ruined my Sakura-chan. She told me about all the times you whipped her, beat her, and Kami knows what else. She shrieked in her banshee tone. Kurama looked at her impassively. Did your daughter complain, or did she simply inform you of the voluntary training that she agreed to, Counsel Haruno? The clan heads each looked impassively at the counselor they liked least. Mabuki looked like she swallowed a lemon. She told me about the torture you subjected the kids to. Kurama nodded. I did indeed do all of those things. Tell me, counselor, what was the passing rate of academy graduates over the past 10 years? I don't know. Just under 30%. Now tell me, counselor, what was the mortality and attrition rate for the kunoichi that managed to pass their Jounin exams? I don't know. Mabuki shrieked, not liking being made a fool of. Mortality rate was 28% and attrition rate was 56%. It is pretty obvious why most of them died, but do you know why most kunoichi quit? Kurama continued to make his point. No. Of those 56%, 30% fell out after their first kill or first close call with death. Nearly 70% of them were raped after a mission went wrong. Tell me, counselor, do you believe your daughter was ready for the shinobi life 42 days ago? Mabuki looked incensed at the question. My daughter was the kunoichi of the year. Kurama started chuckling and shaking his head. Kunoichi of the year based on an errant set of statistics and grades that had nothing to do with being a proper shinobi. Make no mistake, counselor, your daughter was one of the worst cases of fangirlism that I have ever seen. I took my time to correct that, and you may thank me later. Before Mabuki could screech and deafen the council, Hiruzen interjected. Thank you, Kurama-kun. Mabuki, he is correct in his assessment. In fact, that was why I have convened this council meeting. In light of recent developments, I move to have the Shinobi Academy return to the supervision of the Shinobi Council. All in favor? The measure passed 23-5 with 5 civilian councilors voting in favor. Ah, thank Kami, Sume said in relief after the vote was taken. The Shinobi Council hated the fact that the Academy standards had fallen so far. Hiruzen chuckled. Yes, it is nice to be able to effect the change. Do I have any volunteers or recommendations for a shinobi you would recommend to institute the changes to the Academy curriculum? Otaru, one of the civilians that voted against the measure, spoke up here. Sane Dame Sama, I worried that the standards will be too difficult for civilian children to meet, and this will provide an unfair advantage for the clan children in the future. Kurama addressed this before any of the clan heads could speak up. Counselor, 4 out of 15 of the graduates are civilian born. Without this training, that number would have likely been 1 out of 9. My training instructed civilians on how to access and use their chakra just as well as any clan heir. Your approach to reduce academy standards in order to give civilian children a fair chance only hurts Konoha in the long run. The shinobi lifestyle isn't easy, and it isn't glamorous as most of those kids thought before beginning boot camp. Danzo reaffirmed what Naruto said, of my private security force, I took in orphans from all around the elemental nations. Unlike in the past, I gave them a choice for enrollment, and I allowed them chances to leave. Most of my graduates could have been designated as civilian born. They have since become great shinobi, even if their training was significantly more challenging. The only thing that lowering standards does is weaken the village as a whole. The civilians realized that they were properly outnumbered on this cause. They would have to concede, and it didn't sit well with them. They glared at the idol of their hatred, the boy that refused to die and the boy that refused to remain disappeared. This boy, who looked like a man, could be blamed for everything that went wrong. They may not be able to get him now, but they would get him in the future. Hiruzen coughed to get the attention on him. Well, that should settle that matter. Now, volunteers to adapt the curriculum? Shikaku raised his head off the desk. Don't be troublesome, Hokage-sama. Just let Kurama draft a proposal and we can review it. Nara-san, that would be me creating a 6-year curriculum on my own. Kurama protested. And I have my duties with the rookie teams. After putting them through that training, I need to make sure they don't relapse. Danzo clicked his teeth. I volunteer, and I will coordinate with Homura and Koharu. I will have a curriculum prepared for review in 2 months. Hiruzen looked around frantically, hoping that somebody he trusted would volunteer. He didn't want Danzo to have access to that amount of power. Sadly, most of the clan heads were reluctant to take on more responsibility. Finally, Hiruzen sighed and nodded. Very well, please don't make it too troublesome. Danzo nodded. I will temper it. Now, I have another proposal for this council. Hiruzen nodded wearily and Jiraiya stiffened in his position on the wall. I wish to issue a letter of challenge to Kumo for the Chunin exams coming in 5 months. I propose we set an exhibition match for the beginning of the finals between Kurama and any Jounin level shinobi of their choosing. This got a stir out of the council. Mutterings broke out and it took a couple minutes for things to calm back down. Finally, Hiruzen pounded his gavel and spoke. Silence. Enough of this. Danzo, why would we do something so reckless? Our relationship with Kumo is nearly hostile. Danzo looked to Kurama, who gave him a slight nod. Danzo began, we all know that Kumo was responsible for the death of Hisashi Hyuga and the presumed kidnapping of Hanabi Hyuga. We took the loss and let them get away with it because we were still recovering from the Kyuubi attack. This will be an open challenge to a prideful man, and I know that Kurama will win. This will, in turn, create more interest, draw more lords and benefit Konoha. Hisashi was standing with his Byakugan blazing. Why? Why not just crush them? They ruined my family and kidnapped my daughter. Danzo sighed and gave a nod to Kurama, who spoke up. Hisashi-san, one of my operations with Danzo's security force was a scouting mission to Kumo. I could not find your daughter Hanabi's location, but she will likely be coming into the age of reproduction soon. I was able to listen in on their conversation and I wished to spare Hanabi that fate. We forced the Raikage's hand by issuing this public challenge and it will give me a chance to find more information. Shikaku chimed in here and Kurama could tell his full attention was devoted to this. Do you know who they will send? What information do you have that you aren't telling us? Danzo intervened. Hokage-sama, please dismiss the civilian council and your Anbu. The information we reveal will be of Zor SS class in nature and I don't want it getting out. Hiruzen's eyes widened, and he thought it over while the civilian council protested. Very well, Anbu and civilian council, please leave us. He looked carefully into Kurama's and Danzo's eyes as they stood side by side. He knew that this was a power play by Danzo and he allowed it so that he may get some insight into Danzo's schemes. After the door closed, Kurama placed a high-level security and privacy barrier on the floor. The blue shimmer fizzled out and stabilized before Danzo spoke. What I am going to reveal to you cannot be discussed outside of this room until after the Chunin exams. It would pose a severe risk to Konoha's security should it get outside of our control. Jiraiya scoffed, I am the head spymaster. I can keep any information locked up. What is it about the Gaki that needs to be shared under such secrecy? After a look from Danzo, Kurama weaved through a couple hand signs and tapped his foot on the ground. 2 chairs grew out of the wooden floors and Kurama took a seat next to Danzo. He looked at the clan council and unsealed the Uzumaki clan index. He opened it up to the page with the Uzumaki family tree and presented it to the Hokage by having his adamantine chains carry the book with his Sharingan active. It was quite the display, but it did its job. I have just shown you 3 bloodlines that are linked to the 3 founding clans of Konoha. If I were to be honest with you, when I first found out I was enraged. I was beyond pissed about my treatment in my early childhood. I was enraged that the information was withheld from me. I was furious that people that called themselves my parents' friends stood by and let my abuse happen. I have since forgiven you, but I wanted to say that aloud in front of this council at least once. Kurama's tone was icy and calm, which made his words cut into the council. I understand your Uzumaki heritage, Kurama, but where did you get the Sharingan and Makuten from? Hiashi asked. Hiruzen cleared his throat. This index provides proof that Uchiha Madara married Uzumaki Krishna, the last Uzukage of Uzushiaga Corps. They gave birth to Kushina and Madara suppressed her Sharingan to stop the Uchiha clan from claiming her. What about the Makuten? Huiza asked. Minato Namikaze was the son of Senju Tsunade and Senju Jiraiya. Kurama answered, which caused all heads to turn towards Jiraiya, who was scowling. How did you find out that information, Gaki? Jiraiya asked with a murderous visage on his face. Kurama chuckled. My master was Tobirama-sama's student, and you are the only person in the village with facial markings like his. Furthermore, your name and Tsunade's names are in the index as a branch family of the Uzumaki. Next to my father's name, which was added once he married Kushina via the Uzumaki clan ritual, you will see a reference that leads you to a Senju family tree. The Uzumaki and Senju have always been close. Since the grandchildren of Tobirama and Hashirama got together, well, the family tree doesn't lie. Jiraiya-sama, did you know Minato was your son? Inoiki asked. Yes, we kept his identity a secret because of the threat to the Senju clan. Minato knew as well. That was why I was so involved in his life and training after he grew up in the orphanage. Jiraiya answered through gritted teeth. He didn't want this truth coming out. Kurama chuckled, like father, like son, eh? Was that part of your plan with me as well? Jiraiya was fuming and refused to answer, so Hiruzen did for him. We needed to protect you from external enemies. Kurama started laughing maniacally for nearly a full minute before he calmed down. Look, I have forgiven your bullshit, but if you continue to spout it in front of me, then I will not continue to do so. 100 assassins of Iwo wouldn't have been as dangerous as the regular beatings I received before Danzo Gi-san adopted me. Danzo put a hand on Kurama's shoulder. It was supportive and it said to not get emotional. I found Kurama shortly after his 8th birthday and adopted him after signing a contract that guaranteed protection, food and training. That was our dirty little secret. He was so desperate that once he saw me and recognized me as a village elder, he asked me for that. It was the best decision of my life. Danzo finished with a genuine smile that shook the council. Jiraiya was seething internally. This was supposed to be his Gaki. He was going to show up in his life after years of abuse and be the first person to give him anything. It would have made the kid undyingly loyal, and he could have turned him into Konoha's asset. All that setup and plans ruined because the brat couldn't take a couple of beatings. Jiraiya calmed his mind and stepped forward. Well, as I am your grandfather and that is public knowledge now, we can undo the adoption. No, the softly spoken word carried enough menace in it to stop Jiraiya mid-sentence. I am the clan head of the Uzumaki and a full shinobi. I acknowledge my heritage, but I no longer need a guardian by law. He is quite right, Jiraiya-kun. That being said, we have deviated quite a bit from the initial point of this conversation. Why do you wish to issue a challenge to Kumo, Danzo? Danzo met the Hokage's eye and the twinkle of victory in the dark orbs infuriated the Hokage. We issue the challenge to embarrass the man in public. He will undoubtedly accept, and it is my belief that he will choose Ni Yugito, the Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Nekomata. My intelligence indicates that she is not treated well in Kumo, and they have ensured her loyalty by seals. This presents an opportunity to turn her to our side should he be able to break those seals. Not only can Kurama defeat her in combat, but he can do so in a way that will allow him to announce his bloodlines to the world. Why attempt to turn the Jinchuriki? Shikaku asked. We need an inside person in Kumo to locate Hanabi Hyuga. She has grown up there since she was an infant, so she likely doesn't know the truth. I am confident that I can relate to her as a Jinchuriki, or we could negotiate something along those lines with Kumo. Once I seize my power, he will either attempt to seduce me or kill me. Both options will fail, but both options could present an opportunity to find out more about Hanabi's whereabouts, Kurama said calmly. Why? Hiashi asked, struggling to restrain his emotions. Why do this for her? Kurama bowed to Hiashi dono, my mother was a close friend to your late wife. Not only is Hanabai's retrieval in the best interest of Konoha, but it is the right thing to do. I do not wish her current fate on anyone, and I will do what I can to change it. Hiruzen found himself backed into a corner in this situation. It was clear that the boy had the council wrapped around his little finger, and now that he had proposed this, there was only one choice. Damn it, Danzo, backing me into a corner like this. The more I see of your plan, the less I know about what your endgame is. Hiruzen cleared his throat, all in favor of extending an invite to Kumo? Kumagakure no Sato, Raikage's office, 3 days after council meeting. The Yondaime Raikage of Kumo, was a big and burly man that was dark-skinned with slicked-back blonde hair and cocoa eyes. He was 6 feet 2 inches tall, and every bit of his body looked defined despite the bulkiness of his muscle. He wore his Raikage's robes without a shirt, and it left his toned chest exposed. He wore 3 bronze bracers on each wrist and a bronze belt that designated him as a member of the Hachibi Subjugation Squad. He was a war hero of the Third Great Ninja War, and his only rival ever was Namikaze Minato, the only man to ever best him in speed and combat. I was working his way through the damnable sheets of paperwork. The only way he kept his sanity was by mixing in sets of biceps curls for each 10 pieces of paper he dealt with. Thus, he was curling his weights when his sexy secretary, Mabui, opened the door with a concerned look on her face. I stopped what he was doing and set the massive dumbbells down once she got close to his desk. What is it, Mabui? He asked in a gruff tone. You aren't bringing me more paperwork, are you? Mabui enjoyed the look of fear on Ai's face. We have an official message from Konoha, sir, Mabui said while offering the envelope to her Raikage. I took the envelope dispassionately and read the contents. He didn't even balk at the Chunin exam invite. He wasn't planning on sending a team anyways. However, that all changed as his eyebrows continued to raise while reading the second document. This document had a single picture of a young man that looked eerily similar to Ai. To Ai, Yondaime Raikage of Kumagakure, along with a standard invitation to the Chunin exams, Konoha wanted to extend a challenge for an exhibition match. You are the first and preferred village of choice for this, seeing as you are hailed as the second strongest shinobi village. We have attached a picture of our chosen champion and we wish to leave the challenge open. Should you agree to the challenge, we will introduce our candidates at the beginning of the exams. The exhibition match, should you accept, will be scheduled for the beginning of the exam finals, set for 11th of September. I await your reply. My village council wanted a higher level match to start the finals in order to impress the lords and ladies of our land. I am sure you understand. Please reply promptly so that I may extend this offer to other villages should you accept. Best regards. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure. I removed the picture that was paperclipped to the top of the page. His eyes narrowed at the familiar-looking face. The sun-kissed blonde hair was the same as his former rival and the facial structure looked familiar. However, it was the crimson eyes that threw Ai off. Despite the eyes, he felt as if he should know this boy. He needed to know who this boy was and why Konoha was so willing to show him off. Mabui, get me B, Yugito, Daru, C, and Shi. I want them in my office in the next hour, I said while still looking at the photo. 45 minutes later, the requested individuals were in his office and I briefed them on what was in the letter. He opened up conversation to his trusted leaders of Kumagakure. Of course, that didn't really include Yugito. He brought her because she was the first candidate that came to mind when he thought of a Jounin that could fight. He couldn't do it himself, he would never take B to a hostile village and Daru was too lazy to fight in a match like this. Raikage-sama, this sounds like a setup. Konoha is known for their crazy prodigies and that kid looks familiar. It is like they know he will crush anyone we send against him, C said while the picture of Kurama was in his mind. Hey, yo, big bro, why don't you send me? I could show off Hachibi. Ain't no fool can stand because Killer B is your man. We? B rapped arrhythmically. I groaned and slid his hand down his face. B, I need you here in Kumo if I'm going to be out of the village. Also, stop it with that incessant rap or it is the iron claw for you. Daru, give me your thoughts. Daru was in his thinking pose and he shook his head. This is bothersome, Raikage-sama. That one project is nearly ready, and I don't know if it is worth the risk. That being said, it is a grand opportunity to show off the might of Kumo. Plus, if he is going to make the offer to other villages, then it may become public knowledge that we turned down the offer. It is a bothersome problem to deal with. What do we know of their selected Jounin? She asked. I nodded. Our spies sent some stuff, but I don't have much on him. They claim he is 14 years old. There was no public knowledge on a Kurama Uzumaki. There was once a Naruto Uzumaki, But he went missing almost 6 years ago. This Kurama showed up a couple months ago as a Tokubutsu Jounin. Sounds like he was in Anbu then. Mabui offered. I mean, he couldn't be an official shinobi until his 14th year according to the treaty. We know that we have a couple promising kids in our Anbu to circumvent this. It was likely the same for him. I nodded once more. I was thinking the same thing. Is it worth taking the risk though? She spoke up once more. I guess you have to ask if you are confident our strongest matches up against their strongest. Eyes went to Yugito. Yugito, you have completed your Jinchuriki training and you have run many missions. Will you win for me? Yugito bowed dispassionately. Yes, Reikage-sama. Ai's nose wrinkled at the unpassionate answer. Are you sure? Can I trust you with this? Yes, Reikage-sama. I nodded. Should you win, then I will allow your mother to live with you. Is that enough motivation for you? A blue fire skittered across Yugito's dark brown irises. Yes, Reikage-sama. She answered more passionately this time. Good, I said with a stiff nod. You are dismissed, Daru, and she please stay. After the room cleared, she asked, what is it, Reikage-sama? What is the status of Project Blind Eye? I asked in a hushed tone. She reported, the girl is almost 11 years old. She is ready to begin hormone treatments and she is compliant thus far. Brainwashing is going smoothly, and she is not resisting the program. That being said, the doctors suggest waiting at least another 3 years to harvest her eggs. They said pregnancy at 13 should be possible. I clicked his teeth. So, we are still 2 years out? Yes, Reikage-sama. She answered. Fine, make sure security is perfect on her. We have invested too much into this project to have this little dick measuring contest with Konoha get in the way, I said. Daru stepped in here. What about this kid? If he is that great, then maybe we could attempt to seduce him? Or failing that, kill him. I frowned. They are ready for that. They must be if they sent his photo. It is like I am supposed to recognize who he is, but it just eludes me. His visage doesn't match up to any photos of what we have thus far. She was thinking, well, might I suggest we think up ways to up the ante, so to speak? When he is introduced, you could either just proceed as planned or turn this around on the old monkey with a bet. I chuckled. A bet? Like what? She smirked. Like, if he is of a prolific lineage, then he agrees to impregnate a girl of your choosing. If he is worthy, then maybe even go all out for it and try to get him to Kumo. You are talking about gambling for the shinobi themselves? I asked with a raised eyebrow. The old monkey would never go for that. That baby idea though, it could spare us the necessity of a seduction mission. Daru chuckled. You know the Hokage is a pervert. If we plan on having Yugito fight, then why don't you have her take her team with her to Konoha? They could enter the Chunin exams. That old perv will lose it when he sees Samui. The plan was starting to come together in Ai's head. Yes, and Samui could attempt the seduction mission even without the Hokage agreeing. Yes, this could work. Let's accept the offer and I will train Yugito until the exams. Konoha has never had a perfect Jinchuriki and we can use that fact against them. Konoha, Hokage's office, 1 week after council meeting. Hiruzen sighed wearily as he just discussed Kumo's acceptance of the exhibition match. It was official, Kurama was out in the open now and there was no going back. Hiruzen didn't know if that were a good or bad thing, but he would just have to see how it plays out. Now, he has a clandestine mission he needed to order, and it was time for that meeting. He had Jiraiya in his corner, and he had already dismissed the Anbu when the expected knock on his door came. Enter, Hiruzen said in his commanding tone, which incidentally caused Jiraiya to stiffen up. A beautiful, exotic, purple-haired young woman entered the Hokage's office in her typical uniform. The tan trench coat barely obscured the fishnet shirt that was the only thing that covered the well-endowed woman's chest. The burnt orange skirt was short enough to make most men lower their heads in an attempt to get a peek under the skirt. Overall, she oozed sexiness, and she had the fearsome attitude to back it up. Mitarashi Anko, reporting as ordered, Hokage-sama, Anko said while rolling her eyes. These old pervs always gawked at her. Hiruzen coughed to clear his throat and clear his mind. All right, thank you for coming. You see, Anko-chan, you have been selected for a long-term seduction mission within the village. What? Why? Anko cut him off in protest. She may look like a street worker, but she had standards. They weren't all that high, but she had standards. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Do you wish to hear out the mission details or are you refusing outright? I was going to offer promotion to full Jounin in the event that you complete your mission. Anko stifled her protest and nodded. Hi, Hokage-sama. I want you to gain Kurama Uzumaki's trust and I want you to become his head wife, Hiruzen said bluntly. The Super Gaki? Hiruzen nodded. Anko frowned. Hana Inuzuka and possibly her mom are already into the gaki. How am I supposed to cut into that? She is a close friend of mine, Jiraiya giggled perversely, he will be taking multiple wives. I can prepare a marriage contract for you, but if I did that then the brat will likely refuse it outright. Anko, we need to ensure the boy's loyalty. I trust you and I know you have been looking for a way to definitively prove your loyalty to the village. This would do that. I don't get it, Hokage-sama. The Super Gaki has been doing nothing but helping the village. Let me rephrase then, Mitarashi-san. I need to be sure he is loyal to his Hokage. So far, he has proven loyalty to Danzo, and I do not trust my old rival, Hiruzen said while observing Anko. So, this isn't just seduction. This is like, for life, if I succeed, Anko said cautiously. Once his loyalties are confirmed, you can break it off, Jiraiya said flippantly. Aren't you his grandfather or something? Shouldn't you be against breaking his heart? Anko asked. This whole situation wasn't sitting well with her. The village comes first, Anko, Hiruzen said forcefully. So, will you accept? Date night, Kurama hopped out of the shower while whistling a jaunty tune. It was so nice to be living in this house rather than some shoddy apartment. His life had really straightened itself out since he returned to the light and things were going well. Sure, it was a little weird for the former Bijou to be dating. It was even weirder that he was in a teenage body and dating two widows with children his biological age. Despite that, he was happy with how things have progressed and tonight would be an important night in that respect. Through his sealing work and throughout the boot camp, Kurama had the chance to get to know Tsume better. She was a wild, slightly feral and passionate woman, which is probably why Kurama was drawn to her. She was most definitely an alpha female, and he could use somebody like her to keep him straight. She had accepted him and looked past the whole former Bijou issue with ease. It may have been instincts, but Kurama could work with that. Hana was a unique challenge for Kurama. The feelings have been mostly one-sided because Kurama has been so distracted by other things. Other than helping her out in the clinic or seeing her around the compound, they haven't really spent much time together. It didn't help that Tsume's alpha instincts pretty much drowned Hana out. That was why Kurama was going to focus on Tsume and Mikoto tonight. Perhaps he will figure out how he wished to deal with Hana moving forward. Mikoto was unequivocally different from Tsume. She was a soft-spoken and rather submissive woman. She was the proper housewife and a great listener. Kurama enjoyed the cups of wine and the talks they had in the garden at night after a solid day's work. He wasn't lying to her when he told her that he was drawn to her light. It was the truth, and it was still very much the case. That light and sense of contentment sang out to Kurama like a siren's song after a long day. Thinking of the two mature ladies made Kurama think about their children. Their children led to the rookies, who had formed their teams and began doing their rank missions. The missions weren't important though. What was important was that each of them was showing commitment to continuing the lessons learned during boot camp. Kurama still sent shadow clones to assist in their training, but he was being pulled in many different ways. The whole relationship thing between Kurama and the moms of the Inuzuka and Uchiha were being kept quiet from the kids was bound to backfire at some point. Kiba looked up to Kurama as an alpha, so he may come to understand it. That said, it was a lot to ask any kid to let someone his biological age date his mother and older sister. As for Sasuke, Kurama knew the boy saw him as a sensei. He didn't want to break that bond of trust and drive the boy into doing something stupid. He had worked too hard to break the broody Uchiha from his emo ways to let it go at this point. Then were his tenants that were off in their own world. Kurama didn't even know how they did it, but Kushina found a way to take Naruto deeper into the mindscape. She had prepared something there for the kit to train in and Kurama was starting to miss their presence. Of course, on nights like this, he was grateful that he didn't have to listen to Kushina's chirping. That woman was obstinately obnoxious when it came to things like dating her friends. Kurama finished buttoning his white shirt with his overlaid clan symbol on the back. He buckled his belt and did some final touches in the mirror. One last brushing of the teeth, which was one aspect of humanity he could appreciate, and a quick squeeze of cologne later and Kurama was on his way out of the house. He stopped and grew 2 bouquets of flowers which he wrapped up in a makuten vine and he left the Uzumaki compound with a skip in his step. Anko was watching her new target leave his compound and she cursed under her breath when she saw the flowers in his hands. How was she supposed to seduce a guy that had girlfriends? She admitted that the blonde gaki was pretty handsome and very mature for his age. How was he only 13 again? Must be a medical mystery because this man was yummy. Like piping hot and fresh dango kind of yummy. Anko licked her lips and moved into her new Overwatch position. She saw the handsome devil walk down the road while whistling that catchy tune. Damn it, that tune was going to get stuck in her head. The longer she watched this guy, the more she wanted to go down and introduce herself. The plan to do the accidental run-in act was probably not going to work. Maybe she would have to ask Kurenai for an intro? Sure, Kurenai hated the guy's guts, but it was probably the best option she had at this point. Oh well, I am creeping already, may as well see what hotties the kid is dating. Anko thought as she moved out. Kurama saw his two dates sitting on a bench in front of the Golden Grill and he beamed a sincere smile at them as he approached with flowers in hand. He handed them off, complimented them on their dresses and gave each of them a kiss on the cheek. Damn, they looked good. Mikoto cleaned up super well and she was wearing a black, spaghetti strap dress that still managed to hug her womanly figure. Sume chose a red dress with a modest neckline and a diamond cutout under her cleavage that exposed a perfectly toned stomach. MILFs rock. You two look amazing. Hard to believe I am lucky enough to be here with the two of you. Kurama offered with the slightest of blushes as he offered his arms to each of them. Sume chuckled and took his arm, pretty smooth for a formerly immortal chakra entity. You cleaned up pretty nicely yourself, stud. Mikoto had blushed profusely as Kurama checked out her body, and the compliment was the cherry on top. She took his arm and appreciated that Sume was willing to keep things casual. You clean up pretty well, Kurama-kun. Are you sure you want to eat here? It is insanely expensive, Sume laughed as they walked into the door. Toki never took me to restaurants like this. Let me enjoy it, Miko-chan. Reservation for Uzumaki, Kurama said politely while ignoring the negative emotions coming from the hostess. I made the reservation through Magnus. This got the waitress moving. Right this way, sir. The young lady said while eyeing Mikoto and Sume. Sume snickered, see you still aren't Mr. Popular with the whole village. Kurama shrugged, tonight isn't about that. It is about spoiling you two and figuring out how we want to move forward. After sitting at the private boot table and ordering a bottle of wine, the conversation continued, and they got the everyday pleasantries out of the way fairly quickly. Of course, Sume was the one to escalate the conversation and get it moving forward. So, Rama-kun, you have two clan heads and I know my daughter would offer you her neck. Where does that leave us and where do we go from here? Kurama raised a hand to flag the waiter and ordered some whiskey. He was going to need it for this conversation. Well, I was going to ask each of you how you felt about it. To be honest, Danzo prepared me for the CRA long ago and Melissa handled my, Genjutsu training. Mikoto, with a blush on her face, giggled and asked, why did you say it like that, Rama-kun? I think some massages could go a long way towards taking us to the next level. Kurama sighed, well, you each know my history. Centuries of sexual neutrality fought against teenage hormones and lost. It was and is a new concept for me, and it has taken me years to develop an interest. Melissa helped move that along and the thought of using my training in such a way was a new concept for me. Sume cocked an eyebrow, so, are you interested in us? Her tone was slightly challenging and daring him to say that he had wasted her time. Kurama took each of their hands in one of his own and spoke earnestly, yes, I am. My struggle comes from a sense of guilt and a learned sense of social awkwardness. Guilt? Mikoto asked. Kurama's eyes shifted down to the table. This life and this royal treatment should have been Naruto's. You each know that I see him as my own and when I think about how lucky I am, well, I think I don't deserve it. You weren't there to see what the kid went through in his early years. Hell, I only went through one beating, and I learned what fear was for the first time. Mikoto squeezed his hand lightly and turned his head towards her. Everything in life happens for some reason. I am not saying it was part of some master plan, but maybe there were blessings that came with it. Like your hate being tempered or like Naruto's soul somehow surviving. We cannot change what has been done, Kurama-kun, we can only move forward. Sume reinforced Mikoto, that was more elegant than what I planned to say. We Inuzuka live life on the wild side and that gave us a saying. Fuck the past, screw the future and live in the now. I realize it isn't a complete life philosophy, but I think it applies here. Kurama offered a reflective, yet appreciative, smile, thanks ladies. I appreciate it. Now, shall we order some food? Food came and the conversation flowed better. All three were happy to realize it really wasn't that awkward to be on a throuple date. In fact, they were rather enjoying themselves. The expensive, fancy people food was good and most definitely not worth the money. The wine was yummy and helped the conversation along. The flushing faces with smiling ladies were something that Kurama could enjoy forever. Say, Rama-kun, what was it like with Danzo? I heard that he used to be really dark, and we all used to be super wary of him until 5 or 6 years ago. Kurama chuckled at the memories. Flashback, root facility, under Konoha, 1 week after Kurama and Danzo's contract, Kurama groaned while his frail body was strapped into a chair and 3 root Anbu were laying into him. He wanted training, and a certain part of him admitted that this was a sort of training. Hell, he may even admit that this sort of training was necessary for the line of work that Danzo's route went through. That being said, he was the former prince of the Bijou and he was letting humans beat on him. Thwack. Tell us the code and this will all stop. Thwack. An emotionless voice said through its mask before thwacking him again. Alright kid, this is a good test. Just focus on lightly spreading your chakra through my body. That will be more than enough to heal this weak shit off. Kurama thought internally before he grinned up at 3 root. You hit like a girl, Anbu-san. Shall I show you how to hit somebody? Your attitude is meaningless. Everyone breaks. Tell us the code. Thwack. Kurama spit blood out of his mouth and welcomed the warm chakra that was lightly beginning to saturate his chakra circulatory system. That's it, kid. Keep it coming lightly. Just remain focused. Kurama grinned up with bloody teeth and thwack. You have been in here for 3 hours. There are 21 hours to go, prisoner. Thwack. Crunch. Kurama groaned, that one kind of hurt. He felt anger flare from Naruto. Relax kid, this is part of the training. They are trying to break me. Just keep the chakra steady. When you get angry, your chakra spikes and it will get out of control. Naruto's tiny fox form was growling, I can't help it Papa Rama. This is just like what the villagers did. We have only been here for a week. Chakra flared and Kurama started to feel it escaping from his chakra coils. Thwack. Thwack. Crunch. Groan. An aura of yellow golden chakra erupted from Kurama's body, and he sighed. He casually broke out of his restraints and stood up. Well, boys, you brought this on yourselves. Danzo walked in 5 minutes later to see 3 of his root laying in crumpled messes on the floor with broken bones. He saw Kurama leaning back in the chair with his feet up on the table. He made a hand sign and a couple root evacuated the injured to the root hospital. Danzo wordlessly sat into the other seat on the opposite side of the interrogation table. He simply looked at Kurama with his lone eye. What was that about? Danzo asked after a full 3 minutes of silence. Kurama looked over his feet at Danzo's face. I have a child in charge of the strongest power currently known to man. A child, mind you, that was beaten ruthlessly for most of his childhood. I simply didn't wish to waste the power he offered me, and I technically lived through your training, Danzo sighed. So, the boy will not let you get trained? Kurama chuckled, I was a bijou for over 1,000 years. I do not think the typical capture and interrogation game applies to me. Danzo could admit to that. He honestly wanted to see if Kurama would snap and lash out at him. He was surprised that the former Kyuubi was willing to take a beating. Okay, well, if you won't submit to my training. Kurama cut him off, I want training, just not that kind. Suffice to say that I don't plan on getting captured and imprisoned again in this life. I would sooner free the kid and finally go kick Kami in the cunt and Yami in his wrinkled old sack. Danzo shook his head and chuckled for the first time in years. Very well. Then I will increase your physical training. Kurama nodded, if I get a chance to fight back, I'm okay with it. What about training Naruto? Danzo asked, we can't have him randomly getting upset and blowing your cover. Kurama stopped rocking back on the chair, I will handle the kid's training. He isn't ready yet. His mind was too fractured. Let him heal. Danzo held his hand up, understood, I won't push on that front. Kurama chuckled, you are more reasonable than I expected for a man of your reputation. Danzo looked down at his left wrist, well, this damn seal pulsed every time you were hit. It made it hard to focus. Kurama shrugged, it was pushing our agreement. That being said, there are many aspects of the shinobi arts that you can train me on. That shadow clone jutsu could be used to train, could it not? Danzo got a gleam in his eye, how many can you make? End of flashback. Yeah, safe to say Danzo was pretty dark. I just proved that it wasn't the most efficient way to do things. Plus, when I created 20 shadow clones as an 8-year-old, I swear the old geezer nearly came in his pants. Kurama finished off the story. Sume howled in laughter, yeah, I can see that. Anti-interrogation training was always bullshit. Everyone breaks in time, that is why we have Tandi. Kurama nodded, that was why I eventually altered the anti-interrogation seal. After that day, Danzo focused on more productive training, and we got along a lot better. Do you really trust him? Mikoto asked cautiously. Hell yes. Far more than I trust the Hokage. I never told either of you this, but one of my abilities is the ability to sense negative emotions. Ever since the kit took over, that ability is far stronger too because I don't have to filter out my own hate. Kurama answered. Sume whistled lowly before finishing off her glass of wine, I bet that is useful. Kurama nodded. Why don't you trust the Hokage? Mikoto asked carefully. The whole "this question is treasonous" thing made her nervous about it. Kurama scoffed, "Why don't I trust the man that put a kid in the orphanage? Let him get kicked out of the orphanage after years of abuse, let him get beaten on the streets and dragged out of his own home." Well, aside from all of that, the answer is because I can feel his anger, greed and jealousy as clear as day whenever he looks at me. When Danzo is present, those emotions are even stronger. Mikoto's eyes widened and Tsume started growling lowly. Tsume spoke on behalf of the two, "When you put it like that, I guess it is pretty obvious." Kurama waved it off and forced a smile onto his face. "Let's polish off these bottles and talk about something else. I didn't want to get into all that when I'm supposed to be getting to know you two better. So, what do you say we blow this joint, and you can show us what Mistress Melissa taught you?" Tsume said with a sexy smirk as she looked at Kurama. Mikoto blushed deeper as the influence of the wine was really starting to hit.
I would like that.
It has been so long since I have been treated nicely. Kurama shrugged, "So, my place then? And I will offer one complimentary massage for a great date." 2 hours later, Tsume and Mikoto were waking up from a pleasurable sleep that was inspired by scented candles, oil, hands and heavenly fingertips coated in chakra. They each moaned as their exposed backs were once again assaulted by tender hands. Their bodies lay slack on two clones that had transformed into perfect imitations of massage tables. Their faces wore contented grins, and the slightest bit of drool was escaping the corner of Tsume's mouth. As the second massage began, Tsume moaned to Mikoto, "Kami, Miko-chan, I will marry him on the spot if I get one of these every night." "Get in line, Tsume-chan. I will marry him now if I get these once a week," Mikoto said through her pleasurable moans. Kurama and his clone chuckled, "That's doable, Miko-chan. Now, do you ladies want a frontal massage?" "Hell yes," Tsume said animatedly as she rolled over without hesitation. Mikoto was shyer and more reserved. Okay," Kurama chuckled, "Miko-chan, I will be putting blindfolds on you. If you want me to stop, just say so." A combined 14 orgasms later, Mikoto panted with her tongue nearly rolling out of her mouth. Her brain was hazy, and she had never, and she meant never, felt like that. Oh, Kami, don't stop," she said before her head fell to the side and she passed out. Tsume was in a similar state from overstimulation of a previously neglected womanhood. Ga. With the 15th orgasm, Tsume joined Mikoto in a blissful state of unconsciousness. Kurama grinned foxily down on the two ladies with completely exposed fronts. Their forms were amazing for mothers and their breasts were still perky. God bless MILFs and Kami bless Kunoichi. Kurama picked each of the mature women up and carried them into the guest room. He quickly threw some of his white t-shirts on them and placed them in the bed. He decided to relax in the bath and then get some shut-eye. The next morning, Mikoto's eyes cracked open in the early morning sun and she was laying in a strange bed curled up next to someone. As her vision cleared, she saw the recognizable cheek marking of Tsume underneath the wild brown hair of her friend. She yawned and sat up before stretching wildly. She saw that she was in a white t-shirt and panties. She searched her mind for what happened last night and blushed deeply. Tsume felt the shifting in the bed and her eyes cracked open to see Mikoto sitting up in a white t-shirt. She sat up and yawned out the weariness. She felt like $1 million and her body was pain-free as she stretched out her arms. She looked at the early morning Mikoto and smirked. She embraced the beautiful mother from behind. "That was a pretty great night, huh?" she said as her arms wrapped around Mikoto's abdomen and set her chin on her shoulder. Mikoto blushed at the contact and blushed further at the memory. "Yeah, it was. Fugaku never spoiled me like that," Tsume chuckled. "Me neither, hun, me neither. Think we can make this work?" Mikoto wrapped her hands over Tsume's. "Probably, there is going to be a lot of blowback though." Tsume cackled. "Oh, hun, I could deal with that easily if I can get spoiled like that when I return home." Mikoto nodded meekly. "Yeah, I guess that would help a lot. Did you think Rama-kun would ever be that selfless?" "No, I honestly thought he would dominate us. The kid really must have mellowed him out. I wouldn't mind him dominating me though." Tsume finished in a perverted giggle. "How do you plan on talking to Kiba about it?" Mikoto asked while imagining the future conversation with Sasuke. "I am going to enjoy this fun stage first. When we get to the point that it is really real, then I will talk to the pup. Give him time to get to know Rama, you know?" Mikoto sighed. "I feel the same way. I am just worried about how Sasuke would react. I mean, Itachi already knows, but Sasuke will be the one to overreact." Tsume chuckled. "Hard to blame them. For all they know, we would be dating/fucking/marrying someone that is their age. And we would be doing it together. Sume playfully cupped Mikoto's braless boob under the shirt. Mikoto moaned, "Sume-chan." Sume cackled, "What? You let Rama touch every inch of you last night. Plus, the way I see it, if this works out then we will be sharing in all things soon enough." Mikoto moaned as Tsume's hands started playing. The two were interrupted by Kurama, who came through the door carrying a tray of breakfast with a smirk on his lips. "Having fun, you two?" "We sure are," Sume answered without even removing her hands. "We owe you a show for last night," Kurama chuckled as he set the tray down on the bed. "Nah, the way I see it, that is one of the best uses of chakra there is. How are you feeling?" "Like I woke up after sleeping on Kami's clouds. My back hasn't felt this good in, well, ever," Mikoto said abashedly after swatting Tsume's hands away from her breasts. Sume smirked and licked Mikoto's neck before removing her hands from under her shirt. "Well, Rama, I am in for this crazy little experiment. You have proven to me that you can handle me in a fight and in the bed. Now, what are we going to do about Hana-chan?" Kurama turned to Mikoto and shrugged. "You have any thoughts, Miko-chan?" "The way I see it, if you two are in, then you get a say in any others that may come." Mikoto's eyebrows furrowed. "Well, we are each 33 and heads of our own clans. How will that work itself out?" Kurama shrugged. "Either a clan merger or you hand your clans off when we get married. In your case, Itachi is a great replacement. In Sume's case, if Hana joins in, then we have a lot of work to do." Sume started laughing at that. "You want to make my pup a true alpha in less than 2 years? I think I should just stay on as clan head, otherwise it would create too many problems. Those idiot hounds will try to stake their claim on the clan and cause a lot of problems. With you as alpha, they would stay in line though." Kurama sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "So, I still need to find someone for the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Kami, this is so damn troublesome. Sometimes I hate Danzo for making me do this." Mikoto rose from the bed and wrapped Kurama up from behind. "Well, you could go find Tsunade and that would take care of the Senju. As for Uzumaki, do you think there are any Uzumaki women out there?" Kurama nodded because he knew that Orochimaru had a pure-blooded Uzumaki that he was planning on acquiring from Kuza. He also knew of the quarter-blooded Uzumaki girl that was in his ranks as a bodyguard. Wait, shouldn't he be saying her ranks now? It gets so confusing. Regardless, Orochimaru won't hand them over until Kurama's end of the deal is fulfilled. Either way, Kurama didn't want to expose that he and Danzo were working with Orochi, the Snake Sanin's female name of choice. "Probably, but I don't know where they are. The damned council and cursed CRA only gives me 2 years to find the head wife for each clan. Since you are each clan heads, I don't think you are realistic options. I can't really have an Uchiha wife in charge of the Senju or Uzumaki branch of the family." Kurama finished with a wry chuckle. "Let's just eat this yummy breakfast and worry about the boring shit later." Sume offered. "Oh, and Rama, send a clone to Team 8's practice. My pup will be able to smell me on you otherwise." "Practice with Team 10, alright Shika, you are going to practice subduing a stronger opponent with your shadow binding. The goal of this exercise is to restrain me for as long as you can. Every minute I will increase my power output and resistance. If you can make it to 5 minutes, I will give you the rest of the day off. If you fail to hold me for 2 minutes, you are doing laps with your seals cranked up," Kurama said while looking at Shikamaru. Yes, Kurama-sensei." Shikamaru groaned as he held his hands in the rat hand sign. His shadow extended and linked to Kurama's shadow. Kurama felt the resistance and he relished the challenge. He had been working on shadow manipulation and dexterity for a while, but the lazy Nara needed to be able to hold stronger opponents if it was going to be useful. Thus, the resistance exercise. Kurama looked at Asuma training Kuji and his clone training Ino. Kuji was working on his partial expansion jutsu and incorporating it into his taijutsu. Ino was doing agility training with the clone, and she was starting to get a sheen of sweat that made her glisten quite attractively. 1 minute, going up. Kurama chirped as he began flexing a modicum of his chakra. He saw Shikamaru's eyebrows narrow as the Nara remained in position. "Rather than try to force it and exert your will over my whole body, why not get me into a position where resistance is naturally harder?" Shikamaru had a bead of sweat falling down his brow. "Like what?" "Well, from what I can tell, you have limited yourself to simply immobilizing your opponent temporarily until Ino or Kuji can finish them off. What if they are fighting their own battles? What if they aren't there? What if you need to finish the fight decisively?" Kurama asked. Shikamaru frowned in concentration and got into his thinking pose. Kurama mirrored it due to the control Shikamaru had. Shikamaru was broken from his thoughts by the second increase of chakra from Kurama. He could no longer split his attention. "Troublesome sensei." Shikamaru moaned. Kurama got a devilish smirk on his face, and he focused chakra to his right arm and went through the one-handed signs for his water whip. Water streamed up out of the blades of grass and formed a water whip. New drill because you sinned. Keep me immobile while I whip the troublesome out of you. Shikamaru ended up losing his concentration before he began running around the training ground. Kurama always on his heels and lashing out with the water whip. Ino was catching her breath after a series of sprints, and she cocked an eye at the Kurama clone. The clone just shrugged and watched the display with an amused smirk on his face. Asuma got distracted by the show and Kuji's oversized fist was able to send him tumbling to the ground. Once Kurama was done punishing the lazy Nara, he walked over to Asuma. How is Kuji's earth manipulation coming along? Asuma shrugged, don't know, it isn't one of my natures. He can crumble the leaf in about 10 seconds though. Kuji, come over here. The pleasantly plump teenager ran over. Yes, sensei? Show Kurama sensei your earth manipulation exercise. Asuma ordered and Kuji ran to the nearest tree, extended his arm and picked a couple of leaves before running back. He enclosed the leaf in both hands and closed his eyes in concentration. 10 seconds later he opened his hands to reveal the leaf crumbled to dust. Kurama nodded approvingly, okay, Kuji, that's good. Tell me, what do you envision when you are channeling your earth chakra to your hands and then into the leaf? Kuji's brow wrinkled in concentration, well, I guess I just pushed the chakra into the leaf. Kurama nodded and called Ino and Shikamaru in, that is what most beginners do. You remember how I told you proper visualization is important? Well, for chakra natures it is even more important. Earth is strong, stubborn, immovable and resistant to change. All of the other elements try to change and sculpt the earth, but it remains stubborn. When you are trying to channel earth chakra, it may sound silly, but you play on that pride. Kurama plucked one of the leaves Kuji gathered and held it palm up with a single hand. For instance, if I think that I want the earth to return this leaf, this temporary transformation of earth, back into dust. A brief glow of chakra and the leaf instantly turned into a pile of dust on his hand. Then my chakra nature implicitly understands what I want from it. Kuji nodded, what about if you want to form a defense? Kurama smirked, that's easy. Form your mud wall for me. Kuji went through the hand signs and spit out a 8-foot-tall mud wall that was a foot thick and 5 feet wide. Good, now, I want you to hit that wall with your expansion punch. Kuji wound up and punched forward while expanding his fist. The wall shattered into pieces. Now what, sensei? Kurama nodded and held up a boar seal before he tapped his foot on the ground. A wall the exact same dimensions as Kuji sprang from the earth. I just channeled my earth chakra through my feet and into the ground. I willed the earth to stand in defiance for change and force. I played on the pride of the earth to react to my own will rather than convert my chakra directly into earth chakra. Now, punch my wall the same way you did your own. Kuji wound up and punched forward before he let out a yelp of pain as the wall took the hit from Kuji's fist without so much as denting. Kuji's hand shrunk, and he was shaking out his hand with a pained look on his face. Owie! That hurts. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed at the implication, you created a wall the exact same dimensions as Kuji's. Why was it so much harder, sensei? Kurama smirked, because I understand the nature of the earth. Rather than force it out of myself, I paid the price in chakra and gave it a shape and will of its own. I played upon its obstinate and defiant nature to create a clear image in my head and used only one hand sign. Theoretically, that should make the wall weaker. However, if you are able to guide the chakra into the earth and shape it, then it will always be stronger than forcing it. Of course, I have mastered stage 3 manipulation, but that was one of the lessons that I learned. Where did you learn it from? Ino asked and got a cocky smirk from Kurama that made her blush. I am the Senju air protective seals on the compound recognized me when I was 8. So, I learned from Hashirama's notes for earth and Tobarama's notes for water. Then I was lucky enough that Danzo was a wind affinity and that was how I was able to learn from my 3 primary affinities. Kurama explained. Ino's jaw dropped, you learned from Lords first and second? Kurama nodded. You broke into the Senju compound? Asuma challenged. Kurama scoffed, I am Senju. Your father had no right to deny me my birthright. I simply claimed what was rightfully mine. Asuma decided to let it go, you already know that I am a wind element user. Got any tips and tricks for me? Kurama laughed, well, your chakra channeling is good. I heard you think about wind as 2 thin blades rubbing together to create an edge, right? Asuma nodded. That is good when you are channeling it into a weapon. How about when you use an area of effect jutsu? Asuma chuckled sheepishly and scratched the side of his head, I just focus on taking as much air in as I can and blow it out. Kurama nodded, it is easy for people to think of air like that. Kurama held up a bird seal and gusts of wind started circling and playing with Ino's ponytail. Air is flippant and free in nature. When we constrain it to a form, it naturally wants to resist. When we take it into our lungs and just dump chakra into it, then it comes out in an unshapely mess. Danzo created the vacuum series of jutsu by creating a wind bubble around vacuum. He forced the air out and he added shape to his jutsu by creating a bubble of wind. That is much harder than it sounds. Kurama took a breath and went through some hand signs before he spit out a white, semi-translucent bubble that collided with a tree and exploded violently. The rush of air pressure to equalize the pocket of vacuum causes an explosion. However, if I envision the wind chakra and I honor its playful nature, then I can do more with it. Kurama went through 10 hand seals and Asuma saw a wind chakra shaping around Kurama's fist. He thrust his fist forward and a fist made of wind that was 20 feet wide slammed into the tree line and knocked over 10 trees before it gave out. When I imagined that, I dared the wind to make my fist as big and hard as it could. I dared it to defy the earth, its natural opposite. With my first thought I gave it a form and with my second I channeled its power. Hand signs are the shinobi's way of channeling and shaping the chakra nature. Most hand signs pull on a primarily yang component. However, by clear imagination and visualization, we can give a stronger yin component and strengthen the jutsu. Asuma whistled, "You make it sound so simple," Kurama chuckled, "In a way it is simple." Yet again, I had hundreds of clones working on this over the years. I just wanted to give each of you some food for thought. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.